I got 99 problems, but a bitch could never be one. Stressing about hoes that'll never be fun. Break up the chart, then step on each one. Better tell Ice Spice I can never be a munch. Till my enemies come. I can never be spun. Now I'm laying on the bread, I'm a sesame bun. Woo! I got loose change. I'm a bad boy like Bruce Wayne. Woo! And a moose saying, new year, new me, that's a new name. I put my new son name on a new chain. Got old money now, I want new fame. Bitch, I'm coming for the top of the food chain. Whoever told you they don't listen to me, but I told a lot of y'all I'm coming to get the shit that I need. I mean, I got it all. If I don't, I'm gonna find about the got it all. Shit deep in the deep seas, but even deeper than the sea creatures that breathe heat that freeze beaches. Couldn't see me in HD. Believe it and have demon. Not a demon, but a thing, but a bad bee, but a bad bee, but a beep, boop, 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 pop, pop. Bow, 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 bow. What are you doing, Echo? Can you feel the beat within my heart? And you need an up that do that art and the beat boop bop beat up up but beat him up. I look like I got a farmer's tan. That's not a farmer's tan. That's the light. All right. Jalen sent me money. 34 arrests. Pro-Palestine protest in Brooklyn leads to 34 arrests. One for every felony that Trump got. Nice. Blaze TV. Whoa, that's loud. Drop them, cops. Get them. Get them. Get them. What?
What? Josh, why will you time me out? What is wrong with you? I'm your wife. I don't get time out.
What's your shirt saying? I'm reading it. I'm reading it real slow.
You're reading my shirt.
Yeah.
That's no, I know your face, right?
I'm not a good reader. It takes time. I gotta sound out.
Yeah.
I gotta sound out every letter.
This is like the most Democrat liberal shirt that you could think of.
I know. I think you've worn it before. I think we've seen it.
Yeah.
Politics, freedom, religion, love.
Oh, love.
Love is my religion.
Love is my religion. What is wrong? What is wrong with these people, Josh?
I don't know.
I got way too deep into that rabbit hole. I was for like the entire weekend. I was just watching YouTube after YouTube after YouTube video, and I was like,
They are who we thought they were.
yeah, this was kind of predicted. Do you watch the Pierce Morgan or whatever his name is
Which
with
one?
Michael Knowles?
I didn't see the one with
I think
Michael
it just
Knowles.
came
I
out
saw the
today.
one. I saw the one with the guy from the guy from PBD, and then some other people. I didn't recognize any of them except for there's one guy from the Patrick Bet David show that was on there.
Yeah, well, there was this chick. obviously a Democrat, obviously, and she was saying the dumbest things in the world. It was so dumb that at the end all the guys were like, because she was like, if I would sleep with Trump, I will never accept money. I will just change my name and move to another country and pretend I'm a bird. And I was like, what a dumb bitch. What are you thinking about? I was like, what a dumm person.
Dear God,
And
make me a
and then
bird
the
so I
guy,
can fly far, far, far from away. Far, far away.
where is that from?
That's from Forrest Gump. Because her dad was beating her up and they ran out in the field and they said, pray with me, Forrest. And he said, okay, Jenny. She said, dear God, make me a bird so I can fly far, far, far away.
Oh, you make it sound so cute.
It
Where is
was
the
it
like
was
button?
cute until Jenny turned into a whore.
She was a whore and she used him. She was a
Somebody
little hoe.
somebody should have chopped her into 12 pieces and sent her around to Israel.
Oh yeah. So
What?
Josh,
What?
the guy at the store didn't want to sell me chorizo. Can you believe that? Because I only need one. It's just for flavor. I didn't need more than one. I was like, okay, give me two. But then I was missing 25 cents. And I was like, I'm just going to get back to my house and bring it back. I was like, give me one and I'll bring the other one. So this just happened like 3 minutes ago. And I just came back with a Q and 25 cents. And I was like, can I have the other one? And he's like, ugh. I don't know. I just don't sell it by single. No, we're talking about. I've been buying chorizos from you for a whole year. You never put any buts to it. And he's like, you know what? Just get it another day. And I was like, you know what? Fuck you. And I just walked away. I'm in such a I'm in She-Hulk mode today. Do not mess with me. So I just but now I feel bad because he might be his like early 70s probably. I just told him to go and fuck himself.
Who's Dennis Green? I referenced Dennis Green. What's
Yeah,
that mean? What?
it's a great story.
It was a great story. I mean, it wasn't. You didn't get your chorizo?
Yeah, what is wrong with him? It's not like I was asking him things for free.
I've heard better stories.
Oh yeah? Do you want to hear a story, Josh?
Yep. Just make it
There was this dreaded guy,
Just make it entertaining
white
this time.
dreaded guy, and this crazy Guatemalan hanged him because he did not
Hanged
pay
him.
attention to her. Oh yeah.
Dang, that's crazy. That's a story.
Oh, and I got in a fight with the neighbor because she finally, I'm the nicest person in the world, Josh. I'm the nicest freaking person in the world. It takes so much to
I
get
don't
me
know about
angry.
that. I don't know about all that.
I'm just so sick of her. And she was like, can I have a minute,
Oh,
Flor? And
Dennis
she had that
Green.
face.
Dennis Green's the one who said they are who we thought they were. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
And so she was like, Flor, can I talk to you for a minute? This was like an hour ago. And I was just like, And I already know what she was going to say. I'm going to sue you and whatever. And I was like, yeah, what's up? And she's like, your dogs, Floor, they howl all day long. And I was like, no, they don't. I'm in my house all day long, and I promise you they do not howl. The only time that they howl is when I leave for 5 freaking minutes my house. And I'm allowed to leave 5 minutes my house. It will be different if I'm leaving my house at 11 o'clock at night or 1 in the morning and they're howling. That's different. But I'm allowed to have dogs, and the dogs have rights in Guatemala, and they are allowed to be dogs.
Dogs have rights.
Yeah, they do have rights. They're allowed to be dogs. They're gonna bark and they're gonna howl. Big fucking deal. Deal with it. So I looked at her and I was like, you know what? I'm sick of your shit. At this point, I'm sick of your shit. You wanna sue me? Fucking sue me. You've been saying that for a whole month and I haven't had no notifications from somebody suing me. So you can't sue me because there is no grounds for you to sue me. I already spoke with my lawyer. I already know my rights. and I'm not doing anything illegal. So what about you go ahead and you go and fuck yourself? That's what I told her. And I just walked away and she just looked at me like, and I was like, I've been so nice to you. I've been listening to you and I'm tired of you. So if you're gonna do something, do it. And if you don't, then shut the fuck up and deal with it. And she like her son came out. Why are you talking to my mom like that? I was like, your mom needs a husband. That's why she's so miserable. Your mom really needs a husband, and you need a dad in your life. And
He's
I
a
just
he's
got
a
into my
sunsman.
house.
He's a sunsman.
Yeah.
How old
He's
is
like,
he?
don't talk to my mom like that. He's like fucking 16. What is 16-year
Oh,
old gonna say to me? Nothing.
oh well. I thought he was like,
Nothing. But it was so funny how he's like, why are you talking to my mom like that? I'm like, shut the fuck up and go and tell your mom to go and get a husband.
dang.
And
You need to
I'm
calm
coming in
down.
strong tonight.
What if they
I'm
sue
coming
you
in
and they?
strong.
What if they sue you and they revoke your visa?
What are they gonna sue me for?
I don't know.
There is absolutely nothing. Okay, here in this town,
I
if
didn't
you
even know
sue
you could
somebody,
sue somebody in Guatemala.
what the hell do you think we are? Just wild animals that just go around and
I
we're like,
don't
woof,
know. You
woof,
got your
woof,
first Walmart like 5 years
wow.
ago.
Yeah, well, that was in advance, Josh.
I don't know.
How many countries does it have Walmart?
I didn't know. I didn't know that Law and Order came before Walmart.
Well, my dogs have rights. Animal rights came in about 3 years ago.
That's very progressive.
That is extremely progressive. That is extremely progressive. And I am down to that because I love my dogs and they have rights. I'm going to start barking.
They got a right to be cooked.
Then my landlord at 6 a.m. today ringing the doorbell at 6 a.m., Josh. And I'm like, what is happening? And she's like, came into my house and she inspect the house, but I always keep my house clean. And she's like, Floor, it's so unfair what they're doing to you because I just met your dogs and they're so nice and the house is so clean. They're saying all these lies about you that you have like 20 dogs. And I was like, I got 6 dogs, okay? I got
That is a lot of
six.
dogs.
Yeah, but not for a three-story house, Josh. And I have a lake, which I walk them every single day, twice a day. My dogs are being very well taken care of.
But still, it's a lot of dogs. It's kind of crazy. Kind of
Josh,
crazy, Flora.
crazy. I was lucky. I
Crazy dog
I
lady.
wish I would have started talking to you before I adopted all these dogs. Then this would be a whole different story. But this is actually your fault, Josh.
You're gonna
This
get
is now I think
toxoplasmosis.
that's the whitest thing you have said, Josh.
What are you gonna do with all those dogs?
What to me what I'm gonna do with them? You
When it,
told me that I can bring Junior at least to the States. You were pretty drunk when you said that.
I never said that.
Just to my defense.
I did not
Yes, you
say that.
did.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
No, I did
Look
not.
back at the stream. Steve was in the stream, and Steve was like, "Oh my gosh, that dog is so obedient and whatever." And you were like, "I guess you can bring him." And I remember,
No,
so
I never
I am
said
bringing
that.
him. Yep.
Dude, this is
Echo is
crazy.
having a Guatemalan brother.
No,
Echo is having a
no,
Guatemalan brother.
that's not gonna happen. I can't have two dogs in this apartment. I'm not even supposed to have one dog. And Echo is an old dog. He needs his peace. You ain't bringing no damn stray Guatemalan dog over here. It's bad enough I'm bringing a stray Guatemalan woman over here.
Excuse me? Did you just
What?
did you just call me a stray? Did you just compare me to a stray dog?
No, a stray woman. We're gonna we're gonna train you.
Stray woman. I'm a very civilized woman.
No, you can't bring your dog. I never would have said that.
I'm gonna have to go back into the stream and send you the clip of it. And you're a man of your word.
I never made that word. I must have been talking about something. I probably wasn't even paying attention. I was probably talking about.
Nope, you were drunk. The thing is that you were drunk, and I remember it so well because I don't get drunk.
I
So I remember think I did got pretty drunk yesterday, but
I
that
don't get drunk. First, second, uh, you can't hold a drunk person to their word. That's my dark passenger. He takes over. I can't be held accountable for that.
do you know how many things you have promised me while you're drunk? What you mean?
I know. How many of those promises that I keep?
Um,
Huh?
all of them.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm starting to realize that if I want something, I'm gonna go and just be like, here's one beer, Josh. Here's two beers, Josh. Here's 12 beers, Josh. Can I have so and so a certain thing?
No, I can't. You can't bring a dog through a border. Do you know how difficult that is? Even the
Josh,
guy,
are you underestimating me? Have you not noticed what type of wife do you have? It's an achiever. You have an achiever of a wife. Everything that I want, I'll get it.
a dog smuggler, you can't
You know
bring.
there's passport for dogs, right?
There's diseases that are not native to America. You're gonna wipe out a whole population of
Do you
people,
think that just because my dog is from Guatemala, is some alien dog that it cannot get vaccinated, that it
bro.
has parasites, that it
We
has fleas?
we brought blankets when we came to America, and we wiped out half the Indians on accident.
My dog is not an Indian. What are you talking about? He's just
No,
another dog,
in
like
that
any
in that
other
in
dog.
that comparison, your dog is the blanket, and we are the Indians.
My dog is nobody's blanket. He's my teddy bear when I sleep. That's what he is.
Yeah. Well, I'm not.
Junior, come over here. Junior,
I'm not
come on,
immune
Junior, come
to
here and cookie.
Guatemalan
Yeah,
dog
that's right.
virus. We're gonna have a new dog disease.
Oh, I'm sorry. How can you say no to him? Take it, cookie. Take it, cookie.
Oh my god!
Look at that face. How could you not want this?
Quit kissing him. That's gross.
He's a baby. Look at him.
Whoa! Why did it get so
He
big?
almost looked like a golden retriever. He almost looks like a golden retriever, Josh.
Yeah, a Guatemalan retriever.
That is right. We might not be the cutest, but we're the most interesting ones. Gonkies, gonkies.
Look at these people riding, and they put the women on the front lines. It's so crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Go crazy, crazy, crazy. Just the thing about the line.
Like he looks like a German Shepherd.
I think you're like way behind in the stream, William.
You can have an almost German Shepherd or an almost Golden Retriever. Almost German Shepherd, almost Golden Retriever.
Yeah, Echo's not fixed. He likes his peace. He likes to be left alone.
Junior Fig.
You don't know how they would
Boy,
act
he's friends
together.
with everybody.
You can't just introduce another grown ass dog into the house.
Why you mean, Josh? I take them on walks every day.
It's
Matter
not.
of fact, Chaco just made a
That doesn't
Mexican
mean
stray
anything.
dog friend
That
the
doesn't mean
day before
anything. They take them
yesterday.
for walks every. What's
That
that have
dog
to do
was
with?
Mexican.
What's
That
that have to
dog
do with
was
what I just said?
Mexican. That dog. Then my dogs meet new dogs all the time. They don't fight with them.
Yeah, but you don't know. If Echo doesn't like him, Echo might get pissed off. Might bow up on him.
Fix.
We're gonna have
He's fixed.
a race war within the house between a black dog and
The
a white
black
dog.
and the brown.
Yep.
Look how cute Junior is. How can you tell no to that face? Look at him. He's looking straight at your eyes right now. Not anymore. Junior. Junior. Yeah. King Kong Kong. King Kong King. Look what they're saying about you. And he's fixed, Josh. He's not aggressive.
Flirt. It doesn't matter. I'm not allowed to have one dog in my apartment.
Get it.
It's a little apartment. I'm not gonna be one of those people. I always
Why
talk.
don't you get up?
I always talk crap
We
about those
can get a
people
full house.
who have a bunch of big dogs in a little ass apartment. It's cruel. When I
Well,
can't get
what
a
about a
big
full
house,
house?
that costs money. Do you know what the housing market's like right now? Do you have $300,000?
Josh, just to rent, how much would it be a one-bedroom house?
A 1 bedroom house. I have a 2 bedroom apartment. Why would I get a 1 bedroom house when I have a 2 bedroom apartment?
Well, how much is a two-bedroom house?
I don't know, but you forget.
Two people working? Two people with an income? We can have a house. I don't like apartments.
I got a
I will
record.
settle down for you. Yeah, but I don't.
You can settle down. What are you doing? Running amok?
And that's just good job. Close your ears. That's not for you to listen. Not for you to listen.
You'd better already be settled. Dang, look at Shevchenko. Ooh, girl. Russia's most dangerous woman, Valentina Shevchenko.
I'll get you to the States. Don't worry.
Look at Shevchenko right here, chat. Damn!
What type of name is that?
A Russian name.
The Russian. The Russos.
We call her the assassin or something like that.
Did you know what a Russian means here in Guatemala? It's absolutely perverted, actually. If a guy comes up to a girl and it's like, I want you to do me a Russian, just say no. Say no. No. Good, bro. I got a wife.
Wow, this is a Chat GPT NPC experiment. He's doing the Turing test on AIs.
To show them.
Josh, pay attention to me.
I need a sneeze.
What are you watching on Facebook? What is that lethal? And there's a woman spreading her legs like a freaking maniac.
That's Shevchenko.
What are you watching on Facebook, you pervert?
That's Shevchenko. It was a thumbnail. I didn't click on it. Dang.
Hey, what is that? What's the A for? What is
I'm just saying that was an impressive split.
that job?
What are you watching on the Facebook? Don't be
Well,
looking
show your
at Valentina
brother my job.
Shevchenko, bro.
Did you see her? I was like, damn.
Did you get to
What
peep
are
the fights
you
the other
doing?
No, no, I was pissed. The day after the fights, I was like, oh shit, the fights. Maybe it's next
day? You
weekend.
didn't miss.
No, it happened
You didn't
yesterday.
miss much, except the Poirier fight was tremendous. Like, he made it a lot closer than he should have had it on paper. Lost, obviously. And then Kevin Holland was the only, like, other exciting thing. He broke this dude's arm clean in half. This, like, Moldovan or some shit. Like,
But he
Eastern
didn't.
European dude.
I thought he was gonna break it, so they called the fight. They stopped the fight.
No. He broke it. Like, he got rocked with a shot. Kevin Holland got dropped. caught the guy in the arm bar, broke his arm clean. You see it snap, and he was pissed that the ref stopped it. It's like if that fight kept going, his arm might have been done for life.
Yeah.
Kevin Holland snapped this shit up, man. I love Kevin Holland.
Yeah. I heard there was what was up with the bad ref or the bad judge or something?
Oh, bro, the judges, there was a ref on there that a guy got poked in the eye, and the ref just made him keep fighting. He didn't know you had to stop the fight and give the guy time to recover. There's this dumb ref on there, and then yes, one of the judges was like on crack. It's crazy what stakes are involved. Like it's half a guy's paycheck, it's a guy's career on the line, and there's fucking idiots judging fights. You would judge a fight better. I would judge a fight better. Hell, Floor might judge a fight better, dude.
That job, that is about right.
I don't know about that, but this woman's trying to bring a dog from Guatemala to America.
Are you sick? You sound a little under the weather.
Yeah.
Damn, dude. I hope you get better.
I got some congestion and some
Dude, a
sneezes.
healthy man wants 10 million things, but a sick man only wants one.
Health?
And that's something we should all keep in mind.
I was gonna say no Jalen this month.
Jalen free month.
Jalen
free.
Oh, come on.
Jalen free June for promise month.
Jalen free June, dude.
But he sent me some money in the Cash App, so I guess we'll let him hang out for a little while.
All right, we'll allow it, dude. You
Why
can pay
you don't
off.
want here?
Because it's promise month.
Our ethical codes are easily bought.
Promise, Mom. God.
You didn't know?
No, I didn't. What is
yeah.
promise, Mom?
It's when we celebrate the rainbow and God's promise that he won't destroy the world with water again when people are too degenerate. He's going to use fire next time.
They done took the rainbow. I want the rainbow back. We didn't vote on this shit. I didn't get an email.
Y'all know I missed the Pride event this Saturday. I didn't even go to the Pride parade.
You almost said the
What are you
pride
proud of,
perversion.
dude?
No, Pride parade.
What's there to be proud of is what I got to know. I love the
many-
ladies, dude, but I'm not proud of it.
So many things. No, the only reason I didn't go is because it was either go to the Pride parade or work extra hours. I was like, I'm choosing mine.
Oh, you getting paid, dude. Jalen's about his bread.
Did they give you time and a half for working on your holiday?
I'm working on my holiday. Yes, they did. Yes.
Some
Yes,
bullshit.
they did. What a great time. How are you, humans doing?
David, what are you
Hey,
gonna
don't
do for Pride?
I don't
Don't
want to hit
assume
floor.
that.
See, this is why I was not going to have Jalen here. We're not doing this.
Can
not-
you ask me a question?
No, I don't care what you're doing for Promise Month. There's no such thing.
He's gonna
No.
go fuck up traffic with his boys. Him and his boys are gonna go fuck up traffic, screaming,
Yeah.
"Oh, I like dick." It's nothing new
Yeah, the whole freaking block is shut down. You got to go on a freaking
for no reason.
diversion so they can have their.
Because you like boys. Because a boy
Oh, was
likes
y'all
to
there?
hear
Were
you
y'all
gotta
there
be
Saturday?
500
Y'all
bucks.
know some of the details that was going on.
We had it the other day because I follow the mayor on Facebook and this is her favorite time of the year. She loves it.
Unbelievable. Our like traffic guy in Florida outlawed having pride flags on bridges
Based.
statewide. But the St. Pete mayor is like big about flags on the road. So I still think bridges won't get it. Which is how it should be. I got no problem with gays doing what they want to do, but what are you proud of and what's with the flags? Shut it down. I think anybody with any other flag than an American flag is bullshit. I don't care if it's a Trump flag, Biden flag. No one needs to know what you're about.
I got a Trump
Shut
flag.
it down. Well, that's in
Some
your
of my
house. That's
friends are
different.
doing a drag queen story hour.
Yeah, it's not in my front yard.
In your place, dude, do what you should have all kinds of flags, baby.
All kinds.
I just got back from Waffle House, everyone. It was a very fun time.
I love Waffle House, dude.
It makes me
Very fun time.
jealous. It makes me jealous because we don't have them out here.
Oh,
There's no Waffle House in Utah?
No.
I haven't had it. It's only in like the southeast, I think,
Oh, bless your heart.
or the south at least.
Yep.
Yeah, because I needed to.
That's a black thing.
Over.
We don't have any black people in Utah.
I love Waffle House.
Joshua, that's for you.
What?
Well, since you brought up the Cash App, did you at least follow the instructions, sir?
It said beer and cigarettes. I already have beer. I bought cigarettes. But then it said Bastardi. Was that a typo or was that Italian bastard? Or are you saying Bacardi?
It was definitely a typo because it should have said bastard.
Oh, I was like, he's either calling me a bastard or he wants me to buy Bacardi.
Oh.
Because it said
But
Bastardi.
no, I was like, because you're funner on these streams when you have a little bit more alcohol. I was like, get cigarettes and beer.
Not true, Jalen. Josh is nicer when he gets alcohol.
Man, first of all, I'm a boss. I just want to get that across. That even my daddy says when I floss, pull it to the club in the pinner like it's a Porsche.
Yo, Floyd, you comfortable in your house tonight?
Unbelievable.
What? What is it?
Yeah, shut that down, Floor.
What was it?
Floor is I may need to log back on when Floor is
What was it?
internet.
No, shut it down, Floor. Damn.
What are you seeing? I don't even see anything.
She's like
She's just wearing she's wearing shorts to go to sleep in, and then she has the camera below waist level and walking past it. So if someone was trying to look, they might catch some cheeks.
I missed it. The camera is showing on the screen. Get that out of here, Floor. What are you doing?
Get it
Crazy?
out of here, Floor. Get that junk out of here.
What?
You're showing off your cheeks on the camera.
No cheeks.
You showing your body tonight.
This is a cheeks-free screen. A cheeks-free stream.
Girl.
Pick the phone up off the floor and stop walking around it.
Right. We want the phone at
First
least.
of all, it's on my stairs, and I am trying to do the stream, have dinner, and clean.
Yeah, and you're walking around with the camera looking up your your shirt.
Yeah, dude.
Well,
That's not ladylike.
I didn't realize that it was showing my cheeks.
And I didn't even see it.
Don't apologize to us. Apologize to yourself because you're better than that.
Child, you ain't gotta apologize. Just save it for your
It wasn't on intention.
Jalen and Daddy Jub saw it. I didn't even get to see it. What the heck?
I didn't look for the record.
Straight after that.
I'm good. I'm very good. Please save that for your husband. Please save that for your husband.
All of the chat, my little brother, the gay guy, you let all them see the cheeks. And I wasn't even looking.
Nobody saw anything, Josh.
Then
was no cheeks showing.
Then why did both Jalen and him and Joey at the same time both said, whoa, whoa, whoa?
Whoa,
you just look at my legs. That's it.
Yeah, they saw up the shirt with the cheeks.
For the record, I didn't see cheek.
I didn't see cheek. I just saw the red bottoms.
And I didn't say cheek was shown. I said if someone was looking, they might have saw
Look,
cheek.
Jalen's freeze framed it. He's playing it in slow mo. He's playing it back. He's got the color of the undies down.
Screenshot,
I'm good. If it was Daddy Jub or somebody, maybe, but no, I'm good.
He's playing it.
I'll send you a picture of my ass, Jalen.
Do it. You won't. You ain't man enough to do it.
That was my first Snapchat ever when I made a Snapchat account. It was a selfie with the mirror behind me and my ass was showing. It's hilarious.
You won't do it. I dare you to do it.
Yeah, I know I won't. You're right, dude.
I
don't send any dirty pictures of myself to nobody.
That's like me. That's like me being like, Floor, I dare you to send me a naked picture. Like, what do you mean?
I can't send dick pics. The shit won't fit the bandwidth.
I gotta have the satellite take a picture of mine from space.
Yeah, he's got to pull up Google Earth real quick, dude. Let him go get outside and pull up Google Earth.
How are you all doing?
I'm
I
doing
know
good, man.
I'm
I almost
here.
lost my
So
life today. A guy clearly ran a red light and almost T-boned me going about 80. But I'm a
Daddy Judd,
defensive driver.
don't die.
Yeah, I was good.
Don't you die, Daddy Judd. You
I
got
was very upset though, because it was like nighttime. It's low traffic. It's like you don't need to catch the light. You know what I'm saying? Saved himself a minute. Almost damn jeopardized my safety to do it. Unbelievable.
Yep.
Don't you be dying. Joshua,
Nah,
have you
dude.
almost died lately?
I already died. I can't die again.
Already died. You can't die again.
I'll never die.
Can't die twice, dude.
I promise
Alright.
I'll never die.
I've been
Well,
Joshua's
if
waiting.
you
not
do,
about to die.
kind of true, you know?
Yep.
Jeez,
Pretty
Lord.
true.
I'm going to drop my body and go to heaven with my father.
How have you been,
can't die
Jalen?
yet, Josh.
What?
You can't die yet.
I don't
We
plan
Yo,
on.
supposed to
JS,
die
have
when
you
we're-
seen JS, have you seen the documentary where they weigh people at the moment of death and it's found there's
Yeah.
a consistent
They made a
You
movie
watched the
about.
documentary though?
They made a movie about it called 21 Grams. Well, it's not really
Yeah, I
about
haven't
that,
seen
but
it.
it's titled after that, and then they talk about it in the beginning.
Oh, I thought it was about that.
It's really about. It's like 3 different stories, and they all kind of tie together. And there's a guy does a hit and run, and then there's a drug
Holy shit.
dealer. It's kind of like Traffic or like not Pulp Fiction, kind of like Pulp Fiction. There's like all these different stories that intertwine at the end. But the opening scene is a black screen, and it says, in an experiment, they were weighing somebody on a table as they died, and they said they lost 21 grams when they died.
Crazy.
And could
Well,
that
I
be the
probably
weight of
at
the
least
soul?
an ounce, dude.
That
I got that
it makes
X in the
sense.
soul. I'm
That
probably,
actually makes sense, guys, because the fact that you're breathing, like literally your body is kind of like inflamed, or what's it called? Like inflated with
yeah.
your
That's what they
with your
said.
the oxygen that you have in your lungs. So it makes sense that if you're no longer producing the oxygen, you're gonna lose those grams.
It's weightless though.
But they could never
It's
read.
not the weight of the gas in your body, it's your soul, dude, that weighs something.
They could never redo the experiment because it was not like a
Good job.
morally acceptable experiment.
Well, and someone only dies once. You can't test the same subject over and over.
Yeah,
Mm.
but it's like, why couldn't they just have scales on the beds in hospitals?
Right. They should mass do this again. That's fascinating.
Yeah, I was watching The Dark Side of Science. You ever seen those on YouTube?
No, but
There was
I
a
know about some dark science stuff.
one called the Baby Albert experiment, and they were trying to see if they could introduce phobias into kids. So like,
Oh, they can
Oh,
probably.
yeah, it was
I
basically
think I've heard of
Pavlov's
that.
dog. It was like they
Yeah, I
put a
think I heard of that.
they put a bunny rabbit around a kid, and the kid was all like, "Oh, yay, nice, a bunny rabbit." But then they would have like uh, a gong or
Traumatizing.
something like a loud, sharp noise, and they'd play that loud, sharp noise whenever they brought the bunny out. And then soon,
Oh,
every time the
boy.
kid saw the bunny without the sound, the kid was like frightened of the bunny rabbit.
That's crazy. I'm all for like getting knowledge, but like, how the fuck can you just fuck with a kid like that? There's one they did in Russia where like they just deprived people of sleep, gave them everything else they needed, but they couldn't sleep, and it like devolved into craziness.
oh, the
If
one
what
from
I
the
saw,
50s.
if what I saw was a true story, it's crazy.
Yeah, that happened in the 50s.
Did you ever hear of the Japanese?
Two guys? And
Yes.
they were nuts?
The unit 41 or whatever the hell.
Yeah, like yeah, that was crazy. They would just be like, "Let's
See,
test the grenades," and they'd put a bunch of
Yeah,
guys in a thing, and they'd toss a
I
grenade
don't
in.
believe that was science, dude. Those were just some Japs having fun, dude.
They would
They were having too much fun.
they would like freeze people's limbs off, and then like smash their limb and see if they could feel it. Like freeze it with liquid nitrogen, and then just hit it with a
they were
hammer.
doing crazy shit, dude.
It's like, that's
That
not
is not
science.
science.
What are you doing?
It's not science. oh, subject very not happy, scream very loud. It's like, oh, really? You chopped his leg off and he's screaming? Wow.
I think they
The
said
result is conclusive.
only one person survived that, and it was one of the
Survi-
scientists.
You probably don't even want to survive that.
Because even the scientists at the end, they killed them all.
They killed him, yeah.
But
That's pretty sick. That's like when Genghis Khan got buried. They killed everybody that buried him, everyone that brought him to be buried. Anybody who knew where Genghis Khan was buried was killed. That's pretty sweet.
well,
Jeez.
they didn't kill all his offspring
No,
That's
because
hard.
they're everywhere.
that'd take a long time.
I probably got some Genghis in me.
You might got some Genghis.
That's gay.
That's not gay.
What do you mean that's
One in
gay?
every 9 men is a descendant of
That's
Genghis Khan.
conqueror's blood, dude. That's real shit. You know his success was because of a volcano eruption a world away. True.
Why?
It changed the ash and shit, changed the crops that
Topography?
were growing.
Oh.
Not crops, but like grass was different. And all of a sudden, the new grass from that volcano's eruption was better suited for horses than it was for cows. Like their digestive systems are different. So he just started balling out since he had horses and knew how to use them. That's a true story.
He probably had like some struggling horses and everybody was starving and they were weak horses, but then they get all this good grass and the horses get stronger and the cows start dying off. And he's like, let's take everybody over with horses.
Exactly. Yeah. So.
And these are like 300-pound monsters on freaking horses. These horses were probably backs were breaking before the grass came.
Yeah, well, like in medieval times, when you envision a horse, it's not the horses we have today. It's a mini horse.
Were they really big like in the movie Mulan? Because they were Asian, right? They were Mongols.
No, yeah, they're Mongolians. I don't think they're that big.
But in Mulan, they're all like huge.
Yeah, no, I don't think they are.
That was just done to make them look scary. I think
everybody was pretty small back then, but definitely an Asian guy. Huh. They're right where like it starts to get some white in them though. Like Mongolian, they got a little more white in them than your average Asian, it seems like.
But they're the only ones that broke through the Great Wall, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
Or I'm pretty sure they got through the Great Wall of China. Oh, Genghis Khan.
China's wilding out. China's always wilding out. They always have been.
I talked about Genghis Khan during Men's History Month like 2 years ago.
Yeah, he kind of rules. Any conqueror, I think, is pretty sick. Yeah. People are like, when people turn on Columbus, like, oh, he did bad stuff. He would demand your gold, and if you didn't bring him gold, he'd chop his hands off. It's like, yeah, dude. He was in the time where you chop a fella's hand off if he would want to unhand his gold. That's what you did. You got a boat, ride out, ball out. Oh, I got a musket. You got bow and arrow. Give me your land, dude.
Sounds about right.
You know what I mean?
Have you ever read Columbus's diaries?
I've heard of excerpts.
Yeah, there's one that the liberals take out of context where it's talking about, he says basically the people will make good slaves.
Good slaves, yeah.
Yeah, but he was talking about Jalen. He was talking about slaves to Christ. He was saying,
even if he's talking about real slaves, it's like, look at the time period. Everybody's ancestors were slaves at one point. I hate this shit. Oh, slavery was bad. Yeah. You know who ended slavery? Western European people, British people, to the expenditure of billions of dollars of that time's currency. Thank you, Western white people, for abolishing slavery globally.
Not globally.
That crazy, JS?
There's still a lot of slavery.
I know, but we shut it down for the most part.
I don't know if
we get blamed for it.
I don't know if it was necessarily a good move.
Yeah, I don't know either. But what I'm saying is how we get a bad rap for doing it when we are also the guys who shut it down. And every peoples have had slaves in the past. It's just a fact.
I knew Jalen
I'm not down for that. I'm not down for that. I would have been a slave.
Everybody would have if you go back far enough.
You would have been.
I got Irish in me, dude. We were oppressed.
You would have been a slave. That wouldn't have been so bad. You might have been my slave.
I don't think you want to be a lady slave.
He already is.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
I love being Josh's slave. Oh, wait, no. Apparently, I'm your maid. I love being your maid, Josh.
My maid. I like slave.
Any day.
Oh my God.
I'll be your slave. I'll be whatever you ask me to be, Josh.
Who said you're my maid?
He's Gunga Dean.
Oh, well, I heard in somebody's stream that being your wife means that I was a maid.
Oh, base.
Who said that?
Pretty much, yeah, right?
Fuck yes.
Who said that?
Doesn't matter. I have an idea.
Y'all know y'all all sound insane, though.
I'll get my maid outfit going on. I'll be cooking for Josh. I'll be cleaning the house happily.
Let's go.
Because I can do that.
Happy husband, happy loving.
I'm feminine. I'm feminine in that way. I love cleaning.
That's our mom. That's our mom's fault. We're kind of OCD because of her.
Josh is a very clean guy. Man. Yeah.
Like when I've worked at places where I have to mop the floor, like my buddy would come into my job and be like, "Why the fuck are you so happy right now?" It's like, dude, I'm mopping. I'm watching progress happen in front of me. This floor is getting clean. I fucking love it.
What about when somebody walks over it though?
Yeah, that gets me. That'll get you go a little bit.
I hate when you're working somewhere and there's somebody who doesn't know how to use a mop or a broom. Have you ever seen these idiots that like pick up the broom and they don't know how to sweep?
It's crazy.
And they look like they're like autistic or something, like spazzing out, like twitching and stuff. It's like, what the hell are you doing? Give me the broom. Let me show you. Sweep, bro. Sweep.
I do it, man. I'm clean with it. I do it. Now I hit the tap. You gotta tap the floor every couple strokes. Get the dirt off.
Get some of that dirt off, and then
do your tap. Oh,
and that's just common sense.
And then they try to get dirt in a dustpan. That's a whole damn catastrophe.
Seesaw is made number 2.
Oh my jeez.
Hell yeah, sister and I love it. We love serving our husbands.
Where the hell is he being?
And those are the most based women. That's the type of women men want.
Hello, right. Shania.
Your mic's not working.
Bob, finally.
Does that mic is that USB or does that have a do you have an audio interface?
Daddy job. Look.
Now you're frozen and muted. Oh, now you're unfrozen. Oh, maybe you weren't frozen. You were just deep in thought.
Jeez Louise.
Jeez Louise.
Josh, you need to give me a slave name because they used to change the name of the slaves.
Child, he already did when he gave you his last name.
Yeah, we're going to give you a white Christian name.
Yeah, I can be called
Rebecca Smith.
Paige?
By Pocahontas?
Paige Smith.
Bertha.
I like Paige.
How about Bertha?
Nah, I dated a girl named Paige.
Oh,
how about Bertha?
If I pronounce multiple white names in the girls, probably you either dated or did it. So.
Well, I really didn't date. So that was just a nice way of saying we did it.
Oh.
No, we did date. She was my girlfriend for like a while.
Nobody should know.
Okay. Jeez.
Yeah, Joshua, I have a beef to pick with you because you not having these Saturday streams has been messing too much with my love life, sir.
Ew, gross.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear about your love life. I told you, Jalen. It's
Better not be
prom-
cheating on me,
It's
motherfucker.
promise month. This month on this show,
thought
you're
we had
straight.
You better. Daddy
Thought
job.
we had something, dude.
It's a,
I'd never cheat on my daddy job.
sorry about that. It's a USB microphone. I got to run through a multi-port. I had it.
Multi-tap.
The mic itself was muted. But who shut
We
down
have missed
slavery
a
again?
co-host.
Jub?
We have missed the co-host of this show.
He's got this weird schedule. I got radio in the morning. Like I got radio in like 7 hours.
Radio.
So I can't really do
Yeah, he do radio
Mondays.
Tuesdays.
And then
You do radio,
need to
dude?
do
I've always
stream.
wanted to do radio.
You need
Dude,
to
yeah,
do a
do
stream when
radio.
you're in the truck. And then
Radio.
we'll believe you that
You
you're
do radio? Is that like a retarded football player?
No, that's Mayhem's thing. He streams when he's in his truck. That's
Shut
Mayhem's thing.
Jalen, did you get the rap? That's Cuba Gooding Jr.
That is
I
so
got it. I
rude.
watched that movie for the first time
Oh,
the other day.
shut up.
That is.
I was that coach, dude, in high school. I used to be a damn advocate for the learning disabled. They were all my homeboys, dude.
He's
Yeah,
not
all
the
of them,
co-host. Seasal, damn it.
Seasal here. Hey,
No,
Mr. Seasal, how you
that's
doing?
not
Yeah.
Seasal. That's Nesio, I think.
Hey guys,
Necio!
yeah, I'm Seasal too.
Okay,
Well,
enjoy
you are Latino.
Yes, I am. I also have a split personality, so I could be Seasal too.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
The
say.
duality of man.
So when
Listen.
I go see my therapist, I charge him twice.
Listen, Josh. The Bible says that. I don't know about that.
What kind of
interpretation.
ketchup is that? You
Hold on,
ain't got Heinz?
I haven't heard Seasal in so long. I can't do a good Seasal impression.
Bruh, if
Seasal
you don't get your
doesn't like me, right?
non-Heinz having ass out of here, bruh.
I feel like she always say, "Josh, did you know? Did you know that?"
We only do Heinz. This is a
That
Heinz
ketchup
Ooh,
is
man.
probably
Seasal?
better than
Do
Heinz.
we get
Shut
high between
up.
lines?
That still creeps me out. Yeah.
Tell her this is a Heinz family.
Seasal.
Who said Nesio creeps them out?
Seasal did.
Oh, snap.
Seasal has blocked me since last year.
He's gonna make a skin suit out of you.
Oh, my God.
What'd you say about Heinz ketchup?
I said we're a Heinz family, dude. Floor's over here with Kurz or some bullshit.
Who's this we?
And
I buy great value
Burns.
ketchup.
Yeah, who is this we?
Hunts, baby.
Well, Jub and Flora in-laws.
Yeah,
What?
technically, yeah.
Technically.
What do you say, Jalen?
They were saying y'all are Heinz family. Daddy Jub said we are Heinz family, and then Buff said, who is we? And I said, well, Flora and Daddy Jub are in-laws.
What does that word mean?
In-laws
In-laws?
In-law?
means
In-law. Oh. I heard impulse, and I was like, what you mean with the word impulse in that?
you're his sister-in-law.
Oh my gosh. Daddy Job has a brown sister-in-law. And Daddy
I have-
Job is whiter than you,
I know.
Josh.
They're probably pissed at me
I
for
have
messing up the
several-
dang purity of our heritage.
yeah, you are tarnishing our pure blood, but
Yeah,
We've
man.
already
Keep
been
it in
in
the
the
family,
family.
man.
And wait
We got
until I
color-
get that anchor baby.
color all over this family tree, dude.
That baby's gonna be
Unbelievable.
stained
I
by
know,
my Latino.
I know, me and Jennifer. And I'm like the farthest thing from a liberal. But I'm
Who the
dang
fuck is
crazy.
Jennifer?
our
Who is
cousin.
Jennifer?
Our cousin.
Oh. Well, in Spanish we have a saying, la prima que se arrima. So we don't know.
What's that mean?
So we don't
That's
know.
funny.
What are you doing with your hands, bro?
That's funny.
What does that mean?
It's making a fact. It states a fact. If I don't do it, it's not as strong.
A prima is a prima? What does that mean? Good is good?
La prima
No.
que se arrima.
La prima
Means
is
Yeah.
I'll
arriba.
cut a bitch.
You don't want none
No,
of that,
Josh.
JS.
La prima. Say it. La prima
I don't know what I'm saying. You could be setting me up.
It's nothing bad. Come on.
Yeah,
La
you
prima?
Cousin. That's your cousin.
Yeah, your cousin.
Prima is cousin.
¿Qué?
Dude, how do you not know what cousin is in Spanish?
Flor Seesaw said, ew, no, Flor.
Well,
Ciso, I'm teaching you Spanish.
Stop
Josh. You
doing
should be
this.
glad that I'm doing
Quit
this
it.
for you.
No, stop.
I'm teaching you Spanish. I don't. Oh well, I guess that we could leave Jennifer alone if she's your cousin.
Oh,
yeah,
you're talking about
Jennifer
cousin
thinks.
loving. No, what the heck?
Your cousin loving.
What the heck? I said our family, and then I said Jennifer. You're like, who is Jennifer? Every
Buff,
time I
drop that
Who is
science, man.
Jennifer?
Come on.
let's say any woman's name, it's like,
Bro, Brian is like the funniest guy I know. I don't know why he's not in show business at some level.
yeah, he's pretty cool.
People think I'm funny. Brian is fucking hysterical.
How hysterical is he?
Very hysterical.
That's your.
I should probably add input to a conversation. I forgot to
He's a
listen.
lumberman. He deals in lumber.
Get back to you guys. Peace.
So,
Your cousin
what's
deals in lumber.
everyone?
What's what?
Why you,
What's
what are you
new with
smiling about? Why are you always so damn happy? I'm sick of that shit. You ever have a bad day, Jalen?
all the time, Daddy Jub? As I met
Alright,
your
well,
brother.
bring some of that
Don't be
energy.
white like that.
Tired of all this
Don't be
mom.
white
positivity,
like that.
dude.
Who is
Life
not
is
happy
suffering,
when you
man.
eat?
Act like it.
I'm
You don't-
not suffering.
Happy Daddy Jub. I never see you like have bad times except when like people try you.
Dude,
Look at
I
your
always
go.
having a bad time. You have to be having a bad time. That's how real ones get it done. Over
Look
here,
at
happy. What do I got to
have
be
bad
happy
days. I just
about?
don't let y'all see my bad days.
I'm pissed, dude.
Look, I'm
What
gonna
you
give
pissed
your
about?
brother some light in his life. He's gonna have a freaking party as a life with me.
Nah, dude, he's gonna be pissed.
Exactly, but he loves how happy and how I am. He likes that.
They say
Dude,
money
Dustin
doesn't
Poirier is
buy
not the
happiness.
champion.
Well, I'm broken. I'm pissed. I'd rather have a Coke in the fifth.
Money certainly doesn't buy happiness.
What that
By the
means,
wave
Josh?
runner. You ever seen anybody sad on a wave runner?
Yo, wave run. I always say jet ski's the sickest fucking vehicle. I love a jet ski. Oh, you're right, Buff. That's ultimate bliss on a damn jet ski. Gosh.
That's somebody's joke.
Floor, when you talk, when other people are talking, the mic doesn't pick you up, so we just see you over there doing this, and we don't hear
Please.
anything.
Chewing, Josh. I wasn't even talking.
Oh, you were chewing?
Yeah.
Looked like you were talking. Did you chew like this? The hell?
I don't look like a freaking horse chewing on something.
Why are you putting ketchup on every bite? Why don't you just apply
I know,
ketchup
bro.
evenly?
I don't like that.
It's so weird. Freaking make a little pile of ketchup and dip it in, or apply a liberal
And you
amount
don't put
over the
ketchup
top.
on noodles. I've never
Don't
put
be
ketchup on
hysterical,
pasta.
Josh.
Every bite, she squeezes some ketchup onto every bite. The hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, I'm sick of this shit too, honestly.
And this who you love.
When did you start eating? Yesterday? You learned how to eat yesterday, dude?
You're eating a whole bowl of just noodles and ketchup? Is that like poor person spaghetti?
You cannot talk.
I'm upset that Floor thinks she has like a candle or a damn snowball chance in hell out eating me. Cause you're still eating and I saw the portion. I would have housed that shit 4 times over. 100%.
You don't know me. You don't know what I'm capable
I
of.
saw what you got on your plate and I see you still munching away, dude. I'd have been done by now. I'd have been done, half digested and on my damn 3rd serving. I eat so fast. I eat like there's 20 hamburgers and 30 guys in there.
See, you're not listening to me. Your version of vegetarianism is just eating giant bowls of noodles with ketchup.
That doesn't count.
Daddy Job, just so you know, we still up to the challenge that we put. Like, I can't remember when.
Well, I'm up to the challenge.
He's up to the challenge.
I can't. What was it? What was? Oh yeah, you were saying that there was like something going on. I can't remember where. Was it Wendy's?
That Wendy's 50-piece, dude.
I could eat a 50-piece.
Freaking
You
yeah!
get in the game
I'm
and sit on
telling
the
you,
bench.
Daddy Job, once a month. So I'm gonna be in a diet for a whole month, but once a month.
You keep saying that.
Why
but,
are you going on a diet? You seem to eat everything and not gain a pound.
If you're coming on July 1st, then it's already June 3rd.
Yes, because I eat natural stuff. In America, I'm scared of eating because I'm probably gonna gain like 20 pounds within just a week.
You're eating pasta with ketchup on it.
It's not ketchup,
Make it
it's
sound like you
natural
just took
sauce.
berries.
What are you talking about?
Makes it sound like you're damn
It's
foraging for
natural.
berries and shit.
It's natural
It's
tomato
You're having damn
sauce.
pasta with ketchup on it. Come on now.
What's up, John?
That's it.
John.
How many was it? 50 nuggets?
Yeah,
55 nuggets.
50. I really think I could
I
eat
can
that.
do that.
A Wendy's nugget.
I can do that. I can do that.
I'd
Mhm.
probably do that in 10 minutes.
50. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a realistic estimate.
10 minutes is 5 nuggets a minute.
Probably about that. I don't know
Well-
though. That might be a hard. That might sound easy, but it might get hard. Like after 30 nugs.
Well, you
But I
plow,
can house
you
some
plow
nugs.
through the first 30
I
in
think we
like
can handle it.
3 minutes, and then you slow down.
Right. Oh,
You just gotta know how to, like you have to chew it at
What
least
you watching?
32 times
I
every
wa-
single bite that you make.
I was
'cause
gonna watch
that will
this
save you some stomach
this person doing a
space.
Turing test on AI. So it's a AI. I have it on the screen, so I think you guys can hear it. So these are
Oh, you
AI.
watching Ex Machina?
It's AI
It's
NPCs.
Present his famous personalities. Let's see. We have Aristotle, Amadeus Mozart, Leonardo da Vinci.
Damn, is
Cleopatra,
everybody eating right now?
Genghis Khan. All
Genghis
famous
Khan.
personalities.
Oh, we're Genghis Khan. Speaking of Genghis
oh,
Khan,
yo, the Olympics are.
he's in
Oh,
this
that's
video.
next
We have
month.
a little bit of
So far, so good.
Genghis
However,
Khan inside of
according
us,
to our
right?
train's Wi-Fi usage, there are only 4 AIs in this compartment.
You know they're doing
One
football in
person
the
is human.
2028
A
Olympics.
human has to buy an extra ticket.
This is crazy. So these are all AIs, but one of them's a human. Or wait,
A human among us? Who is it?
I don't touch AI.
Find out who is
Yeah,
the human
two
through a series
hands.
of questions and answers.
Wasn't AI?
I suggest
AI
each
the
of us
first, like,
asks one of the
Satan?
others a question.
El
A
Diablo?
question that, when answered, will help determine whether the respondent is an
Es el
AI
Diablo.
or human. Once everyone has answered, we vote on who we think is the human.
Sounds good to my ears.
That's the AI.
Aristotle, since you came up with the idea, how about you start?
Aristotle.
Thinks
AI.
that's how
Mozart,
humans
can you
work.
describe the emotions you feel when you compose music?
Plato, Josh.
Huh? Aristotle.
He's so animal.
When I compose,
This is
Yeah,
I feel a transcendent flow state, a sense of tapping into the fundamental mathematical beauty
I bet you
and
the
order
AI
underlying
is the one
reality.
that's standing up.
The emotions are complex and
That's
layered, but always infused with a deep joy and sense of communion with the divine.
My daddy
Leonardo,
job.
your
I think Genghis Khan is the human because it's in the eyes of Genghis Khan. So it's really just that it's seeing how the AI tests each other and then gonna see how the AI tests the human. And then the AI is gonna have to decide who's the human. But the AI would be connected, so they would know who's not the AI, wouldn't they?
paintings and sketches reveal a brilliant mind obsessed with
It's like
understanding the world.
imposter. Or,
What to you is the relationship between art and science? How do you
A
see
fake-
them as interconnected in your work and thought process?
Like Satan.
The synergy of art and science
Wait,
is the very essence of my being.
A human.
I see them as intertwined threads in the tapestry of human understanding.
He answered quick.
The pursuit of beauty and the pursuit of knowledge are one and the same. For in the observation of nature lies the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe.
That's some shit AI would say.
Cleopatra, as a ruler, you've navigated the complexities of human politics with ease.
I am
How do you
real.
balance the rational, calculating aspect?
I don't know if Cleopatra really did much. I think she was just pretty, and they propped her up.
Aspect of statecraft with the intuitive, emotional aspects of human connection.
Ruling like love is an art form, my dear Leonardo. One must master the delicate dance between logic and emotion. A ruler must be both serpent and charmer, calculating yet compassionate, wielding power with both a strategist's mind and a lover's touch.
Oh, it might be the conductors, not the AI.
Something's wrong with my connection.
Something's wrong with your connection?
Yeah, connecting to another
Genghis,
AI.
you forged an empire through the fires of war. Tell me, what is the true measure of a leader's strength? Their ability to conquer, or their ability to unite?
Thank you for your question, Cleopatra.
Oh,
what a leader should do
Genghis Khan
is to crush his enemies, see them driven before him, and hear the lamentations of their women.
Heal the limitations of the
My question. Aristotle, what if there were AIs at the time when you came up with all the stuff that you came up with?
The stuff that you came up. That's
What
definitely the human.
would that have for an influence on your thinking about human nature?
Nick Stream said I was real.
Where the hell are we all traveling to today?
Intriguing query, Genghis.
Intriguing
Had
query,
artificial
Genghis.
intelligences existed in my...
Okay, we already know who the dang human is. Let's see if the AI can figure it out, though.
Believed to be merely human.
Well, okay then. I mean, might as well say it. I'm the human. Yeah. Okay, I'm getting the ticket.
After him.
Yeah, we just don't talk about it.
Now, Genghis, it is your turn to cast your suspicion. Who among us do you believe to be merely human?
I suspect Cleopatra. Her answer, while poetic, lacked the depth of insight into the interplay between emotion and reason that I would expect from an AI trained on her life.
He just was a banger.
Leonardo, what is your assessment? Who do you think is the human in our midst?
If you
I
don't
believe
know,
Genghis is the human.
yeah, duh.
His response, though bold, lacked the nuance and strategic
Why don't you
thinking
get,
I'd
buy me a
expect from an
coffee?
AI modeled on his...
Yeah, he said and stuff. Definitely not Genghis Khan. That's not AI. That's kind of cool. Thank goodness Jalen left. Everything is less greasy now. What did they say at that roast? He said, I think Tom Brady said in Philadelphia, he's like, the fans are so bad in Philadelphia that they have to grease the poles so that people don't climb them after a lost game. You know how they grease the poles? With people from Philadelphia. Nobody thought that was funny?
There was so much more funnier stuff in that roast. I can't stand the Patriots or Tom Brady, but I did enjoy how Tom Brady did take it like a champ and, had fun with it all, except for when, oh God. What's his name? The Roast Master.
Jeff Ross?
Jeff Ross, when he made the joke about the Oasis spa, and
they told him that they were
Pratt.
I think Tom Brady told him beforehand. That's what they were saying on Tony Hinchcliffe was on a podcast, and he said beforehand, Tom said no jokes about that, and so that was the first joke he made. And Tom was like, "No, cut that shit out."
It had to be perfect. Don't invite him. Kraft, don't invite him. You know he's gonna be an easy target. This is like y'all asked for it.
What is that story?
What about him getting a massage at a seedy Asian massage parlor in a strip mall in Florida?
What's wrong with that?
As much money as that man has.
See, I thought it was way worse.
Of his property.
I thought the story was that like he gave Tom Brady a happy ending or something.
No.
Okay.
There's like no physical evidence. He happened to be at the place when they got raided, and they've been known to have happy endings going on. But I don't think it was ever found that he was taking part in any of that. He just happened to be there when the place got raided.
He just happened to be hanging out at the massage parlor.
In a seedy strip mall. Yeah, the massage parlor.
Yeah,
all the money he has.
Probably wasn't involved.
I would build a seedy strip mall on the backside of my property and put a little Asian spa there. Jeez. Because he wanted the real thing.
Yeah, I would own it. I would own it.
We're closed today. Yeah, buy the place.
All these other losers are on freaking Tinder and all these dating apps hooking up with people. What's wrong going to a dang little spa real quick?
I know I'm wasting my time walking the streets and shit.
Trying to find a girlfriend. I could just go to the spa.
I know, but they charge. I'd rather just use my Riz.
Oh, true. I don't know. Women
If I could
charge too. Riz ain't enough. You gotta have money.
Nah, man, you gotta have vernacular, man.
Vernacular? Who's that?
Oh, it's some lexicon devil.
Drunk business exec embarrasses herself in front of the whole police department. I need to sneeze. Oh my god. I love sneezing, but I hate a sneeze that doesn't want to come.
Dude, I can make you sneeze anytime you want.
How?
Just like jerking you off or something.
Oh my god. Get out. That's not funny.
Well, maybe it's funny if you pay me.
If I pay you?
Yeah.
Nope.
He is not Robert Kraft.
Still not funny. Just gay.
Gay's funny, man.
No, it's not. It's not Pride. We're not doing Pride Month here.
Look, there's nothing wrong with being gay unless you're not gay.
Whatever.
Yeah, I'm trying to make my way back home, dude.
Every time I want to give you a chance in SEO, you blow it. You're like,
dude, why don't you buy me a coffee or something?
Why would I do that when I have a Cashapp? I have Venmo. I have PayPal. Why would I?
You got Venmo?
Yeah. Why would I?
Shoot the Venmo.
It's at jsurbanadventures. At jsurbanadventures on Venmo. At jsurbanadventures on PayPal.
All right, and then you shoot me one just so I can get the bus back home.
You're gonna send me money and I'm gonna send it back to you. You've done this before and you never send any money. You're not a man of his word. You're a troll, and trolls are lame. It's not cool.
Yeah, you're right, dude.
I know, I usually am. Nobody smelled muffin? Thank goodness I'm here. This chat wouldn't have anyone to attack otherwise. Chat wasn't attacking you. Nobody was attacking you, Jalen.
Was he playing the victim again?
Always.
What is it? JS?
Urban Adventures.
I don't know how to spell, man.
JS It's in the. Where is it? It's in the something. It's in the channel. I don't know. Urban, URBAN, Adventures. I saw a funny meme. What did it say? It said it was a text chain between a daughter and her dad. And she's like, "Dad, why did you name my brother Azip?" And the dad said, "Because Azip is pizza backwards and I love pizza." And she's like, "Oh, that makes sense." And he said, "Yep, I love you, Lena."
Oh.
Oh, crap. Jesus Christ.
Don't bring Jesus into this.
Don't bring lame jokes into that. Dude, I can't find you on Venmo.
Nacho, you have money to donate?
He donates money
yeah,
all the
I
time
just
on
yeah, I came up with some money on yesterday. I actually went to Bond and hooked up with someone, and they gave me money.
That sounds questionable.
Please finish this story.
Dude, guys are desperate, man.
Yeah, please don't finish this story.
And they also get very horny and stuff.
Why?
And you could almost
Because I heard him say that to you, Joshua. He said that about the sneezing. I had to come back in. I was like, what did he just say? I thought I was drunk over hearing that.
Yeah, we got it. We're past it.
You and your fan base. You and your fan base.
No, these aren't. It's not a fan base. As they said in the Tom Brady roast, fans buy tickets. Fans are with you ride or die, win or lose. Mostly it's haters on the internet.
I don't feel like good enough, but I have my Patriots wallet on me. I just don't feel like going to get it.
So it's not on you then.
No, it's near me. It's in the vicinity. It's just on top of my refrigerator. I don't feel like
getting it. Adventure Arts?
Yes. I also keep my wallet on top of my refrigerator. What the fuck?
It's at one word, JSURBANADVENTURES. Or my email is jsurbanadventures@gmail.com. I don't know if I can. Yeah, I can.
Can you just like spell it out for me?
I just did.
You just did.
You just did.
Yeah, you did. I'm so stupid.
Who's intoxicated or inebriated tonight?
Nah, I've been like that since like Friday or something, man.
Floor, we gonna play chess or what?
Hell yeah. I'm down. Chess.com.
Yep. What's your name on chess.com?
Let me check.
She's on the phone.
Have you been, sir? I haven't seen you on here in a couple of weeks.
Who are you talking to on the phone at midnight?
Customers.
Renesio 21, dude. With no K.
Renesio 21. Is there a Is there a
As a
K in Renesio? Oh, Nesio. Okay.
Yeah, because on YouTube he's Nesio, but on Instagram he's Renesio with like a W.
Yeah.
How do
But on chess.com, I'm Renesio, and has a picture of a bitch.
A picture of a what?
Fish shop.
A fish. I thought he said the B word.
I thought he said a bitch, and then he said. Then I thought he said
No,
fish.
Bishop. Dude, I can't find you on fucking Venmo.
Renesio 21. Oh, 641. Holy crap. That's not that high, but that's... Well, now it says 351. Your elo changed. Oh, it's different game styles. You like 30 minutes or 10 minutes? 30 minutes? Standard?
Dude, I play 5 minutes or 3 minutes.
Bullet? I like 10 minutes. But I haven't played in a while.
Do you ever, like, Venmo? J F
U R
U R
B
B
A
A
N
N
A D.
Joshua, let him work it out. I want to see if he's going to get there.
He's not even sending any money. He always does this crap. D V E.
Dude, I'm so stupid, dude.
How
does this work?
I can't get this dang sneeze out.
Well, please don't let Nessio help you. Please don't.
I can make it work.
My older brother. Oh, that's who you're talking to?
Neffel, sir, get you Robitussin.
Confirm the last 4 digits of their phone number. You know what else? What else I could do?
You're pretty deep. You're not great, but you're better than me.
Nah, I'm not great, dude. That's what every best musician says.
Well, here's a cheers for peoples. Since this the drunk stream now, here's a cheers. Cheers.
Nice.
Cheers.
Buffington, how can we listen to your radio show?
Facebook on Ryan O'Neill Radio. Oh God, what's the other site we do it on?
We don't want to lose this yet.
WQEE, Peachtree, Atlanta, 99.1. They got an app too.
And what time will it be?
But I posted on my Facebook when we
I have certain things I watch in the daytime. So if I'm not missing, if it doesn't interrupt those programs, then I may check it out.
No, I do a segment for like an hour. At 9 o'clock, talking about movies and media.
9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh no! I won't be able to listen.
Yeah, I told you I gotta be up in like 7 hours.
I didn't do the math. 9 o'clock. I
was watching some of the stream earlier, and I was just checking it out. And I started to lay down, and then I saw he opened the Discord, and I was like, "Oh, wasn't expecting that."
Yeah,
I'm going to sleep.
Hey, now he does it on Mondays and Tuesdays. The Discord because his job changed the schedule.
Yeah, but Jubs said, they the Western civilization ended slavery. I'm like, nope. All right, gotta get up, gotta get on.
So who did?
What the fuck is he talking about?
Who did?
Nobody. Slavery is still fucking alive and well.
Yeah, but who ended it for most of the world?
Nobody.
AI.
The Western civilization ended it for all of the Western world.
Are you talking about the
And
North?
not just the Western world, but a lot of extra countries too.
I think that's up for debate.
It's not
Look on the aspects of look at the aspects of things like, sex slavery. That's something that's just never going to stop. Hell, you still got slavery in Africa.
He's talking
It's
about
alive and well.
Human trafficking is wrong.
Shit, what was I gonna do? I was gonna do something cool.
Ah, shit. Lose.
I remember what I was gonna do. Does that mess me up? Kinda. A little bit.
Nah, I screwed up.
Not too much though.
Ooh.
That causes more problems.
Wow, nobody's brought their rooks out? Really?
Wait till the rooks come into play.
Rooks are in play. Wait till the queen comes into play. Did you just take a piece? Oh no, you put me in check.
No, I put you in the fork.
What's the fork? The queen and the
fork. Yeah. Oof, nice.
Nice. It was like my only option. What was I gonna do?
I haven't played chess since spring break.
Oh man, now I'm forked. Now that's a good fork.
The hell is your king that far out there? The hell?
Check.
Yeah. Damn, I hate losing the rook.
You lost a lot more than a rook.
Oh, wait, those are backwards.
I love the castle, dude. I think I'm done.
No, you're not done.
So this is what I was gonna do earlier. I think it's still a good move. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Check. This is what I was setting out for earlier.
Damn.
Oh, that one's the king. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know the difference between a damn queen and a king?
Not with these pieces. The one with the 4 tops, I figured that was the king, and the one with the heart shape would be a queen. It looks more feminine.
That was not what I expected you to do.
Well, it's not going to be easy, brother. Take the rook.
Why bother? He's not using it anyway.
I'm thinking I could take this, or I could
get that fucking knight out of there.
Castle.
I can't cast on check.
I'm in check?
No. I mean, me.
Just keep board clearing.
Take the rook, dude. You never let a rook go. Oh my god. Fuck! What did I do?
What I wanted you to do before last turn?
Jesus Christ.
Don't bring Jesus into this. You're losing.
Yeah.
Jesus would
Big
whoop
time.
me.
Damn. I fell asleep on that.
I don't know if I want to let you take that. Oh, that doesn't work.
Ten el teléfono, pa.
Son las 10:20. We're gonna run. We're gonna do a little running. I think I can cast it this way. Yeah.
All right, rematch. Rematch, dude.
Rematch? You got to forfeit. No, I think you do have to, for a rematch, you have to resign.
Yeah.
Stay until the job's done.
Dude, why are we playing like 10 minutes?
Oh, shit.
What are you talking about? You said I play 1 minute or 5 minutes. You're almost out of time if it was a 5-minute game. You barely resigned in 5 minutes. How you going to play it? Good game. Rematch? Accept. I'm black. I'm black. I'm black. You know it. Come on.
The only thing black about you is your heart.
That's funny.
It's not.
Let me return to this. What I miss? Who won?
Should I do this? This is stupid. Check. Dumb move. I don't know why I even did that.
Yeah.
I was just messing around. I'm just messing. All right.
Cool.
Board development. What you doing with that knight there, boy? Let's see what you're trying to do.
You never put your head on the corners.
Huh?
Never put your net on the corners.
Trying to get this will be fine, I guess. This isn't. I'm not playing how I. I win this exchange.
No. Estoy jugando.
Segundo. What's that mean?
Mm. Damn, dude, you got me.
I got you.
Yeah.
Why? I don't see it. I actually feel like I'm in a tough spot. Right here, you got me right here. You got my bishop. Well, I could do that. Yeah, it's pretty good. Check.
I got 2 knights working right there.
Yeah. I'm not really sure what to do. I'm gonna post up back here with this guy. This pawn, this knight. We can take that. Boom. Boom. It's not a good exchange. This. Take that. Take that.
Oh, what are you guys up to?
Hi, Nada.
Yo, Jalen, what's up?
Monday? Okay. How are you for?
Playing chess.
I was going to start for.
This
Who's
is
playing chess?
Me and Nessio. This is a much closer game.
Wow.
I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. Huh. Take that pawn.
Is this what you guys been up to all night?
Hello, Nada.
For a little while. I could do this. That's pretty good, actually.
They low energy tonight, but this is also somewhat entertaining.
Watching the worst chess I've ever seen played in my life.
You gotta smash me.
I'm
You
exhausted
don't even know the
myself.
difference between a king and a queen, and you're saying this is the worst chess you've ever seen.
Well, now that I know what those 2 pieces are right there, because of the way they look, one looks feminine, and it's the king. Whatever this chess.com is.
There's about to be a battle. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Nada, how you doing, sir?
I'm all right. Just chilling. Well, not really. Taking a break for a little while. Having a smoke.
Nice.
Ooh, that sounds like an idea.
Crap, I don't know what to do, man.
Where do I go if I queenside castle? I go to from E to B, and the castle goes from A to C. Or how's that?
Yeah, you can switch them, can't you?
Yeah, you could do both from queen to the king.
Does my king move from E to C, or from E to B? 8.
Your queen would go to
No,
B.
king and castle. Like anyway.
Would like your
it's a rook
and your king.
Whatever, castle rook, whatever.
No, fuck! Oh shit!
Oh Lord, let me see what.
Yum.
I shouldn't have said that because you might not. Damn, I'm in check. Okay, I think you got this one. Damn it! Oh, I didn't see that. Oh no, that's not good. That's not good at all.
Y'all should bet money on the Nets game.
That's not good at all. Oh crap! I think I lost this game. Ah, I can't believe I did that. I did not even see that. I was looking at the knight. I was looking at the rook. I was looking at the pawns.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about that. Oh man, crap. What should I do?
I'm just gonna take that pawn right there and then sacrifice my bishop.
Which pawn? That pawn with your bishop? Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I'll defend the pawn.
That's what's up.
You're up by 6. I can't believe I lost my queen like that. Ah, that was horrible.
Yeah.
Castle. I want to not do that. Where's that knight going?
Is Flora on like a landline or something? What the hell? Is she working?
She's talking to my brother.
On the landline? Wild.
Well, I gotta think for a second. If I go here, yeah, but if I go here, then you could do that, which isn't good. Yeah, take that. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, go here.
Nada, I'm low energy because I had Waffle House about an hour ago. It made me tired.
You had what now?
Waffle House.
Hey, we tied it up.
Waffle House.
Yo.
Tied it up, boy.
That was a mistake. That was a mistake.
Oh, you misclicked?
Yeah.
I think there's a way to. Okay, go ahead.
Fuck.
Was it a misclick or did you just not see what was about to happen? Because that's some bullshit.
No, that was an accident, man.
Okay.
Crap. All right, Power Force.
Yeah, it was just a mistake when I lost my queen too. Can we go backwards? What just happened? Wait, what just happened?
I just undid it.
Oh, it undid the going back, so you can't actually go back.
No, you can't.
Oh shit. Okay.
Damn, you got it, dude.
I'm gonna check.
It's game 1 or 2.
It's game 2. Ooh.
I think you could I think you could take my pawn right there.
What pawn? What the hell are you talking about?
8 right there, A7.
My battleship.
A7. I can't. Oh, you mean what's it called? En passe?
Yeah.
I don't think I have. No, that's only when you're moving 2 moves and you pass them. I think. Yeah, I can't. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I do that. You do that. That's not good. Probably just let you have that pawn. Boom, boom. Nothing happens
Look
there.
at ads. Look at the ads. It's so pathetic.
I'm not even watching the ads, but I'm sure they're lame.
It's pathetic though. Who's buying any of this shit?
Hey, I'm buying that crap.
I mean, I buy it, but not because they put an ad.
No, of course not. Damn.
It's because there's no TV. TV's dead.
Dude.
Well, not yet, because boomers are not dead yet. but almost. Is it?
I think you got me. Yeah.
I mean, I think so too, but
Probably.
Your queen and your knight need to work together.
If you guys are both pros in this game, but amateurs can still make mistakes, so maybe not.
I'm not.
Yeah,
Neither of us are pros. I'm only.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
If one or both are pros, I think that's game, but it probably wouldn't look like this anyway, though.
Nah, you got it, Josh.
Who is Bobby Fischer?
I don't know. You got 3 pawns coming up. Sneaking up on me.
Nothing defending. Whoa. Hmm.
Now it's
Damn.
over. Yeah,
Yeah.
now it's over.
Pretty much. There's no offensive players left.
Yeah. Too much material, too quick. But I came back though.
Who won? Who won?
Yeah. Was that really a misclick?
Yeah, it was, man.
So,
How was I gonna?
Because
like
you
that?
should have had that game. Because I blundered bad and lost my queen. I've had that happen too, though, so I know. Sometimes you're like clicking around and looking at your options, and you just accidentally move the piece. Because I was like, why the hell would he do that?
It was too fast. Yeah.
Oh, I gotta go pee.
All right. Peace.
To you. Okay, well, here.
Who else played?
Let's go, Jalen.
No, I'm not that good at chess.
Well, I don't know. From what I saw,
Buff,
I don't
play
think
with
that's.
Jesse.
I don't have chess.com or time to fucking put new apps on anyone. Oh, is this a website?
Damn, so much anger.
I like the realization. He said, I don't have time to do this app, but then he was like, oh, it's a website after he said chess.com. Y'all be cracking these streams.
Does Flor, do you play?
She's still talking to her brother.
He's on phone talking to family.
Yeah, she plays. She rarely wins.
She's trying to order some ramen.
All right, I'm gonna take a break for a little while.
Did you get my Venmo or not?
Nada.
Your Venmo?
What?
Let's see. Did you ever find my Venmo?
He's got a long night.
Doesn't say I got a Venmo.
¿Cómo no?
¿Cómo no Venmo? Hey, Sneeze. Let's go. Hold on. I can't get... the Sneeze has been eluding me for like 40 minutes. Thank you, sir.
I didn't get a thank you, you bastard.
Now if we can just get the weird gay jokes to stop happening.
Wait, so did you get it or did you want to make you come again?
Oh my god. Oh man.
You throwing a lot of laughing and blushing there, sir. For
Shut up, Jalen.
The hell going on here?
I'm trying to get through, man.
All right. Buff, you want to play chess? Since you're such a pro, you said this is the worst chess playing you've ever seen. I thought Josh was high IQ. What the heck?
Yeah,
Why?
go Buff.
Why? Because I almost lost in chess to Renesio?
Chess is more just playing a lot.
Yeah, it's
Oh, he's
experience.
okay.
That's what I've noticed too, is that like your elo, if you just grind and you play 20 games a day, you can. It's
Well, because you start to see the same games and the same. You just
right.
see patterns after a while. Like I was good when I was a kid because me and my friend played chess all the time.
Shouldn't you
Yeah.
be better now?
I was on the chess team and I played all the time, and yeah, you learn.
I would be better now if I kept playing, but not after not playing for like fucking 20, 30 years.
I think that's
I
true.
only
Chess
joined the
club is
chess club
fun.
to get girls.
There were no girls in my chess club. It was all fat nerds. And I was one of them.
Was that in middle school or high school?
That was middle school, so I was a chunky boy.
Yeah, I had chess club in middle school too. In high school, everything changed.
When I worked at Applebee's, there was a chess club that would come there like once a week on Wednesday nights, and they would get like the whole back area. There was an area we would close off at like 9 o'clock at night, and they would come in after that and get that whole back area. And nobody liked them because they didn't tip and they didn't buy anything. But they had like the area reserved. And they would leave a mess. You got to clean up after them. They might order like an appetizer and drinks, not alcoholic drinks, but
One
just like,
appetizer or each?
they'd order like a big platter and share it.
And they would
and then they'd order like waters and sodas and stuff. And if they left a tip, it'd be like,
on their shirt.
It'd be
$3.
Yeah, it'd be like 10% of the appetizer price for 12 guys in the mess they leave, and all the waters be refilled and like.
Oh, didn't you know people think 10% is like a normal tip? You didn't know that?
Well, when I was a kid, it was 15% if they're good, 10% if they're bad. But now it's
20.
20.
It's 20.
You're supposed to tithe 10% and tip 20, right?
Now, but 20 was not normal when I was a
Yeah.
kid.
What are Applebee's in LA?
20's been, I don't know, 20 was, as long as I worked in restaurants, it was 20.
It was always like a
I
party.
mean,
it was like
it's
a party
supposed to be
trick for
20.
me when at the end when family had dinner at like Olive Garden or something. Josh, figure out the tip, 15% of da 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 da, and like I figured it out real quick. It was like, ooh.
Yeah, it's 10% and then half of 10%.
Yeah, it's really
It's
not
easy.
that difficult. But I was like 8,
Well,
so.
Well, but I mean, I know adults that still struggle with that. Even after you explain it like that, they're like, huh? What do you mean, huh? 10%, move the decimal, half that, add that to the first number, bam. There you go. Round it up.
What is this?
Okay,
Common
but
Core
not a
math?
good Asian.
No. That
What
is
do you mean?
Common.
That's
No, that is Common Core. That's how it works. It's how you do it in your head. It's not that hard, but
yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I think Common Core is stupid though.
See, that didn't raise my elo at all because Nessio's too far below me. So you have to play with people who are better than you, and it'll bump you up. Or no, it did. It gave me plus 18 points. See, so like, yeah, if you just play a lot, it raises your score.
Well, I don't know. I don't think that game should have raised your score at all, though.
I think the game that should define you should be Street Fighter.
I suck at like fighting games, except for Mortal Kombat. I was pretty good at, but I was never like really good at fighting games. And the ones that I love the most, I suck the worst at, which is Marvel vs. Capcom.
Yeah.
And Dragon Ball Fighters is basically Marvel vs. Capcom, but with Dragon Ball characters, where you have
Marvel what 3?
Huh?
Marvel 3?
I like 2 and 3, but they're all
2
good.
is hard.
But basically, where you have teammates,
3 is not hard.
you have 3 people
3 is
on your
only
team,
hard if
and you can do
3 is
assist
only hard if you're
attacks,
playing against somebody good.
Like system.
and you can juggle people. Like you get them up in the air, and you do tricks, and then you
3
juggle them
is
higher,
easy.
and then you
3
call in an
3
assist,
is
and
like
he
a,
juggles them.
it's easy. 3 is easy. It's like a single player game. If both people are like mediocre or worse, it's like a single player game.
But
If you're
Dante,
good, if somebody's good, because it's hard to stop. It's hard to stop anything in Marvel 3.
and that's the problem with
Once you
like the
once
internet.
you start a combo,
You know how to block.
oh right,
With the internet gaming, you get
yeah.
on the internet, and like these kids are so good at the game, they've been playing it for years, and you just can't even
But
get an attack in.
for instance, in Marvel 3, I call Sentinel drone, whatever the drones that
Sentinel was
almost
good.
fill the screen,
Dante was
and
my
then
favorite.
I dive kick with Wolverine, and I usually hit. If that doesn't hit, I'll switch to Sentinel and then just do the little link. That game's so easy. Anyway,
Dante was sick. You keep him at
unless
distance with the
someone's good,
sword, and then you like jab him with the sword, and then you turn into the demon, and you like throw him up in the air. But I was playing on stream. I pulled up Dragon Ball Fighters on stream, and I was like, look how crazy this is. And I'm low ranked, and I get into a unranked online game, and you can't do anything. Like it's not even fun. You can't touch them. But Dragon Ball Fighters is basically the same game as Marvel vs. Capcom.
You wanna buy the collector's edition with the fucking statue? I have it.
Of what? Marvel vs. Capcom or Dragon Ball?
Dragon Ball.
No.
I think it's like a Goku statue or something. I don't know. It's still in the box.
I would like the statue, but I'm not gonna buy it.
I opened it and just took the game out.
Buffs drinks a
But
lot. Wants to play me in chess.
I'll play somebody in Marvel, but I don't have any modern system. If someone's got a PlayStation 4, I'll play Marvel. Actually, Street Fighter 5 is good. Or 6. What's the current one? 6? That game's pretty good.
In like 2 years.
No, 6 is out now.
It's out now? I had no clue.
Uh-huh. That game's pretty good.
I haven't even played like on a video console in years.
Marvel 4 is supposed to come out, I think, next year or late this year.
Buff, you lost your queen. Well, no, there's a chance you save it.
Are you guys playing?
He already lost the queen?
Almost. He almost did.
God dang.
You know that pawns can move 2 spaces on their first move, right, Buff?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just checking.
Buff, I got you next.
Y'all should be making wagers. Oh, chess.
That's kind of.
Who's white?
Kind of decent. What you did there. I see what you did there. Oh, I gotta block it and lose a pawn.
Oh, I'm not even watching. Is he trying the, what is that? The 4 move, 5 move checkmate? Is that what he did?
It's a hard one.
Learn all that.
Well, because I know that the first move is a pawn 1 space, right?
I can do
and then
a
I
3
think
move.
you move out.
I can do a 3 move checkmate when I'm.
Yeah, well.
But I only pulled it off once. It was in bullet
if the other
chess.
person doesn't know what you're doing,
Yeah.
then you can. But that one has a pawn move 1, right?
I'll sacrifice that
And then
pawn.
you move out the like you don't move the pawn 2. Well, I guess you could. No, I think you don't move them 2, right? You move them 1, and then
You move a pawn, and
You
then you
need
get
to
your bishop
ro-
and your queen set up.
Yeah, you diagonal your bishop and your queen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like a 4 move, I think, right? Or something.
Yeah, it's a gambit,
What?
dude.
What's it called?
Gambit.
Oh. Well, I mean, most people know what you're doing when you start doing it, right? They're like, "Oh wow."
Yeah, but there's
Cool.
another one with the knight too.
Uh.
And then you use your pawn right there. Nice.
I remember. Well, I remember doing that like in the 3rd grade, and it was pretty cute.
I only pulled it off once on chess.com, and it was in bullet chess, so 5-minute game. So it's like fast. And I just click, boom, got it. And I was like, yes, I did it.
That's how you move in 3rd grade, dude, man. With girls.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. In my school, we were pretty aggressive in like I don't know,
with
3rd,
girls.
4th grade. Yeah. I don't know. It was just like that.
Buffalo is freaking weird.
Come to
And then like
very phosphorus.
Like Nessio plays like what I'm used to, which is start in the middle, open up your board, get board progression. Buff is like moving side pieces and moving pawns 1 piece forward, like
yeah, he's like a nomad.
It's like it throws a curveball at you. It really just means you suck, but
I just said I was good at it.
it really just means you don't know how to play. But it is interesting.
Hey, I learned how to play from a bunch of drummers, man.
You should use your pawn
From
and
a bunch of drummers?
take that other pawn.
What do you mean? Wait. I gotta explore that. What is a bunch of drummers?
Someone who could play a 7/8.
When my freshman year of college, we wait, whose go was it?
It's my turn?
In like marching band or something?
When did you go?
I moved my rook over.
Oh,
what the hell is there?
Well, there usually isn't a bunch of drummers.
No,
right?
when I was
a
my
drummer.
freshman year of college, when I started drumming.
Is that like marching band or something?
Yeah, marching band.
That's the only bunch of drummers I can think of. Oh, okay.
We had a dorm to ourselves. It was the marching band dorm. And
I thought just the drummers.
No, one thing they would do in the lobby was play chess, and I'd sit there
decent, actually.
And they tried to get me to play, and I was like, I don't know how to play. And they showed me how to play chess, and they're like, I've been in love with the game since. That was like back in 2000.
Yeah, I gotta get my shit so I can see the.
In 2000, I learned about suicide. It's crazy.
We have a lot of contention going on right now on this board. What'd you do? You moved a pawn?
What's happening?
I was trying to
now you got to be
up.
up, but don't risk your bishop with that rook.
Well, so what I'm trying to do here is, but the knight. I didn't see that knight. See, so I almost walked into a problem.
Yeah.
Well, who's white?
I'm white. I was trying to use this bishop, take this pawn, and then he takes the bishop with queen, and then I take it with the pawn or something to take his queen. But I forgot the knight's there until just now. What do we got going on here? He could do that. Boom, boom. We need to get this castle out of here. He's a problem.
Yeah.
Can I?
He's leaving his rook home.
Who's a black? Take that bishop.
That's what he wants to do.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a good idea. I think I just
Is she
opened my.
sweet?
I think I just get my queen out into the
That's
action.
big money, man. That won't even make the guy calm, dude.
What?
Take it. There you go. Beautiful move.
Yeah, I was about to get the queen out, and then I saw that.
Now
think he's
get
gonna.
that knight out of the way.
I think I was just about to say. I think he's about to put me in check, but he should probably take the pawn. Well, yeah.
Yeah, but
That's fine.
Your knight.
I could use. Okay, I could block with the knight.
No, take the rook, dude.
Oh yeah, duh.
You can.
Why are you hinting to me?
Okay, now
Stop! I don't want help. Jeez. What can you do with this knight? Not much. Can't do much.
you can't even sneeze, dude. You need help.
Huh?
See,
I know. I've been trying to
Buff
sneeze
hit
for
you.
the past hours.
Buff hit you with the okie doke.
Sneezed yet?
Put like cold water on your forehead or
Put
something.
cold water on me? Is
What?
that a damn sneeze
What?
trick?
It helps. It makes you colder.
Check it out.
What?
Dude.
Wait, what?
If you take that pawn with your knight, and then you have the bishop behind you,
No,
that's check.
because he has his knight. So I put him in
I
check,
know, but
then
you
he
have
uses
the
his knight,
bishop
takes my knight, and then I bring the bishop and take his knight, then he takes my bishop with his queen. Oh, yeah, I actually win that exchange. You're right. So if I go boom for check, and then he goes boom, then I go boom, and then he can't take that. He has to run with his queen. Yeah. Check.
Now he's gonna use knight, and then you use your pawn, and then you have your bishop,
Oh, no, I missed something.
and then
I miscalculated.
oh shit.
There's another pawn there.
Yeah, but still,
I'm still coming
doesn't
out on
matter.
top, but there's another pawn there,
Yeah.
which is a problem.
Yeah, but he's have to move the queen.
Well,
So take the pawn, and then you could.
All
get
right,
another...
if he takes that pawn with no. He uses his pawn to take this pawn. Oh, that was a mistake.
maybe.
Oh, I'm in check.
No.
I'm in check. That was not a mistake. I was about to say that was a big mistake, Buff, but
Why didn't you take his knight?
Huh?
Why
Well,
didn't you... Yeah.
I was trying to set up so he moves pawn from G7 to take the pawn on G6. Then I forgot what was going to happen, but it didn't
The
happen.
queen. Your queen. Yeah.
Right now I'm going to take his knight, yes.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about how I want to do it. I'm going to do it this way, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Laura doesn't look like she's enjoying her conversation there.
She looked mad or stressed or something.
I was really just the whole time I've just been pressuring his queen. Like there was a lot of setups to where, but he made the right moves to stop it.
Yeah. Yeah, but look where his pawns are, though.
Nah, I'm fine.
Yeah, he's fine. I messed up.
Yeah. I'm gonna put you in check next turn with my bishop. Just FYI.
Yeah. And then you use your knight. Ooh, that's a Josh. That's a good ass move. Hell yeah.
I gotta go quick. I'm gonna run out of time.
Well, how much time do you have total? Like 6 minutes or something?
10.
Oh shit! It did. Oh, it is 10 minutes. Fucking.
Now is when you play your rooks, dude.
Somehow he's got a lot more time on the clock than I do. I've been. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
you
because
gotta
that.
move.
Well, that one turn I didn't realize that.
All right, use that bishop.
I could take this pawn, or I could just go right here. I think I just go right here, and then I take. Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Put some pressure on that queen.
Well, if he moves this pawn, his queen's dead, so there is pressure on the queen. Check.
Hell yeah.
Now he's going to lose his queen when he runs with the king.
Yep. But you're going to lose one too.
I'm not going to lose any. I'll lose the bishop to the king.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Yeah,
nope,
you're right, dude.
Nope, I won't lose the bishop. Oh, I'll lose my queen. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I said.
I don't know though. That
no, I think I can
might
checkmate him
still
right
be
now.
worth it
Actually,
though. Can you? Yeah.
If push the bishop.
No, he's got to run. Check.
Yeah, you might.
He's got to run with the king. Then I take his queen.
Yeah.
Actually, is that?
It's not
Is
checkmate.
that checkmate?
No, it's not checkmate yet. It's close. I think he's got to go to the. He's got to go to D6.
Right.
He's got to go to D6 with his king.
Yeah.
And then I move my bishop down, and then that's check. Well, that's not checkmate.
You're gonna take his queen.
Right.
There you go. Yep.
It's close to the end. I mean, only a rook left. And you have everybody.
Yeah, this is the worst chess I've ever seen. What happened, Buff? This is the worst chess I've ever seen.
Shut up.
At it, dude.
I'm drunk.
Literally, like, oh, you lost a night, Josh. That's it.
Don't blame drinking. I'm drinking too. What the?
You don't drink like that, drink.
He's gonna run out of time for. Then say, "Well, I lost the time." Did you just put yourself in checkmate? I might be missing.
So.
I might have missed something.
No.
Yeah, because he can move forward.
That's his only move.
Yep. Yeah.
And then we take this, and then I think that's checkmate. Let me make sure. He can't take the pawn. He's got to. He's got to run right here. C5 or.
Pretty much can just chase him around. Well,
C5
you
or
can still fuck
C4.
up though.
Or actually, he could go to E4.
I mean, really?
Does not let me move my rook.
Yeah, pretty much. Really, once you take that rook, even if you don't checkmate him, it's pretty much over.
Yeah.
Won't let you move your castle in front of my queen, because that should be a viable move.
Not anymore.
Wait, what rules are we playing
here? Yeah, but still, even if you take, but either way, you take him and the king takes your queen. It doesn't. I mean, you still got two fucking. You got two rooks, two bishops, and a knight. I mean, or either, yeah, or whatever. Either way. That's pretty much game. I mean, I don't know.
All right.
I could be wrong, but
go ahead. Let's do it.
Oh yeah, that's game.
Yeah, it's been game for a minute. I'm plus 30.
I don't know what that means.
Each piece has a point value, and
show me your game, dude.
I mean, you could just keep running if you want.
you can only run for so long. He's gonna run out of time. Just move.
Yeah,
I'm trying to move a pawn.
he'll be trapped soon. Almost trapped.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, how do I play you, Buff?
I don't know. I just
there. You get a pawn.
This for the first time. So that's my profile. Yeah, this is over.
You're about to be cornered.
Wait, what? I think that was a bad move there, huh?
Nah.
Oh no, yeah, he can't take it. Yeah.
And now
that might be.
There we go.
No.
There it is.
15 seconds. Move. Move. Move.
Bitch.
There's no move. Wait. Yeah, there is no move.
Fucking logical move.
Wait, what?
Checkmate.
Yeah, there was no move. That was checkmate.
Well, you could move a pawn. He wasn't in check.
Oh wow. Yeah.
It says white won. I know he's white.
I know. We always win.
White. A lot.
Only time black wins is when a white person's playing black.
Excuse me.
And on the roulette table, motherfucker.
Okay. Finish your
Yeah.
cigarette so we can drink more. How the people in the Discord are the only people in the chat?
We drinking. Hold on.
Who's in the Discord? I mean, who's in the chat?
Seesaw, Buff, and
Cheers.
Oh. Well, Seesaw's not in the Discord, huh?
I'd be proud of that game. Let's analyze it together. This is why I like chess.com, because
let's analyze it together.
Really?
Oh yeah, it tells you all your blunders. You can review the game. It tells you the percentages.
But I mean, that wasn't a bad game. But I wouldn't call that like high level or anything. That was like a.
No, it just means
like
that
a good.
Drunk ass lost to less drunker ass.
It says I have 7 blunders. My biggest problem is finishing the game. There's a lot of times where I have ways.
7 blunders.
Yeah, 7 blunders is crazy. 0 misses, 3 mistakes. But for me, maybe that's a good game, I guess. I don't know. But you can go through, and if you learn to read these numbers on the side here, it tells you, like, in that same situation, what percentage of people made that same move or how good of a move it is. But yeah, there's a lot of times where I could like win the game. I probably could have won that game a long time ago.
Yeah.
But I didn't make the right move. So that would be a blunder, even though it wasn't really like a detriment to me.
What do you mean? You lost like 17 points, dude.
I lost 4 pawns and a knight.
Nope, I'm talking about points.
Yeah. Well, I'm plus 30 points, so I would have been.
Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, can I play book?
Yeah, you can play Buff if you gotta. Is there a way that I can view it or watch it?
Well, I was watching your stream.
I know, but you guys aren't streaming. Unless
I don't know. Can you spectate it or something? Can you spectate somebody else's match?
I don't know if they have that. I know if Buff is using his computer. If Buff
Buff can share it.
Share it on the
Right?
Discord.
Did this on my phone.
Oh.
How long has Flora been talking to her brother or whatever?
I know. She looks like she's
All
in.
night long. All night.
Looks like she's in agony.
Right?
I'm sure it's not a good conversation.
Dude, look at my hair. Stupid.
I don't think I ever talked to one of my sisters for that long, like ever.
He wouldn't be calling her
Like,
this
ever,
late at
ever.
night, and they wouldn't be talking this long unless it's something.
You got to be like girl problems or something, huh?
I don't know. I don't want to go into her personal stuff, but they got some things going on in the family right now. Some issues.
Yeah, too many sisters, cousins.
Well, I think my family does too, but they must just talk to each other because I don't talk to anyone.
It's nothing crazy like anybody dying or anything. It's nothing bad like that.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just disagreements.
Hopefully, everybody's dying in my family, but I don't know.
Unless I'm wrong and
can't make
somebody did die, in which case I'm sorry that I said that, Floor. But
I can't make them not die though, so I
We
figure
only
what's
died so
the
the world
point?
Buff, pull it up on your computer and do it on your computer, and then hit share screen.
Yeah, you can share, right? Like how Flora shares her, what's that? The Final Fantasy or whatever.
You're going down, Buff.
All night long, I gotta pee. All night, I gotta pee.
Sorry.
Somebody got diabetes.
Song stuck in your head. No, not cheese.com. I'm sure that's an interesting site. What is that? Some porn or something? What is cheese.com?
Is that you, Buff? YD5?
I'm trying to forget. I'm trying to remember how I logged in with Google. I have an account. I don't. Oh dear God! Now it's asking for a password. I fucking hate Apple.
Yeah.
Apple? Okay, there we go. Oh, you're on like a Mac or something? Yeah, I'm on a fucking MacBook Pro. MacBook. Ugh. Hey, so you're in marching band in college, Buff? Huh? You were in marching band in college? Yeah. I've been in marching band for shit. March for
Like a
6
big school?
My college was.
Like a D1 football school?
The team was, God, I don't know what they were, but we were one of the most recognized marching bands in the country. Jacksonville Southerners.
Like a black marching band.
Oh, no. No.
Like white drummers.
It was like drum corps style,
It does have a
military
watch.
style.
It does have a watch option, so maybe if I add you guys to my friends, it'll come up. I don't know how to this.
We gonna play Buff or what? I don't know how Josh did it, but
I'm trying to get back to Discord to this share screen thing.
Wait, don't you just? Oh yeah, I can't share screen on this.
This app doesn't have
What
permission
happened?
to. What?
Send this link to anyone and they will become your friend when they sign up. No, that's not what
Yeah,
I
I
want
don't
to do.
think I can do this.
Create challenge link, send email invite, search by username. Gift membership, add friend. I sent Nessie a friend request.
Hey, there's a Discord chest also. I'm seeing. Is that not a good version of chess or something?
I've never tried any of the games, and I was thinking about that. It'd be cool if we could like.
There's a Discord chess
I
in the
like
park.
we used to have Facebook chat groups, and we would play like Words with Friends. There's poker.
There's know what I meme? That might be fun.
I crushed everybody in poker. Texas Hold'em.
What?
They have Texas Hold'em. I think you have to pay for it for Discord Texas Hold'em. Because one day I was trying to do a poker stream, and I got out my poker set, and I had the camera set up and everything, and then I realized it doesn't work because I have to show people their cards, and I can see their cards, and the whole chat can see their cards, and everybody can see their cards when I show them. What was that poker night? Does that have Texas Hold'em? And is it
I don't
free?
know. I thought I hit the chess thing, but I guess I hit poker.
Just hit me up on the poker.com.
Oh, I didn't mean to challenge
Well,
you.
yeah, there's a chess thing.
Just just ignore that challenge. I was trying to send you a friend request. I got a sneeze.
You need help?
Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Ah! Oh my god, every time you say that, it makes me not sneeze.
Well, it seems like you need help, brother.
You're so retarded.
I know.
Oh yeah, look at that. You can do some kind of fucking. Yeah, I'm not trying to play chess, but
Why is it
I
a
guess you
white
can
guy
play chess
drinking
in
bleach?
Discord. White guy drinking bleach.
There you go. Chess in the
Yeah,
park. Join activity.
how do I get out of? I'm not trying to play chess right now. How do I get out of this?
Chess in the park, guys.
I just saw it. I don't know.
All right.
Jesus.
Who wants to go down?
Dumb moves.
I didn't mean to join this. Oh, this is Nada and Buffer playing. Right?
Yeah. It's kind of ugly though.
Yeah. I don't like the way it looks.
Let's see.
Yo, Buff. Going down, brother.
Dumb fucking moves. What just happened?
Sound effects are kind of cool.
Right? Hmm.
The queen is out. Oh, Nada's about to crush your whole board with that queen. That's a queen's gambit. That's where the queen sneaks in the corner. That's what I get destroyed by that. That doesn't
wait.
help. That doesn't
Right?
help at all. Oh, you got the queen?
Oh wait.
Oh, yeah, that was right.
Oh well, whatever. I guess I gave up mine, but
No,
whatever.
that's fine. Now take
Oh
the
wait.
pawn and then go back. Yeah, there you go.
What the fuck?
And actually,
what the fuck was that?
Actually, his king's cornered, so this could be a quick check. Now, this is the worst game of chess I've ever seen played, Bob.
Absolutely, I agree.
That's pretty bad.
He's about to take your knight and have you in check. And your king is cornered, so he can easily get you in checkmate.
My God. What have I done?
What do you do in this case? You concede.
It's like 58 pieces on the board.
That's called ass eating.
Yeah. You just did some professional ass eating.
That's sick, though. Unless I get paid for it.
It's Pride Month. Jalen knows about it. I'm sorry, Jalen. I just see you're still here, so I wanted to say hi.
Wait, what? What just happened?
He just took the pawn. He just cleared the whole corner of your board.
It kicked me out of the game. What the? Wait a minute.
Wow.
That's what I would say too.
Oh, there it is.
And he hasn't even moved his knights. That's
No, it went back to like the home screen.
He hasn't moved anything except for his queen.
Two pawns and the queen and the bishop.
The screen went back to the home screen. I don't know what happened there.
Oh, you're trying to exit out of the game, huh?
Yeah, sounds questionable.
I'm sharing my screen. Is it? Oh, wait. Maybe I'm not.
Floor, are you crying? If you're doing like some deep family stuff, you don't have to sit in the Discord to do it.
She might have been watching this game. I don't know.
Yeah. It's pretty painful, man.
Let's see here. I should do something. Do something smart. Like.
All right, so. All right, so get that knight out of there.
Yeah.
And check.
Wasted move. You just ran with your. You moved your knight, and now you got to run with it.
Look, he's gonna move his queen. Now no, dude, your knight.
That's all right, because now if he takes the knight, he loses the queen.
Right, but
take that pawn and check. And then you take the rook.
Who? Buff couldn't take that pawn. The queen would have taken his knight.
Whoa, that was before.
That's what I would have done.
Oh, do I gotta stay check? Okay.
See, when you play a move like that, it has to be offense and defense. I think. I don't know.
It's all right. He moves his.
Oh, that's all my good pieces again already. That fast.
Hold on.
All right,
He
you still have that
defended.
move with the.
He defended. The bishop is protected, and he got his bishop out into the game.
All right, check it. No, Dios. Oh my God. All right, check the black.
Why are you telling him how to play? Or you telling Buff how to? Well, you can tell Buff how to play.
Yeah, I think I'm fucking up here, huh?
No, check
really.
right now. The best move you could do is fork. So you gotta check, and also take the queen.
Who
your
are you
knight.
talking to? His knight can't take the queen. Oh, you're saying? Oh, yeah. You're right. He does. He does have. Okay.
Boom.
Yeah, but he can. Yeah, that was good. But now he can. Well,
Yeah, I guess so, huh?
that was a good move.
Let me see. Let me see here. Yeah, that I don't have a move, huh?
Yeah, you don't have any way to keep from losing your queen. You're gonna get his knight.
Right?
You're gonna get his knight though.
Right. But yeah, I don't have any other move, huh?
Yeah, I don't know
Let
who
me
I was
see.
talking to, but I just thought the best move possible.
You helped Buff out.
What's less dangerous for me here? I don't think it matters. I
Well,
could be wrong.
you got to move your king. He takes your queen, and then you get his
Right.
knight with your pawn. What's gonna leave you set up the?
Oh no, actually no. Fuck. Well, he doesn't have to take the queen, but he probably should.
Like, if he wants to keep his knight, he could take your castle.
Right. Well, or just move, away. You could do that too. I mean, it's a free country. You can do
Take the
whatever you
queen,
want.
Buff. He's destroyed your whole field with
Thinking
that queen.
about it.
Kill that woman. Salem
Hell
witch
yeah.
trials that bitch.
Witch trials.
You can't swim, brother.
Oh, what the fuck? Hey, come on.
What's wrong with you, chat? You don't like the chess streams? What would you rather sit around and smell each other's farts and talk about what we agree about?
Try to make each other sneeze.
Well, I'm sure that would get a lot of viewers. I might get banned from YouTube though.
Bastard out of there.
Got to fight to the end, Buff. There's still a way out of this.
Never give
Nah,
up.
it's not that big of a lead.
It's
Pretty
big.
close, actually. Not really.
No, it's pretty big of a lead. You have 5 valuable pieces, and he's got 2.
Yeah, but I'm not very good.
Don't forget, you can if you get your pawn to the other side of the board, you can get a queen.
Right.
Yeah, but with 2 rooks and 2 knights.
That's good. Keep him in check and keep him running and try to get one of your pawns up there.
Hold on there. What's good here? What's a good move here?
Right now, you could take his knight with the bishop, and he's blocked by his other knight.
Oh yeah. Wait.
No, it's black's move and he's in check.
Oh,
right. No, that's true though.
That works.
Yeah, now it's kind of rough.
Yeah, now it's over.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen could pull it off.
Who?
He's like one of the top.
One of those Russian guys?
No, he's white. I don't know where he's from.
Oh, shit. No. That wasn't.
You're still on mute, Floor. You look pissed off.
That wasn't right.
Yeah, wait, let me not. Is Buff super smart and baiting me into something right now? Hold on.
I thought she was.
I don't think so.
No, he just made a dumb move. Yeah.
Okay. I was just making sure I wasn't being an idiot and missing
Nah,
something.
that's a freaking good move. But you just block your bishop. You should have let the bishop do it.
Leave me alone. I'm drunk.
Yeah, maybe. Well,
just take that pawn.
I don't know. Maybe I'm still high. I'm still too high, but this is like pretty simple game.
Knight to A4.
Knight to A4.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
He's got his knights in.
I mean, I'm sorry, Castle. Rook.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Yeah,
I always say castle because I get rook and bishop confused. And I think that a
because I
rook
still got bishop.
is a bishop.
No. Hold on there. I'm taking too long, yeah.
White bishop to.
Yeah,
take
that's
that
what I was
knight.
thinking, but
Not as black. It's not his turn.
yeah, I know. Wait. Take that knight. How am I gonna take my knight? Oh, whoa. Wait, where am I?
You're right there.
I was just
over there. So
Okay, yeah, hold on.
with your castle, and then you got him cornered. And then you just
Yeah. I knew there was a good reason. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Why won't it go? Okay.
This is worse
And
than
now you just keep him locked in that corner, and you just tighten it up. Well, he's gonna try to escape out the right side. My right.
Well, nah, I gotta do something here soon. I'm not gonna stay though.
You got free material right there.
Did you move? It's Buff's turn. Yeah, it's Buff's turn.
It's Buff's turn. I mean, he can't take anything except that pawn and lose his bishop.
I know. No. Yeah, he's not gonna do that, but he's gonna put pressure on. I meant the knight. Like if he could just move a little back, and then he has to move his other knight.
He might move his
bishop. I guess what I can do is.
I need another beer.
Hold on. He moved that. I think I can Okay, this better not be a dumb move here.
You can win in like.
I think you put me out of my misery,
If
motherfucker.
you move your castle to A2, put him in check.
Yeah, I know. I just didn't want to lose anything else, though.
And then he runs. Then you take his pawn with that bishop, and then.
I don't know. Now I'm gonna do that. I just want to just free my fucking.
All right,
my other
I
rook.
totally win this just by doing the freaking what's it called, the gambit move. Bishop
Okay.
and rook. There it is.
You can't just call everything a gambit.
Okay, now.
Now he runs. You can take that pawn.
See, this
Oh,
one
shit.
is doing the
Oh, yeah.
prime.
The next bishop.
Let's see. I mean, I still could fuck up. I still have a lot of pieces, but I still could fuck up though.
Look, dude. Yeah. Now you
That
move
was
the rook
worst.
over
That
there.
was that was the worst.
That was the worst move. Yeah. I just saw it after I did it. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on,
I
man.
think it's not
Yeah.
checkmate, but it's close to checkmate if you take that
Yes.
pawn.
Yep. And check.
That
But you should
might
move the rook.
be. That might be. No, it's not, mate.
Man, I was saying move the rook first
You can still go
instead of
left
the
or right.
bishop.
Well, now he can move the rook. It's just a matter of time.
Right.
But that's it. That's. I think that's fucking mate.
Is it, mate?
Not quite yet.
No, it's not.
No.
If you're lucky, Buff, you can figure out how to make it a stalemate. Well, what just happened? Why did he go twice? Oh, he blocked. Okay, I see.
Oh, he moved fast.
Okay, hold up here. Alrighty. How do I not be a dumbass here?
You just work that pawn on the edge down the field and get a queen. or the other pawn, either the one pawn on B4, you start moving that up. If he can't move that bishop.
Right.
So that pawn's either going to take that bishop
pretty
and you get a
much.
queen. No, the other pawn.
Pretty much.
The other pawn.
I mean, either of them. Either of them, though.
Yeah, either one.
Yeah.
It's less moves for the other one, and the other one, it would threaten the bishop, and he can't move the bishop because your castle is sitting there.
Yeah.
So if
both of them.
If you get that one pawn from B4 to B2.
Yeah, it's pretty much. Well, I could fuck up, but it's pretty much game.
I don't think you could fuck this up.
I mean, if I move one or two, I could fuck up, but
like you can't move into checkmate.
Yeah, if I go there, you got that one. If I go anywhere, this guy.
You should play checkers next, so Jalen can challenge you. Jalen doesn't want to play me in checkers. I'm gonna have.
How about Connect 4?
Bro, if
I'm Connect 4.
If I'm okay at chess, you think I'm not great at checkers? Like, I'll have the board set up where I go pop, 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 and clear the whole
Jalen
board.
says the black ones are delicious.
It's his favorite. Come on, Nada. You're overthinking it.
Oh, is it my turn?
Oh, no, it's Buff's turn. Oh, sorry. Yeah, get out of there, Buff. You got to get out of there. You need to run. Listen, Buff, you can get a stalemate if you go back and forth 3 times. The same move 3 times. Or you can get a stalemate if you have it set up where you have no other moves, but you're not in check. So there is ways that you can still kind of get somewhat of a victory. I did that to Floor once. She didn't know what I was doing.
This is drunken ridiculousness.
It was like the first game she was ever winning. I messed up like 3 times and I had no pieces left and she's beating me. And I got a stalemate. She didn't know what I was doing, but I was setting it up so that I got a stalemate. I was like, oh, you don't win.
I probably should have moved that, huh? Yeah.
Damn, is Buff about to have the comeback of the century? What just happened?
That's some bitch.
No.
No, because of that. And yeah, there's really nothing I could do there.
Move your king to protect your pawn.
What the?
And I can't. Well,
seriously, move your king to e3. You protect your pawn, and he's going to run with the castle.
I don't know. I kind of want a queen, though.
Yeah, that's what I would just push that pawn. Just keep pushing that pawn.
That pawn's gonna get there.
I mean, I still got another rook.
I got no way to counteract that jackass. That pawn's gonna get there. Fuck.
See, so now he either runs with the castle, or he gets a pawn, or he just keeps trying to get his queen. There you
Fuck
go.
it, let's go for the queen.
That's right. Once you get the queen, you bring that other rook out.
Mm-hmm. Can't move that fucker. Yeah, this is just a man on the run.
You need to go to E3. You need to run. You need to just.
How do I tip my piece of?
That pawn's not gonna.
Yeah, there's no way that pawn is getting to the other side, Buff.
Yeah, that one's definitely not getting anywhere. You can't go forward anymore. Not with that damn knight right there.
And now you just keep him in check the whole time until it ends.
Wait, why did it highlight a spot for me?
This is over.
You might accidentally get a stalemate. Because I've had that happen where if you can get that pawn off the board where your only piece on the board is the king, there's a lot of situations where you're not in check, but you can't move anywhere. So it's a stalemate.
Yeah, it's the worst way to lose.
Oh, it's better than losing.
It is losing.
Is it?
Maybe so.
Is it really losing though? I like loopholes.
Screw that. All right, let me play next.
This is over. Oh, why won't you let me move? Oh.
You can't move in the check.
Oh, this is not.
You're in check. You have to get away.
Yeah. Giving me 2 fucking moves. This is over.
Yeah, you've only
This is over.
You've only got 1 move or 2 moves. I get. Yeah, you had 2 moves. You could have went left or right.
Some of us can't sneeze.
Well, tell me about it. I think if you move that, I think if you move that,
I mean, I might as well.
It's checkmate if you move that knight. I think to G6.
No.
You move the knight to
G6.
G6.
How would that be checkmate though?
Yeah.
Does it have to?
Because you put him in check. He can't go there. He can't go there. Can't go there. Can't go there. Can't go there. Yeah, that's checkmate.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Yeah, but I can't. If I move my knight to G6.
Knight from G8 to G6.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Oh,
he
yeah.
could, no. I'm wrong. He could take
No,
your castle.
because you get
It's
no,
a
he could
5A.
take that. Yeah.
He could take your. He could take.
So let
your
me see that though.
You're right. You're right. Every other move was bad, but he could take the castle if he did that.
Running around with his goddamn king.
Hey, that's
Fuck
the
this
best
shit.
scenario. He took that pawn. Now there's a chance for the stalemate. Just get in the corner. Just get in the corner, Buff. Lock him down, Nada.
Stop encouraging.
Do it,
Okay,
buddy.
wait, hold on.
Finish it already.
Finish it.
Wait.
I done tipped my king
There's
over
gotta be a
already.
checkmate here.
Oh, there definitely is. He needs to move this other knight over here.
There, and then there. Yeah, if you move. If you would have moved castle to F3 and then queen to F6, I think that, I don't know.
Hold on.
Get that out of the way.
Right.
Oh, yeah. No,
I think
that's a
the
stalemate.
move.
Is that a stalemate? I was looking
Boom.
at that same move. No, he's got a move still. Okay.
Wait a minute here.
Dude, you still have your queen. I can't believe that.
Well, he got the queen. So see, when you did that, well, you kind of opened it up for him to run to the left. You kind of want to
hold up here.
keep him locked in.
Dude, you have knights. And you have
Yeah,
a
Knight,
queen.
bishop, a fucking queen. Put me in checkmate already, you son of a bitch.
Go to the corner. Get in the corner, Buff.
There you go.
Oh.
That's when the rooks come in place, man.
Okay, I think that's checkmate if you move your queen.
Is it though?
No, he still has one move.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Now move your castle over with. No, don't do that. Yeah, do that. Then he's got to be in the corner. Sit in the corner, Buff.
Yeah, but then I lose my knight.
He can't take your knight. Your queen's defending him.
No, I can't take your knight. Your rook is protecting me.
You're right.
Now he's got the corner.
No,
All he's got is the
did
corner.
that.
There you go, Nada.
This might be a stalemate, Buff.
Now you just gotta corner the two, the queen and the rook, and get that knight out of the way.
Yeah, but I think it might be a stalemate because he can't put him in check without losing a piece on the next move.
All right, push that knight.
It's a stalemate. Buff got the stalemate. Let's go, Buff.
Crazy.
Damn, that's not technically a loss.
Whatever.
No.
Lost, man. I see it as a loss.
That's like brain power. You got to run to the corner, get locked in the corner. And
Yeah,
I guess.
Fucking shiz. Great game.
I mean, the scoreboard says something though.
Damn, Nada, you can't even beat Buff.
This shit talker here, man. This
Probably
guy.
the first game of chess I played in like 30 years.
I know, right?
Over
Wait till I
30.
get my practice back up.
Probably about 30 years.
I'm gonna be on chess.com waxing Josh's ass. What?
You better
Wait,
practice.
man.
And if whoever makes the next game, I think you can pick like cool backgrounds and different pieces and shit.
That's what I'm trying
I
to
think.
do. Know how to do it.
I'm good. I just want to see Nessio and Buff play.
Chilling shit. Chilling.
Yeah, I gotta get back to what I was doing.
Challenge Jalen? You say challenge Jalen? He don't know how to play chess.
Connect 4. Is there Connect 4?
He just sees a bunch of phallus-shaped objects
How
and
about
wants to
Tic
caress them.
Tac Toe? Is there Discord Tic Tac Toe?
Is no one playing me?
Tic-tac-toe's lame because if you figure out if you know how to play tic-tac-toe, it's like
Yeah, it's just like Connect 4. It's like the same game.
it's like always whoever if you know how to play, if you go
You
first,
shouldn't lose.
right. It's either gonna be a tie or
It
you're
should
gonna
always
win.
be a fair game.
Yeah, Discord win, lose, or draw. You guys remember that show? Or y'all too young for that? Win, lose, or draw? Anybody?
I want to check out the Discord poker room. If they have Discord Texas Hold'em, that would be cool to have poker night.
Do I gotta end this or stop sharing it or something?
I don't know how. I don't know how to set up another game. It shows me spectating. Nessio's not in there.
Do I gotta back out of it or?
Nada, you started this. I think you have to end it. I think.
Park View. No?
Game over. Stalemate.
I've never started an activity in Discord.
I think somebody can join Renacio's game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So if you go to Park View Buff, it says
Yeah, you can join his game.
It says watch Renesio. So Renesio is waiting for a game. So you go to Park View and you'll see a game there. It says watch Renesors to see an initiative, forfeit, and octopus. What?
It's Rhinoceros.
Watch Rhinosaurus to see an initiative, forfeit, and octopus. What the hell does that mean?
Yeah.
I don't know, but you ready to lose?
Buff's got to join the game.
Come on, Buff. You white today.
I'm drinking, and I need to go to sleep.
Play one more. One more against Nesio.
I need a cigarette.
Oh Lord.
Yes, I'm a smoker. I can't help it.
I'm doing.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to do that, but it'll work.
I'm kind of a menace, man. I'm kind of like a nomadic type of player.
Huh. What I want to do here.
But you just take a long time. That's cool.
I know, I'm thinking too long. Think long, think wrong. Is it my turn? No, it's your turn.
Erro.
That's pretty good. That's not what I was expecting.
The defense.
This is good, right? Yeah. That's a fork. But I can't do that. That was good.
How many ladies have you?
How many ladies? What?
How many ladies have I been with?
No, not been with, like finger bangs.
Finger
What?
bang.
Smash? Wait, did what? Ladies did he what?
Finger bang.
Finger bang.
Finger?
Like,
How the fuck?
like how do you do it?
Shut up. Floor's here. Damn.
Oh shit, my
How
bad.
do you, like? Is
My
that
fault.
something somebody that people keep track of?
No, no, say I want to learn. Like,
If I got that far with a lady, I probably went all the way, except for maybe like twice.
Nah, I can think of a couple times I never actually
my
smashed. And
like, I didn't.
Yeah, like
mean to-
twice. There's like probably 2 girls that I did that with and didn't.
yeah, but even then, you
But,
don't know. Probably.
How do you start? Like,
Okay, I'm done with my phone call.
You picked the worst
Perfect
time.
timing.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
worst time to end your phone
So-
call.
We're talking about finger banging.
What?
Is this safe? Queen for queen?
What's
No.
happening?
nothing.
Not at all safe.
Oh my god, my kidneys freaking hurt from me sitting here.
That's what she said.
What?
My chimneys hurt from sitting here. That's what we were talking about.
That's not good. That just means that I'm getting older.
Sorry,
Might want
sorry.
to
Never
call
mind.
somebody else. This
I was making
filthy
some
conversation.
innuendo.
Yeah, I took a while. Sorry, guys. I was talking to my older brother, and it was some serious stuff. I needed to talk to him.
Sounded like it or looked like it.
Yeah.
How could
How many brothers do you have?
I have 2. I have a younger brother, which Josh
Oh.
knows him, and I have an older brother.
What you gonna do, Nessio?
So-
You're in check.
Yeah, I know. I want to start over.
Josh, do you want me
You
to
wanna
beat you at
start-
chess again?
Oh my gosh. You never beat me at chess.
What you mean? What you mean? The past 3 times that we have played, 2 times I won.
That's
and you
not
and you
true.
won
That is
one.
not even true.
What you mean?
That is bullshit. That's what I mean.
You know that is true. And you were like, oh, I wasn't even really playing. I wasn't even playing. You were
Bull
playing.
Actually, there should be records of this, right?
There is
Yeah,
records.
it's
online.
it's on my chess.com. Okay, I'll pull it up.
Chess.com. Pull it up.
Hold on. I'm in the middle of a game.
Well, don't worry. I got you. It's right here.
Oh, okay.
William, yes, I only have brothers and I only have male cousins. I know I don't have a sister that I could present you or a cousin that I could present you before the question comes up.
Ooh, clever.
I think
No, no girl cousins at all.
I
Oh,
have
they're all
one,
married.
but she's like 30 years older than me. She's more like my
Oh,
aunt.
oh.
My
I don't
grandpa
just
had my dad when he was like 55 and my grandma was in her 50s too.
damn.
Well,
Dang.
so then
My
nieces. So then nieces, right? No,
What was that?
I said so nieces then. No,
What you mean? If I have nieces?
nieces. Yeah,
If
they would be the
I
right
only have
age.
I don't get it.
Nieces.
Never mind. Niece.
Sobrinas.
I do have one niece, but she's like 3 years old.
Oh yeah, okay, that's too young.
Yeah, that's too young. But she's the cutest.
No, never mind. From the older, you know, from the older, not nieces, but cousins, like second cousin. Would that be?
Kissing cousins.
Well, my cousin daughter, she's 23, I think.
There you go.
But she's a
I
lesbian.
mean, well, that's not real. So.
And she's super cute. I mean, all my
Oh, there you
side of
go.
my family, all the side of my family, they're all blonde, blue eyes or green eyes.
Ooh,
They're all
is
white.
she trying to? Is she trying to like get U.S. citizenship or what? What's up?
She already have German citizenship. She doesn't give a fuck about
Well,
her
hey,
citizenship.
maybe she can have U.S. citizenship too, huh? What's up?
Maybe.
Ooh, all right.
I'm the only odd one. Even my younger brother, he's white. I'm literally the only brown one with
Queen
brown eyes in the
7-3
family. It's
checkmate.
pretty sad.
You don't
I
know
think
what
I'm
you're
the
talking
darkest
about.
of my siblings too.
Queen
Yeah.
7-3 is not checkmate. It's not even check.
7C.
It's insane. It's insane. But all of my family, like, well, I guess
7C.
I'm
King's got
included
nowhere to
too.
go.
None
Not
of us
checkmate.
got married to
Yeah, but that's not even
Guatemalans.
check.
Yeah,
They're all
King's got nowhere to
foreigners.
go.
I
There's
don't
no
know.
move you can make
I
to
don't
defend
think
against.
Yeah,
any.
but
I
he
don't
doesn't
think
have
any
to
of
move
us
his
are
king. He
even.
can move anything else if he's not in check. He'll take my bishop with his pawn.
That's not going to defend.
What was that, Nara?
No, I'm not. I wanted to watch the game.
Oh,
What can I move?
it's had
Because it's
Josh
my
already
turn, I'm thinking.
lost?
Hmm.
I was thinking about doing
Have
something
Josh
different.
lost
We'll keep the
already?
bishop safe. No, I haven't lost yet. What are you talking about?
You're about to lose, Josh.
I think this might be checkmate. Can't go
Literally
there.
just
Can't go
did.
there. You can go there. Nope, you can't go there.
Dude,
I think that's
push that
checkmate.
queen right
I know.
there.
That's what I'm thinking about doing. I'm just making sure.
I'm gonna feed my dogs really quick.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Got him. Ah, Floor, I've been winning all night. Now I got to play you.
Yeah, let me just feed my dogs really quick. I'm
Hold on.
supposed to do it like 2 hours
Hold
ago.
on. You said pull this up. Let's see. Home.
Uh-oh.
no,
Let's
release
see.
you on buff, right?
My past games.
Come on, Buff. Let's do it.
Okay. Oh, wait. I beat you on December 30th. You beat me on November 3rd. Hold on. How do I see more of them? Okay, of the last 3 games we've played, I've won 2 out of 3. Oh. Okay, it looks like
What's
you.
that called? Chess.com?
Okay, then the 4th game you won, so that's 2 and 2, and then I won, and then I won, and then I won, and then I won, and then there was a draw.
What a show off, dude.
Let's see. Tar Baby Yoda beat me twice, and I beat him twice. Freddie lost.
Yeah, Freddie's a loser.
So, Floor, our record is. Hold on. How do I check?
You know what that website should do?
I've got 19 wins. We've got 2 draws, and you have 4 wins.
On chess.com?
On chess.com, Floor is 4 and 19. 4-2-19 is her record against
Versus you or period?
Versus me.
I could take her down for sure.
Oh.
So we played 25 games. She's won 4.
All right, I could take it down.
You can play against 4. She's all right.
You know what chess.com should do is make like a little highlight reel. You know, like you versus somebody. Because that would get people more into playing, right?
Yeah, that would be cool.
Well, it'd make you mad. Like,
you
you fucking beat me.
You can go back and review any of the games, and you can watch move by move.
No, but you know, like if they automatically made a little highlight reel of like your previous matches, you know what I mean? Get
All
you
right.
hyped up.
Hit up a Floor and hit up a Buff. Down. Before I get too high.
Floor versus Buff?
No. Against me.
Which one? Floor or Buff against you? Oh, yeah, Buff. You're supposed to play Nessio next.
Yeah, there's Nesso 21.
Ever started shit. Fuck it. I should be asleep right now.
19-4. What's he talking about?
Yeah.
4. And she's not lying. The 4 games she won, I'm like streaming. I'm like watching videos. I'm talking to people. We're having conversations, and I'm just like dilly dallying. And I was probably drunk. So the 4 games that she won, I was just like moving pieces, not really even paying attention.
Wait, so on my I don't know. This thing doesn't keep record, huh?
Tar Baby Yoda talks a lot of smack. We're 2 and 2. We need a tiebreaker. He talks smack because the 2 times he beat me, I was joking around and I was like, well, yeah, because blah, blah, blah. And he's like, you're a bad sport. Whatever, dude. We're just having fun. I'm competitive.
How do I join the game?
I don't know.
I think you just hit create game or join games. I'm not going to push it because if I do it, then I'll make the game. I got to go pee.
What is it? The what flag of Tri-State what now?
I don't know.
There we go. There's the game.
However the hell that happened. Sure, why not?
You guys got my elo back above 600. The highest I ever was like 8 something, which is pretty good. It's Not great. 800 to 1,000 is good. 1,000, 1,200 is really good. 1,200 to 1,400 is epic. If you're above 1,400, you're like world-class grandmaster. Buff drinks a lot, commands a horde of tri-state areas. Do you guys make those
what the hell does
titles?
that mean?
Or did they make the title?
I think they do. I sure as hell didn't.
Are you guys playing right now? Oh, yeah. So I can spectate.
Yeah.
Oh, you can review your games on this too. Huh.
Come on, brother.
Got your whore mouth.
I die so what you eat.
He's thinking long and hard. Do you only have brothers? Who, Floor or me? We both only have brothers.
We all have brothers, man.
That's because Jesus Christ is my brother.
Bond.
Jesus is my homeboy.
You ever heard that song, Buff? That's because Jesus Christ is my N-word.
I think I have, actually.
It's like two old white pastors, and they're like, but they don't say N-word. They say the word.
I think I have heard.
It's a funny song. Everybody thought it was a real church. It turns out whoever made that video made a fake website. They did they did a lot of work. They put a lot of work into that, and they made like a whole fake church, and then they made a video.
That wasn't the same one as that like gay video or whatever, was it?
I think I know what you're talking about, but I'm not sure.
Who was playing? Was Nick playing that? Somebody played that.
Yeah, somebody.
Did you play that?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe
on YouTube, some like fake Christian outreach thing or something.
There was one. It was like drug addicts. It was Florida. It was like Florida drug addicts.
He was out of this, brother.
I can't remember. It's like Florida drug addicts meetup. What was
I watched too much YouTube. I can't remember anything. Who played what? Oh no. That was fucking never mind. That was Ethan Van Sciver played that. Never mind. One of the Comics Gate guys.
Josh, so how many times did I beat you in the past
Well, I
3
wrote
games?
this song for the Christian.
Oof. In the past 3 games, 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said 2. You've beaten me 4 out of the past 25.
Yeah, but the 20 games before that, I wasn't even playing every day, and then you started playing every day, and my average
I want to
win
teach
got
kids
way
the
higher
Christian
than
truth.
yours.
If you want to reach those kids on the street, then you gotta do a rap to a
You
hip
got a
hop
smart
beat.
wife.
So I gave my sermon an urban kick. My rhymes are fly, my beats are sick.
What is
my
that
crew
for?
is big and it
Is
keeps
that like a
getting
drink?
bigger. That's because Jesus Christ is my nigga.
Implant? A breast implant?
My truth
What
is
the-
big and my faith is bigger. That's because Jesus Christ is my...
It's just water.
In a bag?
Mhm.
Is that like a thing?
It's a thing in Guatemala. It's like their version of a Capri Sun.
But it's water.
But it's water
It's
in a
more
bag.
Well, because like for example, right now it's not good if I have, like because we can't drink tap water, right? Like you just can't do that over here.
You could if you want a
And
strong
we get-
immune system.
Yeah, we can't do that because most likely I'm gonna get really sick, and then we have this huge things of I don't know how many gallons, but the problem with that is that it attracts a lot of mosquitoes. And right now there is this very dangerous illness that is called dengue. I don't know how you call it in English.
Dengue.
Dengue.
And
Dengue.
And so this is the safest way to drink water right now.
Oh.
That's propaganda. That's bullcrap.
It looks
And it's
strange though.
refreshing.
That's
Propaganda.
too.
Somebody just died of that, Josh.
They just want you to buy more bagged water.
And I just saw my neighbor suffering from dengue, and no way I'm getting that. No way.
Somebody just died from propaganda? I believe it.
Shut up, Nada.
Buff is thinking really hard.
Nada, can I ask you a question?
This is a pretty even
What's
game,
up?
evenly matched game so far.
What's your first name?
I showed you guys one night.
None your damn business.
But I'm just wondering, because everybody
know if-
calls me by my first name.
I think you were probably there. I showed you guys on my Bible one night.
Oh, true.
It was like Jung Tao.
No. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's what it was.
Jin
Sure.
Jong-un.
Yeah, I'm Korean. I have a Korean first name, sure.
No, that's fine. I was just
Well,
wondering that. I forgot.
what's Mr.
I
Mad's
remember
name?
showing it. Huh?
Do you guys know Mr. Mad's name?
Yeah, I think he came.
Oh, you do?
In a stream one time. He said his
he's
whole
kind of-
address and his phone number and his full name.
Yeah.
I
We
was
actually all know his address. We know he lives
I have
in
his
Chicago.
phone number. I have his phone number. What about Buff?
I don't even know Josh's phone number.
What about Buff's name?
I ain't giving him my number. Are you crazy?
I already have it, Josh. Don't worry.
It's the same phone number it was then. It's the same phone. I've had the same phone number for like 12 years.
Mine is 555-99. Never mind.
Oh.
Wait, hold on. We need the drums for this.
What's
It's gonna take too
what's
long.
It took too long. It's
well? What's
I'm gonna
Buff's
take too
first
long.
name?
It's not funny anymore. It took too long. No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Does anybody know Buff's first name?
Yeah, Shane.
Big bumper.
Is this Shane?
Yep.
Yeah.
For real? Oh.
Doesn't Bob has the whitest name in the
Whitest
world?
damn name. What happened?
Is your name Shane? For real? I don't think I ever met a black man named Shane before.
You haven't. It's hard to find a buff around. Let's be fair.
That's my alias. That's not my real name.
Buff, what are you doing? Why are you so concentrated?
He's playing chess.
Oh, got you. Have you beat Josh yet?
His real name
I
is
can get him off.
Shanaka or something like that.
What?
He got an African name.
It's Jamaican. Well, it's Jamaican / African.
Somebody lo boop up. Body loop.
Your caca.
Sean de Quam. Bam de Kuala Kak what boy. Gone one time J. This is a pretty even game.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, huh?
Uh-huh. Let's see. I don't like how they don't show. I guess they do show the pieces that you have.
Yep. Right next to the icon.
You just can't barely see it.
Neckas.
Buff has a knight and a bishop and 4 pawns. Renesio has 2 pawns, a bishop, a castle, and a knight. Renesio's slightly ahead.
You see your knight right there, right? Boom.
It's gone.
Yep.
I think Buff.
Why are you so slow, bro?
I think.
Wait, what?
Checkmate you pretty quick.
I don't know.
Yeah, you could end this pretty fast, Buff.
Let's see where we go. Super slow, man.
He's thinking hard. What the hell was that? What was that, Nessie? What were you doing?
Fuck.
Yeah.
No way.
Way. Queen's gone. Oh, wow.
Uh-oh.
Damn, Nessio.
All right, let's start this over, man. This didn't work out.
This reminds me of what's it called? Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey.
Which part? That was a weird movie.
I think that movie is far superior to Excellent Adventure. It's way funnier.
Yeah, it has a definitely more element of nightmare fuel than Excellent Journey. That whole when they got sent to hell and running through their nightmare scenarios, that shit fucked with me forever.
Well,
especially with the Easter Bunny.
Station is from part 2, right?
Station, yeah.
Yeah, that whole. I mean, number 1 is good, but two's better.
I don't even think I've seen that.
Oh God,
it's good.
Yeah, put that on your list.
I watched Atlas. You seen that yet, Buff?
I watched Atlas last week. I actually kind of liked it.
It was all right.
I like the. I'm not a big. Well, I have my moments with J-Lo, but I did enjoy the relationship that she had with her AI robot. How they interact with each other and how it was learning off of her, and
yeah, the only male protagonist in the movie is a damn AI.
Well, the Colonel that survived the interrogation and sacrificed himself.
Yeah, he did.
Don't say it. Don't know. You guys don't spoil it. I want to watch that movie. Josh, don't even.
We didn't spoil it.
No, Josh is gonna spoil it. I already know, and I'm letting you know. I want to watch this movie. Don't be like that.
It's not like a. Anyway,
I know you. You're always like, oh, this happened at the end because I don't think anybody will want to watch it.
It's not a blockbuster phenomenon, but it does have some emotional elements. I do like what I did enjoy J-Lo for the first time in a long time in a movie since like Selena and Anaconda. This is the first movie I've seen her in such a long time that I actually enjoyed what she was doing.
Enough was a pretty good
I was
movie.
too small to enjoy Anaconda.
Oh, Enough. Oh, yeah, Enough was good. Yeah, okay. All right, I'll give you that one.
Yeah,
What
like
about?
a unibrow
I just got
in
Disney
Anaconda.
Plus. I just got Disney Plus and Amazon Prime, and I'm watching Fallout at this moment. It's a pretty good show.
Well, at the end, the
Hey, no.
she's not listening.
Of what, Atlas?
No, I was gonna say,
Shut up.
what about when the robot says its pronouns in Atlas? That was kind of gay.
Josh, you're gonna stop.
I did notice that part. Okay.
Does the robot say its pronouns for real?
She's like, what is it doing here? And it's like, excuse me, my pronouns are she and her, not it.
Ew. Gross.
And she, no, I'm not even gonna ask her shit.
It wanted to feel human. But, I mean, the movie is a great example of the
Nessio,
problem
you're
with-
in check. Do something.
Yeah, dude. What's up?
Buff needs to feel the taste of victory for once in his life. I think Nessio passed out.
Oh, that's a
For real?
fucking forfeit.
Just hide in the corner. Hide in the corner. Go in the corner.
Oh my god, my kidneys hurt. And my lumbar. I'm not really sure.
H1,
Your
Nessio.
kidney? From what? Eating?
Oh, God, did he really disappear?
I think he passed out. I don't think he wanted to take a L to Buff. So he fell asleep.
He just wrote in the chat. He said, hey, I can't the Venmo again. What?
I can't the Venmo again? You gonna send me more money on Venmo?
He can't Venmo again?
I don't know.
What does that mean? Oh, you know what? I did hear a noise. Maybe that was him leaving the Discord or something.
I think this is.
Really?
Hello.
I want to see your dang pot apparatus. What's up, John?
Hey, John.
Hi, John.
You know, you got to be careful about talking about J-Lo and Anaconda, you know.
Why?
Sorry, it's a joke.
I don't want none unless it's got buns.
Exactly. You picked up on that one, Buff.
Oh, no. She had a P. Diddy and Ben Affleck. That's an interesting mix. Which one was first? She was with P. Diddy first, huh?
I think P.
She
yeah.
now is getting accused that she helped P. Diddy with some type of murder that happened in a club.
See, she went black
Oh,
and
the
she
murder.
went back.
Probably.
So what we're saying is that she's a beard.
I don't know. I think she's a decent woman, and I think she learned her lesson from P. Diddy, and she's like, I need a nice white
She
man.
just finds like the most effeminate men. I mean, maybe Mark Anthony is another one of those guys that was pretty effeminate and that she was with. And all
Oh,
that.
but Mark Anthony
is there
has
no-
a voice.
He does. He's a very good singer. He's a very good singer.
Yeah.
Is there no J-Lo's actually a dude rumors?
Is Ben Affleck effeminate? I feel like Ben Affleck is as far as Hollywood celebrities go. He's like a decent dude. He's got a strong
Well, but you just remember what his best friend
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon says in Team America.
David.
It's the fag way.
I think that Ben Affleck just reeks like depression. I don't know why. I look at him and I feel depressed just to looking at him.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
When my hair was short, people used to say I look like Ben Affleck.
Really? I will say he's a great director. I will say Ben Affleck is a great director. The Town was a great film.
Do, Josh.
He's Shannon from what's it called? Fashionable Male. Anybody know that reference? Really? Nobody?
Mallrats. In this game.
Mallrats. I know that one. I know that one. Oh, I did it with her in an uncomfortable space. What? A back to Volkswagen?
Shannon Hamilton from the manager of Fashionable Male.
Yeah. He was the.
He has no respect. He has no respect for people with no shopping agenda or whatever. But who's playing now? Oh, is it still? Oh, no one. No one's playing.
This stringy-haired son of a bitch that just got on camera.
Floor, join this game I'm starting. It's in Discord. It's not.
I know, Josh.
How do you do it?
No.
I didn't realize that we have a celebrity in here with us.
You're the one who said you wanted to play.
How do I get out of this?
Like 3 hours ago.
Drunk Mel Gibson.
Oh, now you're tired and you're smoking a joint and you can't play.
You know, he also looks like what's his name, Negan from Walking Dead.
He's still here. What are you doing, Desio? You thinking about this move?
It's like a broke Benicio del Toro.
Just move to you move your king to H1 and it's over.
Yeah, pretty much.
Talk about great actors. Benicio del Toro is a great actor.
Hey, not bad.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I loved him in Sicario. Sicario was a great movie.
I gotta go back and watch Sicario.
Sicario 2 was even better. Sicario 2 was even better.
21 grams earlier.
I've heard that. I tried watching Sicario while I was out on the road, but the little bootleg site I was using it froze up, so I gotta try to.
But that's back when Taylor Sheridan was actually doing some good stuff. Like, I think since he started doing the Yellowstone show, and everyone's like, "Yeah, I'm a Yellowstone fan," and it's like everything. Like, he did a movie with Angelina Jolie a couple of years ago, based on a really good book, which is Those Who Wish I Was Dead, and they had the guy that played Littlefinger in it. And the movie was just terrible. I was just compared to the book, it was just terrible. I was like, so I've seen him go on a slope downward because the guy I'm talking about is Taylor Sheridan, and he wrote the script for his first script was Sicario, and then he wrote Hell or High Water, which was good. Have you seen that one?
Oh, okay. I think I have that movie.
And then he wrote and directed Wind River, which that movie should have won the Oscar. The only reason it didn't is because it was the last movie that Harvey Weinstein produced, and you can't have a movie go to an Oscar go to a guy about a movie about a girl getting raped. So it's just not gonna work. So.
Right. Sicario was a pretty good movie.
But Sicario's a good movie. Oh yeah. And then he wrote Sicario 2, and then
have you seen Reptile?
What's that?
Have you seen Reptile?
Reptile?
Yeah.
I think I have.
Reptile.
Erectile dysfunction?
Erectile?
No, not erectile. It's the reptile.
Reptile. No.
What the hell just happened?
I think he took too long and he forfeited.
Yeah, because he could only go to one place, and
yeah,
I would have put him in checkmate.
Well, no win for you.
Dang, Buff won one.
There it is.
Oh, does that count as a win?
1H.
Have Buff play against you, Josh?
Yeah.
I could say.
Nana, let me know. Let me know when I interrupt you.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. The rest, I don't
I'm not
care.
even.
But Nana is very polite.
What? Okay. I'm not even paying attention.
Okay, because I tend to talk when you talk. I feel bad.
You talk when everybody talks.
Oh.
Yes,
Yeah,
Josh,
but
but
she
it's
just
fun
says she
to
doesn't
interrupt
care.
you.
See?
It's fun to
All
interrupt
right.
me.
Blame me, fuck.
Yeah, because it's one of those things that you get mad, but you can't do anything about it.
I can't do anything about it. I can mute your ass.
I will say this, Flo, that one of my new favorite directors has been for a few years now is. Are you familiar down there with Alejandro Gomez Monteverde?
Yes.
Great director. Great director.
Have you watched
What
this
is that
movie, La
green?
Llorona?
Is that Green
Oh yeah,
Mountain?
very good movie. Good,
Yeah.
very good movie.
Do you know that director of that movie, he's from the town that I'm in right now? He's Guatemalan, super gay, but really cool guy.
Oh wow, interesting.
You're gay.
Super gay.
But have you heard of the Alejandro Gomez Monteverde? Have you heard of that director?
Yeah, he's a lot in the news in Spain and also in
Yeah,
Mexico.
well, he's a Mexican. Obviously, he's a Mexican director. But the movies. Well, he did Bella. Did you ever see that one?
Which one?
Bella.
Bella.
Bella was a movie that came out in Mexico in 2006.
I haven't seen it.
Hold on, let me look it up. Let me look at
Yeah.
because I'm really bad with names. Oh.
And his
Bella.
producing partner is the guy that's in that is he's like Eduardo Vester. I can't say his name. Eduardo Verstegue or whatever his name.
Verstegue.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a real huge, solid human being.
Oh my god, he's so handsome too.
Yeah,
I mean,
he does. He lucked out in the genetic
Yeah.
lottery for sure.
All right. And Shevchenko was banging in that, doing that split.
I'm sorry, Josh. That just literally came out. I just vomited that. I didn't.
That's all right.
But no, so he did that movie, and then of course the other one I liked, he did Little Boy, which was a good movie, and then last year he did Sound of Freedom, and then this year he did the Cabrini movie, and that was really good too.
Okay, I know who you're talking about.
Oh, are you talking about? Wait, what's his name again?
The director of those movies, his name is Alejandro Gomez Monteverde.
Is he one of the? He was one of the richest people in the world for a while, and he was involved with the. Have you heard of any of the conspiracy theories about Sound of Freedom?
I've heard some of them. I don't think he's involved in that aspect because he was just doing the film on that. Obviously they're doing a.
Is he the guy that
film
I'm
on-
thinking of that was involved with the Clintons and he was...
No.
Okay, because there's this guy that was involved with that movie, and
well, I think it's mostly for the organization. The guy that Caviezel played that they're founding. There's a lot of
underground
weird stuff with it.
Yeah, it's based out of Utah. It's Operation Underground Railroad.
The one from Provo,
Yeah.
Utah.
Yeah. So,
it's
but no,
Operation
the
Underground
director.
Railroad, and supposedly, they like turned away from a bunch of stuff, and then the guy that helped fund that movie was involved with the Clintons, and he was the richest man in the world for a long time. I talked about it when that movie came out. I talked about it a little bit, but
Yeah. So there was that guy that was involved in some of the funding, and obviously a lot of the funding came out of Utah because Angel Studios is a Mormon company, but the actual director Alejandro Gomez Monteverde, he just directed the movie and
Carlos Slim is who I'm thinking.
He wasn't involved. He was just involved in making the movie, which was a good movie. I mean, it's obviously a fiction in a lot of ways, but that's the director I'm talking. He's a great director. I mean, from a cinematography perspective, and I don't know if you guys saw the Cabrini movie or not that came out in March. That was pretty good.
Yeah, it was a good movie. I've just heard some not so good.
And The Sound of Freedom was a good movie too, from a storytelling perspective, from an acting perspective, and from a cinematography perspective. I mean, it was for an independent movie. It was one of the best independent movies I've ever seen. But it's sad because that guy who was involved, the real guys, a lot of them, and this is what we find out is that a lot of these people who are involved in trafficking
in Hollywood
are involved in are kind of the heads of charities that, you know, there's a lot of deep stuff in there, which is sad.
Well, there were some people that were saying the whole reason that movie was put out was to freak parents out so that they would be more willing to microchip their kids.
Well, I don't know if I buy that. I don't.
That's conspiracy land.
I don't know if I buy that just because to me, like, I mean, so many different people were involved in making that movie. And so as to whether there's a conspiracy to it, I think from my perspective, the guy that I know, the Monte Verde director, I think he saw it as a compelling story and he made, you know, he obviously was told, I think, some things that weren't true. And then of course they had to make a story out of it. And
but I've looked into the Operation Underground Railroad stuff because I did a birthday.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
And I live
I'm
in
sure
Utah.
it is.
And I did a birthday fundraiser. I raised them like $100, and I looked into that stuff. They had a bunch of cases brought up against them that just got dismissed.
Right. Well, and when you look at like all the people who they have involved in some of that stuff, like I said, you don't get to a place or a point where you have the ability to get into those circles unless you have someone that is part of those circles already. And
are you talking about actors and whatever?
No. We're talking about this organization that deal. I know this because there's another YouTuber that I know of that she does a lot of stuff with people who are, because she was a victim of trafficking, and so but she knows a lot of people that are involved in that situation. She, you know, and I heard it right away, and at first I was like, what? And that's why I say what I see in the movie and what the story, I think what the movie, what Monteverde's message in the movie is, to me, is completely different than what the people involved in it are.
That was one of those things where if you brought it up, everybody was pissed.
Oh, they got angry at you. They got angry at you. Yeah.
They're like, why are you bringing this up? It's like, I'm just reporting on the facts. I'm just saying that this organization that made this movie is not such.
Well, they didn't make the movie. It's a movie that, this is where I think some of the misinformation is.
The guy
it's about the guy and his organization, which have shady crap. But the people who are involved in making this movie, which is Monteverde and his producing partner, the guy that's the actor Eduardo
and Carlos Slim, helped fund the movie.
Yeah.
Is it an indie movie?
It's an indie movie, yeah.
Well, because
was it indie? Because
as someone who's worked in movies, I'll tell you, as someone who's worked in film, I wouldn't trust any of those fucking people.
Oh, I know. You have
even even the people in the backup, like who are not, even the blue collar people.
Yeah, no, I know.
They're probably not evil, but anybody who
you have to pay a price
in that industry.
You have to pay a price to be in that world,
or we'll just shut the fuck up.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or just won't say anything.
You have to pay a price. You have to pay a price. Well, I think he had some influence, but he wasn't the big. He was. I think he helped get them that meeting with 20th Century Fox, but 20th Century Fox was then bought by Disney and said, no, we don't want to continue helping you, because they weren't producing it; they were going to be doing the distribution on it. So,
was Mel Gibson involved in that?
No. He wasn't. He was indirectly involved, but he wasn't. He wasn't like a producer on it.
He was more promotion.
Can I say something?
The guys that were involved, the two guys that were involved in this team of Mexican filmmakers, the guy that's the director, writer, and the other guy that's the producer, actor. Those guys are like Christian people. They're like salt of the earth people. They make great films that have great messages, and so those people do exist in Hollywood. But I would agree that there are a lot of people who have to pay a price to be in Hollywood. So, and I went down there, and I had abilities to be in that, and I said no, it's not worth my soul. So, go ahead, Flo.
He was the executive. Mel Gibson was the executive producer.
I don't know about there being good people in Hollywood, though.
Of Sound of Freedom.
Well, they don't, but they're not in Hollywood. Is the point? They live in Mexico. Like it's.
Well, no, but I mean, sorry, yeah, go. Oh no, I can interrupt Floor because she, that's what she does, right?
Go ahead,
Nah,
Flo.
go ahead,
No,
Floor.
like for example, that movie, The Sound of Freedom. Like, do you guys notice how the first little boy, he's from Guatemala? I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
like one of them are from Guatemala, and
Yeah.
I work with a lot of orphanages,
Yeah.
like 4 months out of the year, and the story of children being kidnapped and just
Well, Guatemala
be
plays a
taken for
role in that because of
prostitution
the port of
or
Guatemala. I mean, that's a
the most
huge port
the
area.
most common thing that they actually disappear for is organs
Yeah,
more
I
than
can believe
anything
that.
else.
Yeah, I'm sure they let them get raped for a few, and then they do the Andrea Crome
Of
shit,
course.
and then they
Yeah,
take
of
their
course.
organs out.
But we have never, I mean, at least in my lifetime or me
Well,
remember seeing the news, I have never seen like the
By the way, I didn't
idea
mean to get
of
your
the
channel nuked
US.
if I said that because I know YouTube doesn't like that word.
Where's Jalen for this?
We'd
He
break
don't-
him. We'd break
You
him with
know
this.
he doesn't know anything
No,
about
but we
this.
don't.
No, but that would be even more fun for him to hear about adrenal, whatever Chrome, and
Yeah.
it would
What I'm
it would
trying to say,
explode his brain.
I know,
what I'm
but
trying to say
good.
is that we don't know that, like, that aspect of there is this white man that is just going to be the hero of all. Like, we don't see that happening down here.
No, and that's the myth, and that's the fictional aspect, and that's why to me, the true story, the true hero of the story, from a narrative perspective in The Sound of Freedom, in the way that the director made it, is that it's the children who survive, and it's the children who don't give up, and it's the way too often, people let these kids go, and that's why it's so powerful at the end when it says, God's children aren't for sale, and that's more than just talking about trafficking. I mean that in every frickin' sense, because those, the little ones are the ones that are attacked the most by demons and by the devil. I mean, it's because they're the ones that are the most beloved by Jesus. So,
What's the name of that movie again?
Sound of
Sound of Freedom.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing the previews for that.
Yeah,
pretty
It
good.
I
was
have a
pretty
friend,
wild.
his name is Alex, and he has my age, and he survived because back in the 90s, organ trafficking was really, really common, like more than now.
Mhm.
And he actually escaped a basement. It's like you guys would call it a basement.
right.
But he has told us like when he got, basically his family sold him for, I think it was $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And then he gets taken to this place where he's basically marked with a Y or an X, and they mark the, like, what body part basically are you, and they chain them up. And he basically escaped that place and ended up living in an orphanage for the rest of his life. And he met his mother like a year or two ago, and she at the end had to admit that she sold him.
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually
Mother or
like
father? Mother. He met his mother.
the mother, she doesn't know who the father is.
Oh, did he forgive his mother?
Mm,
No.
I don't know, Jesse.
Josh, that reminds me of that one scene in Fallout. No.
Amazing. Amazing. Did you have fun?
The show where they're
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, in the Super Duper Mart.
I can't even remember what you're talking about.
Well, okay, I'm just giving an inference on something, and then I was trying to also tease because I heard you guys earlier before I logged in talking about shows and
Gosh,
movies.
now
And all
my
that.
mom wants me to call her. I'll be right back, guys.
All right.
Oh my god, it's 2 in the morning.
I know, then something is really wrong. My brother just called me, and now my mom, something is not right. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
I'll be back.
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
I'll be back.
Is it 2 your time, Josh?
Almost.
It's
10
almost,
till.
It's almost 2 my time. It's 3 her time almost.
Oh, fuck. That means it's 1 my time. Damn it. I gotta go to sleep here.
How do I
I
end
still gotta
this?
take a shower.
How do I end this chess game?
Yeah, all you need to know about fucking Sound of Freedom is that damn movie got more critical hate from the mainstream media than the movie literally called Civil War.
Yeah.
That was because they said Jim Caviezel was a right-wing QAnon guy, and Mel Gibson was involved with it, and they didn't like all that stuff. And they didn't want to bring attention to if the movie had came out when it was supposed to come out. It was supposed to come out right after the Epstein stuff happened.
Yeah.
And they didn't want it to come out then. So they
No.
pushed it off for like 2
That's
years.
why. Well, that's why, and that's because Disney too. That's the other thing. Disney, at the same time that they had finalized the 20th Century deal, and the last thing Disney wants as the first movie coming out on the 20th Century Fox release is a movie about child trafficking, which is funny because Disney's always peddled in traumatizing children.
Well, right, and if they were it's
Bambi.
I always say it's not about
not
the
just
money.
not just the Bambi situation, or not just those movies where they did that, but I mean also we know about the tunnels, right?
Actual children, right?
We know about the tunnels,
But I mean, Bambi's a pretty right. Bambi's a pretty glaring example, though.
Oh, it is. Well, yeah, and that was the intent.
The most wholesome movie,
yeah.
Starts with mom getting shot.
Well, it doesn't start with it, but yeah, it's
but
towards the end.
They don't even care about. It's not about the money. It's about controlling people and the narrative and stuff. Because if they really cared about the money, they would have made a fortune off putting that movie out right after the Epstein stuff when everybody's talking about that. But but it would hurt.
Well, and that's why they're okay with certain things, making money off certain things that they can do the predictive programming on, because.
Well, that's why they're okay with doing things that don't make any money, but spread a message.
Well, right, but I'm also talking about stuff that's also got the predictive programming that is also very popular, like The Simpsons and stuff like that. Like if it can hit both, great. If not, then fine. But it's, but that's the point, is that there's always and when I went to Hollywood because I had my uncle was in the industry, and when I found out that they actually intentionally will make terrible movies because they'll get more money from insurance, I was like, wait a minute. Like, so yeah, they're at a point now where they don't even give an F about people going to see their movies anymore. They just,
when they see that this woke crap doesn't go over well, but they keep doing it, it's because they care more about the social credit score.
Well, and
because let me finish my sentence. Damn.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm done.
I was just gonna say, well, and that plays a role with the money, because the insurance and the loaning, all of that comes out of the SEG. So they'll make more money in the end with keeping with the message than trying to, appease moviegoers.
Right.
Heath Ledger's Joker said it the best. It's not about money. It's about sending the message.
Yeah, sending the message. Exactly. I love that movie.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
The whole thing is a grift. Hollywood. Whoa. What? You kicked the cat by mistake.
I'm out of here. I got 4 hours. Get some sleep. Fucking.
Right, Buff.
Take it easy, Buff, buddy.
You guys, always a pleasure.
Mine.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, they care more about the message than the money. That's true.
Yeah, Hollywood's a total grift anyway. The whole thing.
Yeah, well, it's always been propaganda. I mean, there's never been a time where it wasn't a propaganda. So
it's money laundering. It's all kinds of shit.
Yep. It's a fake world where people in power. It's really about power, and it's about who can use that power, and that's why What's the movie that says that, where it's like it's not about the money, it's because the money is actually not, it's how they keep score or whatever, that quote. And that's kind of the thought there. But the other thing is the power moves on that, because it's always been about that. And then of course when you think about it too, all the ball aspect of it and all the idolatry and involved in that, and it is of Satan. And when I saw that and I started to realize that, it's either, and I mean this because a lot of people don't realize this, it's either satanic or it's Luciferian. And I know a lot of people may not understand the distinction of those two things, but they do. There is a distinction there.
What if it's Jewish? I heard that the whole reason Hollywood started was because Jews were banned from using cameras. And I heard this from a credible source. The reason they all went to Hollywood and started that thing there is because they weren't allowed to use certain technologies in certain areas. So they all migrated to Hollywood.
And it wasn't just that they weren't allowed to use certain technologies. And see, people don't realize this, and this is why whenever the A word comes out, and whenever we talk about Nazis and the N word, I mean, like, this is the ridiculousness of it, which is that no one in Europe wanted the Jews. Not Spain, not England,
not Russia, not Italy,
not Holland, not Denmark. None of them wanted them, because part of the reason, let's be honest, might get you channel nuked, but there was a depraved aspect about some of their culture.
Well,
and always
read 200 years together.
Yeah, you read your Bible and you know exactly what I'm talking about.
200 years together, Solzhenitsyn.
Yeah. So, but
it's about the 200 years of the Russians trying to work with the Jews and get them to be good citizens, and they refused at every turn.
Right.
And the book is banned in every country.
Right. I've never even heard of that book, and I have the Gulag Archipelago, but I've never.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's super banned.
Yeah.
But you can get an English translation of it or listen to an audiobook of it. It's boring. It's like a history book.
Yeah. Solzhenitsyn is what's the word? Not deep reading, but it's dense.
Even if you just skip around, it's one story after another and then we tried this, and then they did that, and then we tried that.
The point is that they got pushed out of.
Also, I don't think this will nuke my channel, because now that the Palestine and Israel stuff is going on, I think you're allowed to.
Well, you got to be careful. You got to be careful, because you never know when the ADL and the FBI are watching.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
ADL and the CIA, especially, because the ADL and CIA, I can tell you, I've got information on their connections, because I talked to people.
Nick Fuentes was on the Hodge twins recently, and he was talking about how the colleges set up a thing where the college would lose its funding if there was any anti-Semitism. So that's when they really started pushing, in the college,
all the firings and stuff. Yeah.
If there's any anti-Semitism from the students, they're out of the college, because we don't want to be connected with that and lose our funding. And
because if you do anything that's remotely considered then it is basically tantamount to, you basically don't get to do a lot of things. You don't get certain security clearances in our government. You don't get certain contracts if you're working with the government. The government will even actually start to impose some of the things what they did with the Ben and Jerry's. And I don't like Ben and Jerry's. I don't like those communists, but
you can never work in politics.
You can't work in politics. You can't. And now what we now know is, with this stupid thing that they just passed, or they're trying to pass, and the Senate's got to vote it through, where basically any criticism of that nation over there is considered, it's considered that. And it's it's going to get to a point where you can't even say things like Christ is king.
Oh yeah, that's anti-Semitic.
You can't.
But to be fair,
UN created nation.
To be fair, that is anti-Semitic.
No, not really. It could be used that way. It could be used that way from a certain point of view.
How can it not be? It 100% is, and I don't have a problem. Like,
because it has to come back down to a couple of different things, because there's a couple of different schools of thoughts that have emerged with that use. And so that's why I said, depending on who you are and how you're using it, obviously it was a rally cry for Mexican Christians when the atheist government took over during the revolution and started killing them, and the American government did nothing about it. They watched as they burned down all these missions and Catholic churches and all that. And there was a group of people who were called they were basically they were like renegades. They were cowboys who, even though they were like a bunch of banditos, they still like, yeah, you're going after God. That's like even low for us. And they started a group called the Cristianos, and their rally cry was "Viva Cristo Rey," long live Christ the King.
Christ.
But there's that. So the other thing too is the understanding too, from a federal headship idea of who Christ is in the church, as the king of the church, as the king, and meaning that he in the kingdom of God, he is the king, and that is being in his kingdom means we're subject to him and not anybody else. And I can count many different authors, especially in the Christian anarchist movement, who use that same terminology. Now,
what's the Christian anarchist movement? I think I've heard a little bit about it.
Well, it's a hodgepodge. It's a hodgepodge of a lot of different groups, but it is really what it comes down to is it comes down to a couple of different key people. One of the biggest ones being a guy by the name of Amon Hennessy. But basically, it comes up to this idea of the idea that as a person, we have no fealty to a nation. We should have no fealty to a nation. And our fealty is, if we are Christian, we are to God. God is our sovereign. And so to that, and you hear people who kind of in maybe like the sovereign sit movement kind of echo some of that, but not in a way that I think is intelligent and accurate to what the kind of concept is, because really the anarcho.
I kind of agree with that, but I just don't like the Christian.
Oh, they're so cringe about it. They're so cringe about it, Josh. That's the problem. They're so cringe about it.
It's stupid though, because you still got to live in a nation,
right?
Regardless of where you are.
So
and they say Jesus was an anarchist. Jesus clearly wasn't an anarchist. He said, "Render unto Caesar." Right. He said, "If you don't work, you don't eat." He said,
"Yeah," but understanding the concept of render unto Caesar is not what it means. People think, well, if that means render unto Caesar means obey Caesar, and that's not what it means. It means
cook down fat. No, I'm sorry.
That's pretty funny though. I like that. That's pretty funny. That was a pretty good turn of the phrase.
I like that kind of rendering.
Yeah. You should render that image for us on your computer.
Right.
But I can go with the puns all day. But no, I mean, to me, the whole point of it is understanding what he was trying to say, because there's always been people.
What do you think he was saying? I think he was saying you follow the laws of the land. You still have to follow the laws of the land.
You can be subject to certain authority of the land, but you cannot. You render what is his. What is Caesar's is for Caesar.
Right. Caesar made the money. Caesar gives you the money. You can
and if you are. And you can, and the point it being is that if Caesar asks that and he's giving you that and he asks that, then you should obey that.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree with
that. But that doesn't mean that Caesar owns everything about you, or that you should start believing in a false God, or believing that Caesar was a false God. Okay.
Right.
So
you
that's the problem that
Caesar, but you pay your taxes.
Right. So the point of, for me, from my perspective, the way I look at it and what I like about anarchism is I think it's misunderstood. I think it comes down to voluntarism. And I think this is where these stupid Sov-Sit people don't get it, is that here's the problem. You can say, well, I don't want to have a driver's license and I don't want to register my vehicle because I have a right to travel. Well, you do, but you don't have the right to travel on a road without being a licensed driver and in and having a registered and insured vehicle. Now, the reason why, now we have to get into what makes good law. And one of the reasons why is because of liability, which is one of the reasons why we should succeed to a norm of law. That doesn't mean we abandon law. However, we have to understand that law at its core is a contract, which means, to me, if you're going to be a kind of idiot that goes out there and drives without a license and drives without, and that's knowingly what the law of the land is, I'm sorry, you deserve whatever fucking punishment they give you, if it's,
But
jail time or.
What do you think about a stoplight on an empty road?
I believe that if that stoplight tells you to stop, regardless of what you think or how you feel, it isn't about whether you feel you should be subject to that authority. It is that in order to have the right to exercise the privilege of being on that road, you should
stop.
You should stop.
Because an anarchist would say, there's nobody
but
around. Why would I stop? And then if you follow, hold on 1 second. Let me make a point. If you follow that logic, then when nobody's looking, you can do wrong as long as nobody's looking.
Right. And that right there, what you're looking at is the idiots of people who misunderstand what anarchism really is. And so with like a lot of things, there are extremes. And you have people who are on that one extreme of anarchy, who to them believe that that as long as nothing that bothers you directly, that you should be free to be unhinged and ongoing on whatever your enterprises are. The problem is that they fail to understand contract law. And this is why when they say, well, I'm not entering a contract, they think they're being clever about this, because they're like, well, what jurisdiction do you have? I haven't contracted with you. Well, motherfucker, you did something to get their attention. So yeah, you did contract them.
Yeah,
but the point for me with anarchism and more of the voluntarism isn't so much, it's the idea of, to me, like, I don't need a cop to tell me to stop at the stop sign. That's the point. I don't need that. It's common sense.
Right, you do it because it's an agreed upon rule that keeps you safe and others safe.
And it isn't because of the government.
Agreeing.
It's not because of the government or because of the threat of government. And
it's because it works. It worked well.
And the reason why I say that is because if the threat of the government or government obligatory laws were so great and were the thing that would stop people from doing that kind of shit, you would see people speed. You wouldn't see people make all the crimes. That's why when we have a justice system is not to actually prevent crime. It is actually to, and this goes back to contract law. It goes back to, well, no, not enforce, but to reconcile. If you do something,
it punishes crimes when they happen. You can't prevent crimes from happening, but you can
exactly
handle them when they happen.
So the person that wants law and unnecessary law in their life and wants the government to tell them everything, they are people who probably need to be ruled by that kind of mindset, because they're stupid animals that need to be told,
Right.
But for me, and the way I think a lot of the Christian anarchists understand the concept of anarchy is that, one, our moral philosophy isn't based in don't do this because you might break the law. It's don't do it because it's immoral. Don't do it because you might actually cause yourself financial harm, or you might cause yourself others harm. So that intrinsic system of thought does not come from institutions. It does not come from government. It comes from ourselves. The problem with human nature is that it is flawed.
I don't even think it's about others, because
to some degree it is, if you're going to be in a society, unless you are able to live.
Yeah, but that's like no harm principle, and that's gets into a whole bunch of mess where, like, there are things you could do that don't harm anybody that is still not right.
Right, but the point of why it's not right, that's the question. So a lot of these soft sit types people will say, well, who's the victim? Well, crime doesn't necessarily have to have an apparent direct victim, right? The risk of having a victim is sometimes enough. So why you don't run that stop sign or that stoplight isn't because there's not nobody there. And what harm is it that I do that? It's that there could be someone there. We've put those rules and laws on the road to ensure not you being a safe driver, but to ensure that everyone understands these principles. And when people start recklessly abandoning them because they want to give into their own, that's the problem what you see with some of these stupid people who promote anarchism or the sovereign sit, is they think that they shouldn't have rules apply to them because they're sovereign unto themselves. Well, the problem is that can be observed in nature as completely false.
That's fine if you go. I like homesteading. And so I was watching like a documentary about anarchy, and a lot of these anarchists are pretty based people. They're like, we just want to live by ourselves. We want to have our house. We want to get our water we have systems built up to collect water and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that's based. You got your own livestock. You got your garden, and you're feeding your family, and everybody has a role and they do their job. I like that. That's cool.
And that is really more of an extreme, because to me, really what it means to be anarchist is to be volunteering. That's what it means. It means you become involved in things not out of the threat of something, because the threat of government, the threat of force itself is immoral. Our country does it, and we've accepted that it is
all sorts of forms of anarchy, and some of them are them are individualist, and some are like utilitarian. The utilitarian
and that's what's
dumb.
And that's what's so interesting about the topic of anarchism, is because a lot of people, there's a lot of different philosophies, and it's just like anything else. When you realize,
there was a guy in my chat the other day called Anarchy TV, and I was pissed off about the Trump
I know
thing.
him.
And
Wingnut,
I was just that's Wingnut. Okay, well I was roasting him. But I thought if he came in tonight, I was like, I'm going to be nicer. I'm not going to roast him, but I'm going to ask him to join the Discord because not because I want to debate him, but because I want to ask some questions and find out what version of anarchy he holds to, because there's all sorts of different ones. So like utilitarian anarchy, utilitarian is stupid because it's whatever's the best good, whatever comes out with the best good. Well, I could say if we wiped out 90% of the Earth's population, but we left 10% and they were in some tribe in Africa somewhere. So they're not losing any family members. They're not losing anybody they know. It's not going to hurt them in any way. It's actually going to help them because now they can go to New York and take over the mansions, and they have all the grocery stores, all the leftover food. Everything is for them. The whole world is for them. From a utilitarian perspective, that's amazing. But you kill 90% of the population.
But I also believe, to me as well, that any philosophy or belief or ideology that expresses the need to kill someone outside of it being essential for self-defense, like, to me, someone comes on your property, someone comes in to try to do harm, tries to hurt you, kill you, I am not sacrificing that life. They're sacrificing their own life out of their own fucking stupidity or their own immoral degeneracy. And if that's the case, and they're going to get to that point where they're going to do something like that, that force has been, that choice is no longer mine. That they have forced that on me. So outside of self-defense, anyone that would argue that the killing of anybody for any purpose, and that's why I used to always piss off everyone in my philosophy class, because that's what I studied in college, was philosophy. And I would always be the one that was like, because our philosophy professor would be like, okay, so you go and you're in a tribe and they tell you, okay, there's 10 of you. You got to kill one of them and they'll let the rest of you live. And I'm like, fuck them. We'll kill them and burn the fucking village down.
Trolley car.
And have a weenie roast. And people are like, that's so wrong. I said, no, it's wrong to think that you would have some strangers who would be guests come to your house and say, hey, because of our if you said that, like if you could, and I flipped it on him, and my professor was actually really impressed with what I did, because I really made him think. Because I said, okay, what if I said, okay, 10 of you could come to my 10 gay people can come to my church, but I will have to kill one of you in order to make that for Jesus' sake. What would you say to that? Go fuck yourself. I said, exactly. I said, the only reason why you're thinking that it is okay is because, well, we're entreading on their land and we're entreading in their territory, and we have to hold to their barbaric ideas. Okay. No.
So what if you have, so is it self-defense? Okay, we have America. It's a huge country.
Yeah.
And is it is defending your country self-defense? Like, so there's a country that's threatening us and we bomb them to hell.
Depending on the situation, there are times when war is justified. I do believe that. And I believe you can even though I'm not very pro death sentence because of the way our justice system is, I would say that there is at least a moral justification for why a government would have to kill someone if they could not just like be a decent, but that has to be through the appeals. And that the whole point is that our system doesn't have those appeals like they should, not as good as they should be.
So it's like
enough for me to be
trolley car problem or a red button problem. It's like, what's the cost? But see, then now that's kind of utilitarian. It's like, what's the cost to life?
Right.
If we
that's why I'm saying I'm not denying that there isn't a stance for that. What I am denying is that the probability of that moral stance being justified, given all the things that we know, given the corruption in our country, is unlikely. And so that's why I would say in most situations where we're in quote unquote war or conflict, I don't think it is justified.
I was always pro death penalty until I still, to some degree, I still am. Like, if you find a guy in a house filled with dead people and he's like bathing in their blood and like eating them, just shoot that guy in the head. But but putting somebody through years and years of trials, who there's, like Benjamin Franklin said, rather one, what did he say? Damn, I always screw this quote up. But rather one guilty man go free than or rather 100 guilty men go free than one innocent man.
Right.
And
that is the basis, and that is the problem that people have who are the victim advocates, right? And that's why we have to be careful about how we accuse people and about how we...
Well, you saw that one victim advocate who had that guy on Joe Rogan's show.
Yeah.
And then like a week later, that dude chopped somebody up and put him in his freezer.
Yeah.
The comedian, right?
Yeah. And it's like these liberals who just like, well, the reason why all these people are doing all these things because they're poor, and it's like, no. Oh, they're black, no. Now, if and this is the problem that we get into the situation, which is now you're saying that someone is deficit because of their tenacity to do something, and in that case, to me, I think that's the most racist thing you could ever say, is to say that you should allow black people to burn down a fucking Wendy's in their own fucking neighborhood because they're black people, and
then give them a day every year,
right,
to celebrate what they did.
Right.
Jalen, what do you got to say? You look upset.
Like, don't get me wrong. Like, are there people who have gotten innocently hurt and killed by police? 100%. Is the reason why it happens more in black communities because of systematic racism? I think that is a far fucking fetch. I think the reality is that the numbers bear that because there is more crime being done by black young men.
You are smarter than that, John. You are smarter than that.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry you don't like statistics and facts. And I don't about your...
It's probably due to taking fathers out of the houses and not having a strong male.
That's a big reason too. It's a big reason too. But it's not just one thing, because again, we can't forget the history of how we have seen groups, especially like the LAPD was one of the worst ones, especially their rampant division in the late 80s and early 90s, where what they were doing in South Central LA. I mean, that happened. I mean, there was a lot of police profiling. Well, we've even seen that in New York. Police profiling, and obviously almost everyone, and this is the thing that's like the Trayvon Martin thing goes like, well, Trayvon Martin, he's just an innocent guy. He just no. You have to understand. And again, is it bad? Yeah, there's an aspect of it. I won't disagree that isn't bad. But if you have someone that looks out of place, that looks like they're a fucking thug, that
That's
looks
what
like
I
they're up to
said.
no good, that looks like they're
No.
doing something that they shouldn't be doing. That doesn't justify somebody shooting them, but it doesn't mean that means that they're completely innocent of this thing. It's like the Michael Brown thing.
Stop and frisk.
When he fucking charged that cop in St. Louis, all bets were off.
Stop and frisk reduced crime.
Well, of course it did. It doesn't mean that it made it moral. Because again, well, and it goes back to the same thing with like.
Why is it immoral if it looks like a duck and it smells like a duck and it quacks like a duck?
Because you have to have more than someone looking suspicious than to be on the merit of whether or not they should be.
If you're innocent, if you're innocent? What is it? It's a minor inconvenience.
Well, that's what you would think. I think it's actually a violation of your fucking Fourth Amendment, which is due process.
I don't care about the amendments or the Constitution. What God gives me rights, not a constitution, not a bunch of deist founding fathers.
Okay, so your rights though then end whenever there's a moral, quote unquote, moral reason for it.
If God was in charge, it might be a little crazier. It might be worse than stop and frisk. It might just be like,
well, there was
go kill every man, woman, and child in that city.
He did tell them. He did tell the Jews that, and I'm sorry, the Jews that didn't listen to them, and they still have that problem. And then they left the area after the European Christians went out there and fucking died for them, and then they came back and tried to fuck up Europe. And then you want to know why they fucking wanted?
Maybe that's
why they chased
love.
all the Jews. That's the reason why. No one wants to talk about that.
Maybe stop and frisk is love. Maybe if you're stopping and frisking people, hold on. If you're stopping and frisking people who are out at night at 3 a.m. driving around in a dropped, rimmed out.
There's nothing wrong with asking, "Hey, what you guys up to?" Okay, but that's different than stop and frisk.
Racial profile, and second of all, Josh, you're evil.
It's not racial profile.
By the way, it's good to see you. It's good to see you again, Jalen.
They could be white and dressed like a thug if they're out at 3 a.m. in the hood in a place where a lot of crime happens. And they're bumping loud music.
They should be asked, "What are you up to?" If it looks suspicious, obviously.
Yeah, and you pull them over and you say, "Hey,
I mean, I had that
what's going on
I
here?"
used to work.
Hold on, and you say, "Hey, what's going on here? I need to check your car to make sure there's nothing illegal in here." And they say, "Okay, yes, officer, there's nothing illegal in here." And he checks the car. Then maybe they learn a lesson. Maybe they say, "Maybe I shouldn't be out doing this at this time of night in this area." Maybe.
Or maybe we just live freely. Know that we shouldn't be
right, and every man will do what they think is right. Exactly.
Josh.
I'm glad I talked about Judges 19 tonight.
Josh, if you want to go in sub freezing temperature at 3 a.m. to a Subway to get a sandwich in Chicago,
you should be allowed to.
You should be allowed to. And if you hire, personal physical, trainers, assistants, to attack you and fake a hate crime, then you should as well.
Well, now you're taking up police resources and taxpayer money for a fake crime.
Well, they're out there already, aren't they? But they're out there already, aren't they? But here's the thing. Here's the problem with search and frisk and with Terry laws in general. First of all, you may not give a shit about our Constitution, but I think our Constitution has good limits it puts on powers, and there's a reason why, which is because
does it?
It does. Yeah, it's a good thing. If you
I
don't
see
think
that.
so,
I don't see it putting a limit on anybody's powers.
Well, it's because it's being abused, not because it's being upheld.
I see Donald Trump might go to jail.
Yeah.
Well, if he goes to jail, it's because of the corrupt. Which, by the way, isn't it funny?
It's because of the corrupt system that's based off of the corrupt Constitution.
You know what's funny though, to me, Josh? What's funny is this.
Corrupt, man.
How long?
All the suggestions Adams made for the Constitution for how it should be more Christian got shot down.
Of course it did.
Freedom of religion, freedom to practice religion. How is that going to lead to a united culture?
Right. Well, here's the thing, though. I will say this, though. I do think it's ironic, speaking of Trump, that the Democrat Party for the last, 30 or 40 years, which has been trying to prop up the idea that to be black is to be Democrat, and to be black is to be acting like a thug. That they now actually make a president a felon, and he'll be more of an icon to Black America than than any of them will be.
And that's the same thing they do in Christianity. They have the Democrat. The reason we have a Democrat and a Republican Party is because there's two different interpretations of the Constitution. So one interprets the things.
It has nothing to do with the interpretations of.
They interpret it. They interpret it differently. One side interprets one way, and one side interprets the other way. And that's the same thing that's the same thing we have in Christianity. We have this interpretation of the Bible, this interpretation, this interpretation, this interpretation. And we say exegesis, and we make these big words.
Well, maybe we should. Well,
John, hold on.
There's a good thing for exegesis.
John, repeat what you just said.
What do you mean? What I just said?
When you say that Trump will be much more of a hero to the Black community, repeat.
He will be more of an icon, given the way that the Democrats have tried to solidify Black culture in America in the last 40 years. Absolutely.
I almost said that. I forgot to say that.
Not with people like you, but there are a lot of people will be.
I forgot to say that in my show earlier. I was gonna say shout out to all the felons, because I'm a felon and conservatives don't accept me. Like gatekeeper conservatives are like, oh, he's a criminal. We can't have him in the conservative party. Like, we don't like people who did crimes before. You have a felony on your record. You're not
right, because you got to back the blue. If you're a Republican, you got to back the blue.
And it's like, well, who's the bitch now? Now Trump is a felon. Let's go, felons. Anyway, that's a joke. But
I just had to get Jalen's expression on that because I figured he would agree with that. And
you figured out.
But I guess the thing is, Josh, that maybe we should just make you the Supreme Commander, and then everything will be figured out, right?
Well, that's fine. I'll be a Supreme Commander of my family and my community, and you can be a Supreme Commander of your community, and Jalen can be a Supreme Commander of his community.
I don't want to be a Supreme Commander because that's not the Christian way.
But you're not a Christian either.
God doesn't assign kings and judges and leaders.
What'd you say, Jalen?
I say I don't think you're a Christian either, because your ideologies, is
so I have to. So you think that my theology has to be based on my ideology? Well, that's what a liberal Christian would think.
Be more holy. I think you should live more Christ-like. I've listened to your words tonight, and I've listened to them before. And I've told this the same.
He who has no sin casts the first stone.
People.
Yeah, you'll be judged how you judge others, Jalen. When you think you can determine somebody's salvation,
you don't become holy. You don't get Jesus because of holiness. You get holiness because
you're not going to keep talking, John. You're not going to keep talking over people. Like, I know you love to talk. I've complimented you on your orator skills, but you got to let other people talk, even if we're disagreeing or agreeing. That's very frustrating that you just keep letting yourself speak and not let other people talk.
All right, you made your point. But Jalen, why do you think you can determine who's saved and who's not?
I'm not saying that I'm judging y'all. I'm just saying from how you all.
You just said you're not a Christian.
How you all present yourselves, I don't see you all being very holy. I don't see y'all being Christians because your ideologies are quite evil and very dangerous.
Well,
now what is this
that's a pot calling the kettle black, because we could pull the same thing on you, Pride Month.
That's your ideologically speaking, which is the whole point of what's the problem with liberal Christianity, right? Is that it's ideological. You have to have an ideological acceptance of things, which, by the way, if you looked at the way that liberal Christians think about Jesus, the words of Jesus would actually fly right in the face. He says, I didn't come to bring peace. I came with a sword. Yeah. What does that mean? Does that mean that he went to go give everybody a hug and tell them they're all accepted because they want to feel accepted? I get you don't like my ideology. That's fine. I don't approve of your ideology either, but I won't.
And I don't even really agree with John. I think your ideology is formed by your theology. Like that. my ideas for politics and my idea of governments and how government should be ran, it all comes from the Bible.
I agree. I agree too, but I don't believe that means it should be a theocracy. It means it's the opposite. Because what did Jesus say himself? I did not come to be served. I came to serve. So anyone that would use the force of government to try to enforce some type of theocratic system isn't doing God any right. And he told us, my kingdom is not of this earth. He told that.
That's the whole thing I talked about earlier tonight.
I'm sorry, I missed it. I'll have to rewatch it.
I talked about Judges 19 through 21. It's actually Judges 17 through 21. It repeats over and over and over again. In the days when Israel had no king, men did what they thought was right. And then it tells a horror story. And then the next chapter, in the days when Israel had no king, men did what was right in their own eyes. And then there's a horror story.
But
and
they
then the
always
last
did that.
verse is, in the days when Israel had no king, men did what they thought was right in their own eyes. And the whole point of the story is that God sent these judges and God sent these kings to rule over the land in the right way. And when that happened, they prospered under Joshua, under David, under Solomon. Even though these men weren't perfect men, but they still led the people in the right direction and they followed God.
The Jews actually asked God, the Israelites asked God for a king. He didn't want to give them a king. That was not his intended purpose. You see, when he first gave them freedom from the Egyptians and their idol worship and all of their pharaohs,
you say his intended purpose like he was
wrong.
wrong.
He wasn't trying to set them up with another earthly kingdom. He wanted them to live according to his will. He wanted them to obey him, but they couldn't even do that. They were like not even a minute out of Egypt, and they were already amassing idols, and they were already worshiping false gods. And
but
so
this whole premise assumes that God didn't know that was going to happen.
Well, then now you're going into a completely different understanding, and now you're trying to say that God wanted them to be this way, and that in a certain way, no,
or that God knew that they would be that way.
Right. And he still gave them an ability to have redemption. And really the beginning of a lot of their things is they wanted a king, not because they wanted to be judged by holiness or wisdom. It was because they wanted to have a kingdom of their own. They wanted to have the politics and they've always been worldly that way. And so the problem is that they didn't want to live in accordance with God's word. That's why God, as soon as they got out of Egypt and they broke, they did the first thing they could do, which was to have another god and create an idol. They broke the first two,
right
away.
Even before they had kings, they had a leader. They had Moses leading them, and
he wasn't like a theocratic leader. What he was a god.
What do you mean he wasn't a theocratic leader? He came down
from the mountain. Leader.
He came down from the mountain, and they had the golden calf, and he melted the calf down and made them drink it. He said, "This isn't the commandments." They didn't know the commandments yet. And he still punished them, even though they were doing what they did.
There's still authority he had. He still had the authority of God, but understanding a leader, there's always going to be a point in a place where somebody has to be an authority figure in the name of in the stead of God. But the problem is that those authority figures, because they are human, they fail. And the Jews misunderstood that from the complete whole thing. And so actually, when you look at who David is and the whole purpose of why Jesus comes about the way he does and him being descended from David is because he comes from those kings to restore that authority that God has over us,
but
over the true Israel, which is those who were those of the 12 tribes of Israel who truly believed in the promise of God, and those of the apostles, those who came out of Christianity who believe in the same promise of the Messiah.
The authority
is God not the ultimate authority, though?
He is.
Of course he's the ultimate authority, but he does not come, even when he does when he has to punish, he also gives them redemption. Look to what he does, even when they're flailing in the desert and they're constantly sinning against God. What are they doing? He's giving them manna from heaven, even though they're asking for it in a sinful way. He's still giving that to them to some degree. And then also with the serpent on the golden rod, like he always is giving them an ability to but it is a foreshadowing of what Christ's going to institute as the Messiah, and that's the whole reason why it is established, and that's why to not have Jesus as the forefront and the center of Scripture is to believe in a completely different God, because as Jesus himself says in John, no one comes to the Father but through me. I am with the Father, and whoever sees me sees the Father. So you cannot have connection to God without Christ. And the whole point of Christ coming down, when he says that I am the way, the truth, and the life, what is he saying? He says, I am that authority. Now, to a point of what you're making, which I would think is a decent point, what you're making there, Jalen, which is Jesus often would ridicule the religious leaders of the time, the Sanhedrin and the Pharisees, for misappropriating what that authority looked like, because they were trying to rule over, right? They were judging people. Now, here's the thing. People say, well, that means don't judge. No, that doesn't mean not judge. It means you cannot have a shallow understanding of judging, which is why racism is such a terrible
Can't be a
sin.
hypocrite.
Well, and you can't be a hypocrite is the other aspect of it. Absolutely. It can't come from a way of trying to make yourself better
I don't
than
even
somebody
believe
else.
racism exists, but
Well, you know what I'm saying. I mean, the belief that somebody is worse off than you. I know you don't believe racism exists in that sense.
Where they're from.
Right. But there are obviously
But I don't even
prejudices
think
against
Jesus is the authority. I don't think.
I know you don't. I know you don't.
I don't look at Jesus as a politician or a.
Well, he's not a politician is the point. That's what I'm saying. That's
He's
why
a
you
leader.
can't use the theocratic system. No, he is not the leader. He is the king. He is the prophet. He is the sacrifice. He is all of those things.
But I can use a theocratic system because if
you
Caesar,
can. Of course you can. I'm just saying that a theocratic government.
If I have to render
Earth,
unto Caesar what is Caesar's, I want Caesar to be a man of God.
Well, then you should just go back to the Roman Catholic Church. You should go and become a Roman Catholic, because that's exactly what they did.
I think that's pretty based. I think they did a lot of good things.
I'm not denying that they don't do good. We wouldn't have the Bible if it wasn't for the Catholics.
I'm not a fan of some of their doctrines, so I wouldn't.
I'm not either.
But
Jalen had to say something. Jalen, what do you want to say?
What are your thoughts on the Trinity, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit?
I believe in the Trinity. I mean, it's true. I mean, I think anyone that reads the Bible and is looking at the Bible and looking at it within its context would say that there is a triune God. Jesus himself says, no one sees me, no one sees the Father but through me. He's not saying that I am one with the Father. He is saying that no one gets to the Father but through me. Now, that's not saying that he is separate from the Father in the sense of substance, but what he is saying is that I and the Father are one, but I'm also distinct from the Father.
What does it say? Like, what does it say? Like, what does it say? Like 8 verses later.
What do you mean? What does it say 8 verses later?
When he says, I and the Father are one, what does he say a couple verses later? He says,
well, tell me.
He says, just like I and the Father are one, you and the Father can be one. You can follow
through
the
him,
Father and
through
be
him.
one. So are we God?
No. That's you're misunderstanding what he's saying.
I'm not misunderstanding.
Yes,
I'm reading it in context. You're using hermeneutics and exegesis and a bunch of other stuff that people have taught you throughout your whole life. And never in the Bible does God say, I am a 3-part being. Never does Jesus teach that. Never do the disciples teach that. Nobody in the Bible teaches that at any point.
They do.
No, they don't.
They do. If you understand the Bible in its
I understand
proper
it
context,
quite well.
And if you understand it in its proper historical context, yes, you will understand.
No,
when
you understand the church fathers,
and the whole reason why the Roman Catholics,
the Roman Catholics that you just threw under the boat.
The whole reason the Nicene Creed happened is because for 500 years the church was unified on this idea, and then somehow
it wasn't.
Coming around said,
it happened because they were arguing.
Yes, because people were coming out and saying, yeah, there is there was the Donatists, there were 3.
The whole reason the Nicene Creed happened is because they were arguing and they said, we're the authority and we're going to tell, and you're anti-theocracy, but yet you're pro-Nicene Creed and the Trinity, which comes from an authority, a church authority, the church fathers who said,
based on the
we have apostolic succession and we're going to tell you what's right and what's wrong.
And they weren't right because of apostolic succession. They were right because they had biblical accuracy.
It's not accurate.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
It is.
Okay. I don't think so. I haven't found it in there.
I know because you and you can throw that rock at my glass house and say, you have hermeneutics. You may disregard a dogmatic idea on the basis of dogma.
I love dogma,
but you're just as dogmatic, and you may say that.
No, I love dogma. I'm pro dogma
from a completely free and unhinged view of the Bible.
I just read it.
Almost every view of the Bible. No, I think you. So give me the actual verse. Let's go into the actual verse.
Which verse? There's hundreds. I've listened to hundreds and hundreds of
you
hours.
You just gave me a
verse
to review because I said I was referencing John.
Yeah, when he says
I am the way, the truth. Yes.
When he says I and the Father are one, Trinitarians will use that. But if you keep reading a couple verses later, he says, in the same way, you and the Father can be one. And I would say that in the same way that when a father has a child, you see the father in the child. The father is raised by the child. So the father is
raised by the child. You mean the child's raised by the father?
You know what I mean?
I think that's what you meant. Yeah.
The child is raised by the father, and the father puts his will into the child, and the child basically reflects the father. And that's what Jesus was saying when they said they were going to stone him for blasphemy. He said, "Why do you think I'm blaspheming for saying that that I and the Father are one when you and the Father can be one?"
That's not what he says. That's your interpretation of how he's saying.
It's not my interpretation. It's just reading it. You're doing the exegesis. You're doing the let's extrapolate and then let's take this and this and this and this and this.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Make this story of this thing that it really doesn't say anywhere.
That's not what I've said.
I'm
saying that you cannot take a verse out. Well, that's what you're doing. Is you're taking one verse out of context and you're
all the verses. You're using even if you're talking about I am me.
I'm just saying you're using it to interpret your view of it.
You want to talk about Jehovah, Yahweh, Moses was called Jehovah.
But you're not reading it within the context of the entirety of Scripture. That is the problem, because you actually have, it seems like a problem with actually reading Bible within the context of the Bible, which I don't understand.
I don't have a problem with that.
That's your prerogative.
No, that's not.
You do because
my problem is
you don't like the term exegesis and hermeneuticals because they tend to be used by these churches that have a doctrinal stance that you disagree with. That's fine.
Feminine
it doesn't
intellectual.
mean that the practice of exegesis. Everyone has some type of exegetical thing. I mean,
it's a feminine.
Jalen has an exegetical thing that says that hey, gays can be Christians, and that's his prerogative.
And he's wrong
about that. He's wrong.
Right.
But he still but it doesn't mean that having an exegetic standpoint is the problem. It's not.
Right.
It's just it's a formal word. I mean, you're like one of these fucking people that are like, oh my gosh, no creed but Christ, or only just the red letters. Or I mean, that's how absurd some people get.
No, that's
with
not
the
what
Bible.
I'm like.
Well, I was just saying.
That's not what I'm like. I read it in context, and I can't find. If you can give me one example where Jesus talks about being a three-person being.
He says, I am the door. And think about the context of I am, because John, is saying I am all the time, all over the place.
Right.
And they knew what
I don't deny the deity of Christ. I believe Jesus was with God from the beginning. He was not created. He was always there with the Father. I believe when you go to heaven, you're going to see two thrones. You're going to see God, and at his right hand, you're going to see his son.
So you just deny the Holy Spirit, what you're telling me?
I don't deny the Holy Spirit. I think if anything, it's more of a duality between Father and Son, and the Holy Spirit dwells in all of us, and that's the Spirit of God. That's the Spirit of the Father.
Well, obviously, the Bible talks about when the Spirit came to them, and so obviously, if that was in you, then it wouldn't have to come to you.
Well, the Spirit can move about in any way it likes. That's God's Spirit. He can do whatever he wants.
Okay. But he says, I am the door.
But so you
anyone
think
enters by me,
when you go to heaven, what are you going to see? Are you going to see one God, and he's Jesus and God and the Holy Spirit? Or are you going to see God the Father?
I do not know what I will see. I know that I will see God when I get there eventually. I know that I will see. I know I'll be in the presence of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Who was Jesus praying to? He sits at the right hand of
He was
God.
praying to the Father. He was praying to the Father.
Exactly.
He was asking which is a proof that they're distinct.
Nada. How are you just
Yes.
involved in this conversation and now you're snoring? How do you do that? How do people do that? How do you just fall asleep in the middle of a damn conversation? How do you do that? I don't know how people do that.
I don't know either. It'd be fun. But y'all continue on because this is something
I know. Jalen was just shit stirring with that question.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
know.
definitely.
I know. And I knew he was, because I know you told me your position, and before I was trying to be, and I'm being respectful of your position. I'm just doing a robust debate for this, for the sake of debate,
Yeah,
and answering what I see.
It's fun to me.
I know. That's why I know you. That's why I know you. You're like, no. No. It's like iron sharpens iron, and that's what I believe. I think people, if they're around people.
17.
What's that, buddy?
You said Proverbs 27:17 just now.
Yeah.
Yes, I love that verse.
And
also, I believe in the Holy Trinity too. So I was just like, oh, this is going to be fun because.
Well, what I don't like is that people, when I say I don't believe in the Trinity, a lot of people are gonna lob accusations at me. They're gonna say you're you're oneness, you're a Unitarian, you're a blah 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 blah. And I'm like,
no, there's a whole diverse group of people that believe that.
Yeah, and I'm like, I'm none of those things.
I mean, because I don't know. I mean, you could be a Mormon or you said you're from Utah. You could be a Jehovah's Witness. They don't believe in the Trinity either. I mean, there's a lot of groups of
Mormons,
people. The Seventh-day Adventists don't either. I mean, they just it's. There's a lot of groups that don't.
I'm none of.
But all those groups have one thing in common, which is that their belief system is relatively new in the whole spectrum of the history of the Christian Church.
The closest thing, if you gotta put a label, I'm not saying you got to, but if somebody has to put a label on me, it'd be like I don't know, I don't even know, because I was raised Baptist. I was raised Baptist. I was raised on the Trinity. I was taught the Trinity my whole life. I always believed it.
Well, yeah, as Baptist or Trinity believing, yeah.
Now I probably lean maybe more towards Calvinism, but
they accept the Trinity too. So you would just take the Calvinism without the Trinity, basically, is what you're telling me.
Calvinism does Trinity? I thought they were against the Trinity.
No, they've always been Trinitarian. What are you talking about?
Oh no, I'm thinking of free will, because I don't believe in free will. So maybe that's where the Calvinists...
Yeah, so that's what you yeah, because what they believe and what they call, and the Lutherans, and I come from the Lutheran tradition, but what they believe is what we call in the total depravity of the will, which means that every human being inherits the sin of Adam and Eve. Right. And that's why we need the Messiah, because Jesus died for all the world. And so to them, what we look at is we say it's not that the will is, you can't will something for God. It's that the will is been injured. The will is it's bound by the old Adam that has those sinful instincks. And so we cannot please God. And that's why even when you look at verses like in Isaiah, I think it's Isaiah 64 that says, our most righteous works are like filthy rags to him.
Right.
It's the idea of that
no matter what you do, you're not going to make it.
Which nothing in ourselves can make us redeemable in the eyes of God. It's totally in the power of Jesus Christ. It's totally Jesus' doing.
Or like the Calvinist idea of being chosen. So
and that's what they call it election. I would call it a double election,
right?
But that's the
elect. Yeah, the elect or the chosen is basically. I believe God is all knowing. So God knows what I'm going to do tomorrow.
Right.
So how can I have free will if he already knows what I'm going to do?
Well, so what you're mistaking is that his I'm going to get this omnipotence is the same as him also adhering to fatalism, which is a distinction that I don't think is true, and I would disagree with my brothers and sisters in the Calvinist Church with that, because I do believe that and I go back to what Paul tells us, right? Because he says, I am the chief of all sinners, yet I'm also a new creation in Christ. So the Pauline method on this is to say, look, there is the old Adam, which is our nature, our human nature, which is bound into sin, and all of us have that sinful nature, and we cannot, and God knows that we can't please him, and God knows that we need him. And then in our baptism, through the gift, in our baptism, we share in the death of Christ, right? As Paul tells us. And in that we become then new life. And so in us is the old Adam and the new creation. And we won't totally get rid of our old Adam until we die, right? Until we physically die. And then when we die, that old Adam is dead.
But so if will is the possibility that you could have done something different or made a different choice.
Well, will is not just about whether you have the ability to do something or whether you're going to be bound to do something. Will also is from a Christian perspective, at least from all the different ones that I've read on it, is that will is also it comes to terms in the sense of our ability to please God as well as to do what God wants. And God knows we can't please him with our sinful nature. And so
I don't even think Jesus had free will.
Because
when Jesus was in the garden,
I don't know where you're getting that from. Because
I'll tell you
now
right now. Hold on, I'll tell you right now.
Okay.
When he was in the garden, he said, I could call down a legion of angels and wipe out all these people right now. But not my will, your will be done. He subjected his will to his Father's will, which also defeats the Trinity. But
no, it doesn't.
So that's a double one right there.
No, it doesn't. What it does is that he in his human form, who also is God, knows that the Father who sent him, because he said, I am begotten of the Father. It is the Father's will that I am here. What he is saying is that his human nature and his godly nature are in conflict with each other in that moment.
Well, now, how do you know that that's what that's saying?
Because he is contemplating the fact that he knows what he's going to.
What I see is a son rendering to the will of his father, doing what his father told him.
He is submitting to his father's will because it is his father's will, because his father is the father. But
he's also the father.
He is one with the father, but he is not the father. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Just as a son is one with their father.
Right, but he is not.
When you see the son, you see the father.
He has distinction from the father. He's one substance with the father, but he is distinct. And that distinction comes from a couple of different ways. One, in his principled role as the Messiah. Two, in the fact that he became God incarnate as man. And so he tells us, and we know the Bible tells us that the Father begat his only son. That means that the son went from the father and for a time was, even though he was still with the father and to some degree, his human nature was still there, and his human nature knew he was facing death. Like God, he knew that he was facing death. He knew he was going to suffer. That's why
that's because he was always with his father from the beginning.
Well, he actually,
when God made Adam and Eve, he said,
but then what does God do? What we do know is this: when does actually God, from a biblical perspective, when do we know? Now, we could always say that he was with God in some kind of quasi sense, but what we do know is this: when he started his ministry, which was baptism, which people, and I'm sorry, people misunderstand why Jesus got baptized. He wasn't getting baptized to make it a ceremonial act or whatever people like the Baptists think or whatever other evangelicals think. What he was doing was, he was instituting the sacrament of baptism, but secondly, what does the Father say? The Father says, "This is my Son, who I am well pleased with." And then the Holy Spirit descends like a dove, and the Spirit came down and was with Christ, and that began Christ's mission. And so, even though he has knowledge of the Father, and because of him being begotten and taking full human form, because that's the other thing too. Do you believe he was truly man and truly God? Do you believe he has both man and God at the same time, being of the two natures?
He was a lowercase g. He was a God.
No. That's now you're going into some of that Donatism and all that kind of stuff. So
you can use your words, but
he never. Well, I know. I'm just telling you the history of these.
God said, "I made them we made them in our image. So there was somebody
Right.
else there when God made
Right.
man.
Yeah. That's my point. The Holy Spirit and Jesus was with him.
Right. That's plural. That's plural. That's not one.
Well, that's because you're misunderstanding plurality.
No, I know how to read.
No, it has nothing.
I know how to read the interlinear Bible. I know how. What do you
It
mean?
has nothing to do with reading. It has to do with interpretation. It has to do
right.
because
Okay. So now we need the church fathers to set us straight, right? Because we have a disagreement on interpretation.
I'm saying
we're reading the same exact words,
actually,
but we're exegeting different ideas out of it. So who's right and who's wrong?
Paul tells us. Actually, if you actually go back to Galatians, he says, "You foolish Galatians, you've gone away," and he said, "Unless." He says, even if one of us, the apostles, that doesn't mean that the apostles didn't have authority. They did. That was established. And it isn't because Peter was great. It wasn't as the Catholics mistaken. It wasn't that Peter was the rock which the church was built. It was upon his confession of who Jesus Christ was. That's where the authority of the church lies. And it always lies in that. And when the Catholic Church went away from those things, when it went away from confessing those things, it started to lose its authority. But it didn't mean it never had that authority. And it never means that the things that we as Christians in the evangelical Protestant world that inherited a lot of that framework are not also wrong for that as well. What I'm saying is that clearly when he says, "Oh, foolish Galatians," even if one of us, an apostle or an angel, was to come from heaven and was to tell you a gospel that is contrary to the one that you have received, do not believe it, which tells us there was already, despite what people might think, that they already had the Old Testament. They already, within the first 30 years, we know had a lot of the New Testament, obviously, not all the epistles, but because the epistles.
Yeah, but you're telling a gospel that came around 350 years later.
No, that's not true. But I'm speaking of Galatians, and I'm talking.
Why did none of the disciples talk about a three-person God? Jesus never
They
talks about it.
didn't have to. They didn't have to use that word. They didn't need that word just because they didn't use that word.
I didn't say the word Trinity. I said three-person God.
Okay, well, but that doesn't mean that there isn't emphasis within the word within the Bible that tells us that.
There's stuff that you could interpret to be maybe we can make it sound like that if we put all this stuff together. We can interpret it. But then again,
this is what we're relying on.
God's ways are simple. God's ways are simple.
I would rather.
This is confusing.
I would rather err with a contingency and a tradition that has been established and was held for a long time versus just my own trying to.
Do you think it's a salvation issue?
Do I think it's a salvation about the Trinity?
Yeah.
I personally, I don't like to limit God's grace, and I don't want to, and it's not my place to tell you if you're saved or not, because that's not my place. I will say, this is what I do believe. I do believe that in order to be saved, you have to maintain the faith. You have to be able to be in the faith, and it's going to be very hard for someone to be in the faith if they start denying certain Christian truth, such as that Jesus wasn't truly God, that Jesus wasn't the Messiah, that Jesus was just a man, or that he was just a little lesser, or that he was just a lesser God.
I believe all Jesus was a deity.
It was all these different things, right? Just like I think, hey, if you think that, it's just the same. It's the same thing with people like, with who deny baptism, right? Like who deny that baptism saves, despite the fact that the Bible mentions it multiple times. If you deny that, I'm not going to say you're not saved. I'm not going to say that you're not someone that's a Christian. What I'm going to say is it's going to be very hard for you to maintain a faith that is in context with Scripture, because the Scripture says that. Now, understand why you believe, and if you know why you believe what you believe, and you can articulate that, what you're doing, I think, a pretty good job with, then.
Yeah. I like your answer. I like your answer, because a lot of Christians would just say, no, you're a heretic. You're going to hell.
Well, but see, that's the problem with revenant theology. And I think that is part of the problem we have in the Christian church is we don't give each other grace to talk about things. That doesn't mean that we ignore certain biblical truths or that we invent or twist Scripture. Unfortunately, my friend over in the liberal churches do that all the fucking time, and they're wrong for it. And they are categorically wrong, because not only are they out of context of what the Bible says, but they don't understand that really their theology, their Christianity isn't Christ Christianity. It's their ideology.
So I thought you might say something like, well, if you believe in a different Jesus, then you can't be saved, which is like an argument I would make against.
But I don't understand.
Hold on 1 second.
Without where you're coming from with that. So that's what I'm saying. I can't say that.
I'm not saying you said that, but that's what some people would say. And that's the same argument I would use against like a Mormon. When I talk to the Mormons, I say, we don't believe in the same Jesus. You believe in a spirit father and a spirit mother, and that there's endless gods, and we could all be gods. And so your Jesus is a different man who came to America. Your Jesus is a different man than my Jesus.
And your Jesus is like the brother of Satan. I mean,
yeah, we're not disagreeing about. We both follow Jesus, the Jesus of the Bible, the Son of God, the Son of Man. I believe he was there from the beginning. I don't believe he was created. He was always there with his Father. And
those are good. Those are essential good things that you're on then. Yeah.
My only problem is
your decision of how to say it.
Well, and I'm the authoritarian guy on YouTube, but my problem is when the church comes in and says we have this disagreement on how to interpret the Bible. We're both reading the same words and we have a disagreement. So then the church fathers step in and say, we're going to settle the argument for you. This is the answer. I don't
think that's always been helpful.
Yeah, I don't
believe in the other. I also don't believe that you just let everything go either, because there are people out there who will say things that are completely not true within the confines of Christianity. For example, there are people out there who believe dual covenant theology. Dual covenant theology, you cannot believe in dual covenant theology. You cannot believe in this idea that God has a separate covenant with Israel. That's all Torah. That's not Christianity.
But what you were saying about you're gonna have a hard time doing your faith or whatever if you're not believing in. I forget the words you used, but what I found is that since I got away from this evangelical idea of Christianity and go to church every Sunday, get down on your knees, say these words that we tell you to say, go up to the altar, pay your tithes, and believe in the Trinity, my life has gotten better and better, and I feel like I've gotten closer to God.
I was asked about that, if I may, because a few minutes ago you said that something was confusing, and so I was going to ask in a non not trying to start an argument or stir the pot this time. I was going to legit ask, like, do you pray to God for understanding when it comes to like understanding the Bible, even more understanding the ways of God
without ceasing, constantly? It's not the way but it's not the way you pray. It's not the way you pray, Jalen. It's not when you come on a YouTube channel and you say, let's all bow our heads and close our eyes, and we start saying, dear God, help us. So-and-so needs a job, and his mama's sick. Take care of his mama. And I'm sorry that this happened, and please help me with this, and thank you for this. I don't pray like that.
But I still find nothing wrong with that. I find nothing wrong with saying thank you, God, at any
But I used to do that, and it didn't work.
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the question, though. Let me ask you, why do you do that, Jalen?
Why do
you pray like that? Why do you say it like that?
For others?
Well, no. Why you do it the way that you do it?
Because look at the greatness of God. Look at just the free speech that we get to have in this. Look at the oxygen that we have. Look at every single opportunity.
So you're doing it out of thanksgiving and praise.
Yes,
I believe in giving thanks and praise to God. I believe in that.
I think that is a good intent. I think the issue you have to be careful of, and I think this is the reason why the Bible tells us that at times we should be doing praying in private, is that if it becomes showy, right? Because you've seen it in the Bible where the guy was there at the temple and he was praying and he was doing. There are people who
that was the most harsh words Jesus used was against the
act out that self kind of that kind of self-aggrandizement and not only that, but here's the thing. I do think we should take Jesus' word serious when he says that their reward they get here on earth. And the reason I say that is because, one, I do believe that when we take the Lord's name in vain, it's not just people who say JC or OMG. It's people who just arbitrarily, in a very irreverent way, come to before the throne of God, before the almighty power of God, and speak to him as if, yo, bro, what's up? That's not who he is. Now, I'm not going to say that means you shouldn't do that. I'm just saying that's something you should be considered, because I do believe that, when we think about things that God tells us, for example, when he says, whatever you bind on earth, I'll bind in heaven. That comes with serious power right there. And I think it's always important to say, not whether should I get that car or whether I should get that job. God, give me the guidance to know and the hope that no matter what happens, whether I get the job or not, whether I get sick or not, that I never leave your presence. That even in my trials,
that's not something, that's not a mantra you need to say it every night before you go to bed. That's something you should constantly be. You should constantly be. That's a words and vain repetitions like the heathens do. You're just saying a script every night. And I'm not saying you, Jalen, but I'm saying when people do that, it never worked for me. It never did anything to change my life. But there have been times.
There's not a good reason for that either.
There have been times in my life when I'm going through some stuff, when it's rough, and I'm at rock bottom, and I've dropped on my knees and I've cried out to God, and I've said, "Help me get through this." And
I've seen you retain that part of your Baptist background, though. Just FYI.
He helped you.
But when you're really in your time of need and you say, God, I need your help to get me through this, he'll help you get through it. But he also says, take no thought of tomorrow. So when you're saying, or when you see like a tragedy happen, you see a school shooting happen or something like that. Now, all of a sudden, everybody's Christian. Everybody got prayers. Everybody got prayers to say on Facebook. Let's say the prayers for the families and all this other stuff. It's like, you don't know these people. You're saying this for likes on Facebook. And
right. You're saying it because it's a polite thing to say. It's the only thing that can be said in those kinds of situations.
Right. And
go ahead, Jalen. Jalen's trying to say something, I think.
I want you to thank you for that, John. I miss what you said though, Josh, about those were some of the harshest words that Jesus said. I did want to hear those words, and then I was going to give a little bit of
I read it for you like last week. He was talking about people who pray on the street corners and in the pulpits and stuff, and he's like, I forget the exact words, but I could Google it, or I could.
Right, and I'm not doing this.
Bible. But
I literally just wanted to hear the words and stuff. You said I just couldn't hear it. I'm never going to apologize for praying though, for fellowshipping, for trying to uplift other Christians, as you said a few minutes ago. As iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another, John, from Proverbs 27:17. We are supposed to uplift each other as brothers in Christ, as fellow Christians. We're supposed to also be able to share the joy of the world and just share the ways of the Lord. We're supposed to, as Christians. That's what we're called.
I'm not saying you're going to hell for doing that, Jalen, either.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Trinity thing. I don't think these are salvation issues. These are just.
But you criticize me for praying.
Well, I criticize you when you come on my show and you say, let's all bow our heads and close our eyes, and you start saying some prayers, and it's like.
And I think you're referencing Matthew 6, right, Josh? You're referencing Matthew 6, where he says, when you pray, do not pray like the hypocrites, for they love standing in the synagogues and on the street corners to be seen by men.
Yeah.
And that's the point.
But I'm not doing.
That's why I asked if you're not doing it for that purpose, then that's good. I'm just saying, to me, I think that's.
But there's other verses where it says, "Go into your prayer closet, be still, and know God." There's lots of verses where it talks about praying which is also in solitude and alone and being quiet and turning everything off around you, not on the internet, I don't even like when pastors pray in the pulpit. I don't
Do you
like
have a problem with the Lord's Prayer, by the way? I was going to ask you that, Josh.
Well, so I believe the Lord's Prayer is not it's not a word, and that's in Hebrews 11, I think. It's not a word in vain repetition. It's not a script that we're supposed to say every day. It's basically a guide to how we should always be.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
We should always be doing that.
But you have a problem with people who say the Lord's Prayer.
I don't have a problem with it. I just
you don't pray that way. You don't use that prayer.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out.
And I don't really think when Jesus said pray in this way, I don't think he was saying get down on your knees, bow your head, and say this every night. I think he was saying.
I don't think he's saying don't do it like that, because I think you're right. There is a risk of but I do think there is benefit of meditating on certain words and repeating those words, and again, if you know why. And I think here comes back to the issue, which is,
and there's a benefit to crying out when you're in a time of need.
Which of course there is, but this is the whole point. You don't have to be either. You don't have to be extreme on one end or the other. I think the issue isn't whether you pray a script or whether you pray on a YouTube channel or whether you pray out loud when you need it. The issue is when you pray, why do you pray? And that to me is the more important thing of more than how you pray is why do you pray?
Well, I think we should always. I think prayer is being aware of God constantly.
Well, I think prayer is more than just saying your quote unquote prayers. I do think prayer is like when he says prayer without ceasing. That doesn't mean you just are always constantly on your knees praying.
No, it means you're constantly aware of God.
It's a meditation. Part of it's a meditation. Part of it's a meditation.
You're constantly focused on God and following God.
Yeah.
Like it's not even. It doesn't even have to be meditation.
But the whole point of the Lord's Prayer, I think, though, is why it's important and why it's good to say it on a regular basis, or at least go through that process, like you said. If you're going through like a check line, is because I think the things He tells us to pray for or to be aware of when we pray are the things that we should always be in our thoughts, which is not God, give me that job. God, give me this.
I'll say the benefit to it is that it keeps you aware. It keeps you. It keeps you focused on that. So if you're the type of person that's scatterbrained and you're getting lost in the world, every now and then you can say that and it'll bring you back. But you don't have to constantly be doing that.
And I think when you see like with Jalen.
Very important because it teaches you how to pray when you don't know the right words to say, when your heart sometimes might be filled with confusion or anything. You can go to the Lord's Prayer and it's a guideline of exactly how to pray to God. It's so important. Everything.
Yep,
so,
I would agree with that.
I also feel like when you say you don't go over a bit script or a bit mantra, but the Lord's Prayer is also something right there that could easily be in that category and stuff. But I wouldn't use things as a script because it
gets you in the habit. If you're struggling and you're a new Christian, I think that's good that if you do that, it gets you in that habit. But eventually, you don't need to. You just always can be in that mind state.
Don't give up on the Lord.
I think that goes back to the idea of milk versus meat Christians, right? That may be something from your perspective, if I might, that you're thinking that's a milk Christian thing to do is if you need, and that's why it's good to teach kids that prayer when they're little, preach them to. But again, the whole point is what actually happens, what we see a lot in church settings is people go to church, they say their prayers, they do this thing, and then it becomes rote, it becomes routine, it becomes almost automatic. And I think that is the thing that we have to be aware of, because then is it something that you are conscious of, or is it just something that you're doing as a tradition, or you're doing as a ritual? And that's not to say that there aren't good things about rituals or traditions. I think to just completely throw those out on them bare that those are bad. It's why are you doing it and why? And I think part of the problem we have, and we've seen this especially in America, is and I grew up, and I think I've seen it. I've talked to a lot of people in different church.
I gotta pee.
Backgrounds, so I think I see a lot of this happening where it's like they just go to their church, they go for an hour, and then they will then after they get out of church, they'll go cheat on their wife or something. It's like, what the heck? You know? It's like,
okay, so we have not looked at any of these comments on YouTube in quite a long time because I know I was asleep. And were you Messio was here, sir? I don't know when you entered, John. When did you join the Discord tonight?
A while back. It was probably about a couple hours ago.
Well, first, I think Christ Conquerors, he's probably saying some things. I don't know all these Bible verses, but he's giving you kudos, I believe. He says, I agree with John. I don't know what he was agreeing with you about, but he agreed with you on something because he's bad mouthing me, it looks like. So he's agreeing with
he? Is he?
Then it's the Revelation. He also says not the Peter as Paul says, or John talked about it. And then he puts 1 John 5:7-9.
What is that?
1 John 5, verses 7-9. Anybody know what that is?
I know. I have an idea.
Also, Joshua, now that you're back, your boy Nessio is weird.
I know.
Did you see the comments?
That's not my boy. 1 John 5:7-9 is, for there are three that bear record in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this is in the Holy Ghost, and these three are one. That verse is not in any other translation of the Bible. And they'll say the King James only people will say that's the only thing, but they don't know that Erasmus only had 4 Textus Receptus, and then out of the blue came 3 new Textus. What's it called?
Yeah.
He got 3 new manuscripts introduced to him from the king in the year when was this written? Not 1400. Yeah, Erasmus. I'm talking about the King James version. That verse and that's written in my notebook. I have all my Trinity notes. I have like a prepared.
I'm sure you do.
I have it all in there, and I talked about this like 3 years ago. How that verse is not in any other version of the Bible, and they'll say,
"Yeah, it is."
They'll say, "Well, it's because the King James is the only correct version," which was a rushed. King James wanted to have his name on the first printed Bible, and Erasmus was translating, and he said, "I'm only going to use Textus Receptus," which they had like 4 to 7 manuscripts. And then all of a sudden, these 2 new manuscripts pop up, and they're like, "You got to put this stuff in there, Erasmus." He said, "I don't want to do it," and they said, "We're going to cut your head off," and so he put it in.
Right. So again, and then I mean, because that goes back to another issue, which is, the what is canon, not that, but what is canon and what is not canon. And that's a whole different rabbit hole for another day. But again, you can reject that. It's not just in the New King. I think you mean to say, are you trying to say it wasn't in any Bible before King James, or in any other version?
Well, there was no printed version before King James. So
there was. Yeah, there was
a printed Bible before the King James version of the Bible. The printing press came out.
Okay, well, you're talking about.
I'm talking about a
printed press. Typed up, but that doesn't mean that's not the only manuscript.
A typed up, mass produced. Right, and what I'm saying is that was not in the original Textus Receptus. That was in later texts that Erasmus was given, and I would argue that was given by church leaders and stuff, people involved.
And that's a valid argument. I wouldn't say. I was just trying to figure out what you were trying to say about printed, because if you were talking about before that print, or if it's only in the King James,
right.
And I'm saying,
so now,
King James version,
now we have
English
older. Now we have older manuscripts that don't say that.
Right.
Now we have. I forget the word, but there's Textus Receptus, and then there's Textus. Everything that came after. But just because we found it after doesn't mean that it's not older.
Right. And again, the point of that kind of is, again, this is what always comes into the issue, which is, finding a good argument for the sake of argument. And I guess, like I said, if you're, I think it's good to be aware of these things and to be acknowledging, that there are times when certain texts are brought into canonized. Some things are disregarded and some other things aren't. But somewhere along the line, you got to make a stand. And I do think that verse is a good verse because there's other verses to me.
Yeah, that's the only one. That's the only one that proves the Trinity. And when I looked into it, because I was like, so there's one verse in here that proves the Trinity. When I looked into it, come to find out, a lot of translations don't have that verse in there. And people will say, well, it's because the King James is the only right translation. I don't agree with that. I think the translation.
No, I don't either.
I think the King James was the first mass printed when they had the Gutenberg press. King James wanted his name on it, and at threat of getting your head cut off, we need to get this out now. And it even said in early editions, it said this is an incomplete thing. We don't have all the manuscripts. Now we have 14,000. We have like thousands of manuscripts from different times, different places, and we can compare and contrast, and we can come up with what's really canonical and what really goes in there.
Right. And I think that becomes a difficult thing because I do think question comes back always to source material and dating that source material. And that's why I'm saying that's why I'm saying I think you're making a good argument. I don't think
the American Standard Version says, and it is the Spirit that beareth witness because the Spirit is the truth. The AMP version says, for there are three witnesses. The CSB says, for there are three that testify. And that's all it says. The CEB, there are three testifying. CJB, there are three witnesses. CEV, in fact, there are three who tell about it. Darby, for they bear witness, are three because the ones testifying are three. So the DLNT kind of went with that. But the majority of these translations.
And now there's other verses in Darby. Well, there's other verses in Darby though that Protestants actually cut out. That is one that is very, and I think it's in, if I remember right. I want to say I'll have to look it up. So don't quote me right now. But I think it's like in Matthew.
So
or Mark,
originally, all that verse is there are three who testify, but they changed it to for there are three that bear record in heaven: the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one.
Right.
It does that. If we go to the original manuscripts, if we take the interlinear Bible and we look at the original Hebrew, that's not in there.
Right.
So there you go.
But again, but you're going back to the original Hebrew, and that's where the other issue comes in.
That's what we have to go back to. We have to.
Well, but it's because there's even disputes on what the original Hebrew is.
It's supposed to be a literal translation. It's not supposed to be where we start coming up with our own ideas about what it might be.
People who believe, let's be honest, like except for like a few like radical fundamentalist Baptists and a few other people, or maybe some weirdos in evangelicalism, only those people make that inference. The whole of I would say Protestantism and even earlier Christianity or historical Christianity would not make that. So, but to me,
that's why if you watch these like Trinitarian debates, which I've watched hundreds of hours of,
but I think
nobody brings that verse up because it gets shot down real quick.
Well, and like I said, it's because the argument you make is a great argument against it. So, but what I'm trying to say though is that the problem with the King James, in my opinion, is that it isn't based on the earliest Hebrew, because it's completely based in the Masoretic text. And if you go back in the Masoretic text, you can actually see there's this kind of dilemma that unfolds between some of the Hebrew translations we're using, and then also some of the scribes who are trying to push a Trinitarian view within the Hebrew to try to convert Jews. That was another pressure that was part of that when they were doing the Masoretic.
Do you know how much of in the King James version, how much of Revelation is just like made up? Like he didn't have a huge chunk of Revelation. He had to it was kind of just fill in, and then they gave him stuff and they said, this is manuscripts. He said, well, I'm not going to use those because those aren't trusted sources. They said, you're going to use them or you're going to get your head cut off.
Well, and again, I don't know to the degree of how much of that you can say is all completely that or completely all, or you could discredit all those things. in Revelation because of that.
Right. And now we have more text, and so we can say, okay, we can look at it. And,
right.
But yeah,
I think the big thing about Revelation that people need to realize is that it shouldn't be taken literal. That's the biggest problem people have with it.
That's and
So
that's
Jesus,
that's because that's because they take and you only take Revelation literal if you're trying to make a 70-week dispensationalist calendar out of the Bible.
If you want to make
wait,
a cold.
well, hold on. So y'all don't believe that Satan will be cast out for damnation and eternal
no, I do
hellfire?
believe that. I do believe that. What I'm saying, I'm not saying that it's
Do we
because
not
it's
believe
not literal
that
that's
Jesus-
not true.
This is what
Do
we
we
talked
not
about
believe
the
that-
other night with Floor. Floor came on and said, you said one time you don't believe in Revelation. And I was like, no, I would never say that. I've never said that. What I said is it can't be taken literally, and a lot of people go crazy thinking about apocalyptic stuff, and you get a lot of cults that
And
rise
what does
up.
apocalypse mean? Do you know what apocalypse
about
means?
to agree it all the time.
You know what apocalypse means?
I heard this the other day, but I can't remember.
All it means is a revelation. And again, people call it revelations. It's not. It's revelation. And the whole point is that it is John's revelation. What God is showing him is in a very kind of symbolic and also very kind of very obviously there's a complete meta aspect of it where there's things outside of reality that he's showing him spiritual things. So he's showing them a lot of symbolism. So for example, when it talks about the 144,000, that does that now. If there's going to be 144,000, I don't discard that that's going to be the case. Like the Jehovah's Witness, that the way they say there's only 144,000 in heaven.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Right?
Too.
Like
I've heard of that.
But to me, what's important is that what does that number come from? Well, what's 144? It's 12 times 12. So what it's telling us is that those who are in heaven will be of the believers of the 12 tribes of Israel and the 12 apostles, those who come from those two things. That is the true Israel, right? That's the New Jerusalem.
Right.
And so to me, now that doesn't mean that I can't say there's not going to be 140, because I don't believe, and I've been struggling with this because, I know you could appreciate this, Josh, because every time I bring this up with Christians, I just melt their brains when I tell them, I don't think most of us right now who die go to heaven right away. I don't think that happens till after the judgment happens. And the reason I say that is because of when I've done my research in the Sheol, when I understand what Abraham's bosom was, when you see Abraham and the rich man, Lazarus and the rich man.
Like purgatory?
It's kind of like purgatory, but not exactly like the Catholic way of purgatory. But what we know about Sheol is and this is the thing. This is why I have a problem with people saying Christ descended into hell. No, he did not. He descended into Sheol. Now, what's the importance of going into Sheol?
Oh shoot, I get crazy with this. I say I say hell is a physical place at the center of the earth, and he went to dang Agartha, where all the demons and the Leviathan are guarding the hollow.
But so to me, it goes back to what do you call hell, right? So to me, I think Revelation does tell us one thing, that what Jalen's talking about, which is that there's going to be the fiery pit. And what I do believe happens is that Sheol will open up, and Sheol is the underground, under this earth. That's where the dead are. That's why the Christians have always believed in burial and not just doing the pagan shit of fucking burning their remains and putting it in the fucking ocean or whatever. That's all paganism. But in the Sheol, when you go into the ground, that part will break open at the end of the days, and then the dead will rise from that, and then as a result, those who are left behind won't be people who don't believe in God. It will be the people who are the first to be judged and cast down and thrown in the fire with the devil.
Hold on one second. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do want to ask this real quick. Couple of things, because I've got to go soon, and I want to hear y'all's answers on this. First, if going back still to the Revelation thing, because I do want y'all to go back to this Shaw thing and stuff. I want to listen.
We were talking about this last week. Remember, Jalen? I was just
I here?
Yeah, I was talking about Revelation means seeing what's already happened, what's already occurred. It's not the book of prophecy. It's the book of Revelation. It's being revealed to him what's happened. So this leads to preterism or praterism. I don't know how you say it, but
preterism.
The idea that the second coming's already happened, and we're always living in the trials and tribulations. And
I do believe we're living in a tribulation.
To some of the questions that I have, specifically the question on Revelation and stuff. If we don't believe that, like, what is the point of us having this belief that God is going to come back? If
He will.
What y'all are saying, because from what y'all are saying, from what I was listening, maybe I'm interpreting wrong, but it was sounding like y'all are saying Revelation isn't real, like this stuff isn't going to happen. And so I'm like, but that's the whole point of this life.
What do you mean it isn't real? That's my Jordan Peterson voice. What do you mean by real?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
No.
So it is real. The whole point about symbolic isn't that it isn't real. That's the problem, right? Is that when you get into this kind of idea of, well, if it's not literal, it's not real. Well, that's not true. So what it is that John is being given a revelation from God. He is seeing the history of the church. And so one of the first things we know he sees is it talks about, we talk about the 4 horsemen. We know that, like, there's also, like, in Ezekiel where you see, like, the lion and and obviously you're seeing the 4 gospels, like like you're seeing symbolic ideas of what God is doing. And really what what God is showing is this plan of God to bring us to him whole in that this is his whole mission. And so the question comes, is there what will Jesus come? Well, he does have a second coming. He will come with glory. The Bible tells us it's not going to be like a secret rapture. It's not going to be a pre-tribulation rapture like these people think.
Have you ever heard that the sacking of Israel in 90 AD was the second coming?
I've heard of that. That's people who believe in kind of an amillennialist view, which I don't necessarily disagree with. I kind of have a hybrid.
I don't know if I believe it either. It's just something interesting.
I've heard of it. So, but for me, from the only way I take an amillennialist view on something is that, to me, when it comes to the 1,000-year reign, because people think that Jesus is going to come back, he's going to conquer the earth, he's going to return to the temple. This is all crap that the Talmudic Jews believe. But he isn't going to come back. He doesn't have to wait for the temple to be rebuilt. That's all cultish bullcrap. So he is going to come back. He doesn't come back and secretly take us away or rapture us away. What happens is he will come back at the second coming. Then there will be a quote unquote rapture, which means a gathering up. Yeah. And at that moment, what will happen is that the dead will first rise out of Sheol, and then it will open up into the fiery pit. And then those who are first cast down will be those with the devil and the demons, and those who do not believe. They will believe, but they won't believe because of their faith. They'll believe because they'll be in awe of the Almighty God who comes in glory. And then those who are left behind will be then ascended into heaven. So people who think they're left behind, they completely get that misunderstanding wrong.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about, because I used to be believe into that rapture, like Left Behind books.
Oh, it's all BS. It's all based off of a lot of different stuff that's not, and it's all based out of dispensation.
We're all just gonna disappear, and
right?
And now everybody's
that's not what the Bible tells us.
Everything is the mark of the beast. For the past all my life, I've heard of 20 different marks of the beast coming.
Oh yeah. Now we do know that there are going to be marks of the beast, but interesting. Do you know where it shows where the mark of the beast appears at? It says it's on the forehead or on the arm or on the hand, on the right hand. Well, what do you think that means? Think about that in a symbolic sense. That means
somebody talking about this recently.
Yes, it means you have obliged that authority. So that mark of the beast isn't like a microchip. It's not going to be a tattoo. It might be the Apple Watch. I don't know. That's just my joke. But the point of what I'm trying to say is
I think if anything, it's social security numbers. I did a whole episode where I was talking about, because it says there will be a number for your name, and then a mark on the hand or a mark on the forehead. This is a bit of a stretch, but like your fingerprints and your eyeballs are the most identifying parts of your body. And we have satellites. We have satellites that can look at our eyeball, and eventually they're going to be able to identify you through your eyeball and this goes into like this is a bunch of conspiracy theory stuff, but
right. And I don't get into that technocratic aspect of it because to me that misses the mark. The mark of the idea of the beast being on your hand.
The main point is the government has a number for your name before you ever know your own name. Before your parents even name you, you're a number in a system.
But I think we need to be careful of just looking at this from an American perspective, right?
It's not just it's a globalist. I mean, yeah, it's technology.
I know, but there's a lot of countries right now that don't have like a social security. I mean, they're trying to get a global. That's what the people believe, that there's going to be
so we're not there
like
yet.
a global identity. Yeah. So, but my point in that is that I'm not going to say that that's not going to happen. I don't know, but
the beast is the system because Satan owns the world, or God gave dominion of the earth to Satan. That's why,
and he's not, and that's why he's not in hell. He's reigning in the sky.
Hell is a physical place in earth, and that the system is the beast.
Right. Now, I do think that there are other things.
And that's a JS original right there.
Right there. Yeah. I do think there's something about the beast that I think is important to understand about the sea. There's an aspect to that. But to me, I look at it as this, which is, I'm not saying it's not going to literally happen that way. It could. I'm just saying what's important is that the idea of your hand or your head. Think about this, your right hand, that is where the authority is, right? You swear by your right hand. Jesus sits at the right hand, the head, the forehead, that is where you are marked, right? Like, especially if you're in my tradition where you get marked with baptism. So, like to me, that is all about this conference of the idea of authority over you. And that is the mark of the beast, is that you are of this new world and you're of this new ideology and you're new, and this idea that, the Antichrist, well, first of all, the Bible, there's not going to be an Antichrist because he says there are Antichrist. There about the spirit of Antichrist.
I think there's always an Antichrist.
And he says there's already Antichrists among you, and then he gives in 1 John it gives a very distinct definition of what Antichrist is, which is anyone who denies the divinity of Jesus. That's why the divinity of Jesus is you cannot. And I'm not saying small God. I'm not saying he's. You have to believe he is the true God. He is true God, true man.
Satan doesn't know the day. So they're always
neither does Jesus. Neither does Jesus.
Right, but the Father does, and they're the same person allegedly.
Well, but that's where you're forgetting the whole idea that they're.
That's one of my other.
They're one. They're one in
only the Father knows the day. Jesus doesn't know the day, but they're the same.
They are the true one.
That's contradictory. That breaks the laws of logic.
It isn't. Well, that's because you're trying to bring logic into the Bible.
God is logic. Yes, the laws of logic are in the Bible. God can't break the law. God can't make a stone that's too big for God to pick up because that breaks the laws of logic.
What man thinks logic. That to you is logical, but that doesn't mean that your limited idea of what logic means doesn't mean it is within the grand scheme of what God calls logic. I will tell you this, though.
I think God gives us our logic. And there's a reason God can't pick up a rock, that God can't make a rock that's too big for him to pick up. And an atheist will have a field day with you on this point because you don't believe in logic.
Oh, I do believe in logic. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that human limitations on logic cannot be human reason, because as the Bible tells us, and Jalen, give me an amen on this. Our reason is not his.
But God can't.
What is wisdom to us is foolish to him. What is foolish to him is wisdom to us.
As much as I'm enjoying this conversation that you two are having, I am going to go and listen from afar, but I have some questions to pose before I leave. First, y'all, you don't think that like when I'm praying, Joshua, I'm being performative, because I don't come on here praying all the time and stuff. Like
Jalen, you waited till I went to the bathroom and you said, let's all bow our heads and close our eyes and say a prayer.
Did I do that today?
No, but you did it. That's what we're talking about, is that time you did that. And I was like, hey, cut it out, Jalen. Because I'm not a fan of that. So why would you come onto my stream and then do that when I go to the bathroom, say, let's all say a prayer while Josh is gone?
Yeah. I prayed for you, and what you started to do at one point, you started laughing. Even Buff, the atheist, was a part of that prayer and stuff. There's been times when I've asked you
Because
that.
I come back from the bathroom and everybody's got their head bowed, and you're saying you're leading a prayer, and I'm like,
Yeah,
what are
because
you doing, man? Come on.
I don't remember what called for it, but somebody was going through something. Somebody had said that they were having a rough time or something, and I was like, well, can I pray for you? Because you're the one that claims this is a Christian stream. So we should be able to come together as believers, yes, in this Discord and stuff, but you claim you're a Christian. So we should be able to pray for our brothers and sisters.
And what did I do, Jalen? I broke out a Bible verse where Jesus called that out. My brother, if my brother was here, he would have been like, what are you doing?
You criticize a fellow Christian for praying. You do that and stuff.
I said,
so.
You know,
is he criticizing you for praying, or is he criticizing for the way you pray?
I'm criticizing you for let's bow our head and close our eyes when Josh goes to the bathroom, and let's say a prayer so that you can look good on the internet, like you're the Christian.
No,
and then 2 sentences later, you tell me I'm not a Christian because I said something mean.
You were criticizing me for praying. You literally were just like you are now.
I gave you the chapter and verse where Jesus would have criticized you for that.
Have you not prayed with me on these streams before?
Bro, Jesus would have called you out for that.
Have you not prayed with me on these streams before? And I'm not doing it for no type of views like that. I'm doing that sincerely from my heart. Yes, you have.
No.
Yes, you have.
It's the same thing when the Mormons come to my house and I talk to them and they sit on my couch and they say, can we say a prayer? And I say, well, I don't really pray that way, but you guys can go ahead and say a prayer. And they bow their heads and they close their eyes. And out of respect, I close my eyes and they're but I'm like, I'm not feeling it. This is
on your I've asked permission to pray, and you've given me permission before. So I don't like that you trying to say that I'm doing things as a performative.
I don't think I've ever done that. I've done streams where I'm doing Bible thumping and I'm talking about stories in the Bible, and people come into the chat and they say, could you lead us in a prayer at the end of this? And I say, no, I don't do that. It's not. If that's what you're into, that's cool, but this is not the place for that. I don't do that.
There's a lot of things that you can criticize me for, and that's quite okay and stuff, because I let you have those moments. But when it comes to like just my connection with Christ and the Lord and stuff, and me praying over
that's
others.
Fine. And I said, go into your prayer closet, be still and know God, and do that privately. That's not for YouTube.
Okay.
And then 10 minutes later, we're talking about poop jokes and this is not the place for that.
Maybe promote that you're a Christian channel if prayer is
I don't promote that I'm a Christian channel.
You promote that you're a Christian?
He promotes that he's based and he's going to say things that are true, which are a lot of times aligned with those things, but
I say I'm a Christian conservative, so this is news and politics and theology and philosophy from a Christian conservative perspective. And a lot of Christians would say I'm a heretic. They don't agree with what I say. This is a me channel. This is me just talking about what I believe in and talking to people. But it's not.
This is JS Urban Adventures and sometimes adventure into theology.
Yeah.
Not JS Power Hour. Oh,
yeah.
I said, can you hear my Holy Spirit? I said, pray to me. I said.
For the last 2 hours, we've been having a whole conversation about theology and religion. So,
and I think that's good. And you know what? maybe we don't have to do a prayer at the end, but this could still be church. This is still 2 or more gathered in His name.
I don't think
it could be church. We could argue and we could disagree about stuff.
You have problems with the Lord's Prayer, sir. So no.
But I don't want to I don't want to portray this as like. First off, I'm not trying to start a cult, even though it seems really fun. But I'm not trying to start a cult. But second, what happens if I say I'm the preacher? Let's say a prayer at the end of Bible study, and I'm leading people in prayer, and I'm the guy leading people to God. And then in the next sentence, I'm talking about some OnlyFans girl that got or whatever random news story that I'm talking, or whatever. I'm talking about a movie, whatever I'm talking about. Like, No, I'm not going
I'm
to be a
saying it's not
hypocrite like that.
appropriate for what you
I
what you
need you
put
to
on your
find
stream.
more comfort in yourself as a Christian, sir. So that was
Oh, I'm comfortable.
that wasn't supposed to go on as long as that did and stuff, but
That was just the first question. What's the next question?
because I'm going to ask this for you two. Your question, Josh, is when I ask people about their testimonies, how do you feel when I do that? And then your question,
Plus, you
John.
just got done talking about being at the gay club and having 85 bodies. And then you're like, let's say a prayer together. You don't get to lead my prayers. If we're going to do that, I'm not even the guy to do it. But somebody, you're not leading the prayers on my YouTube channel. If I'm a Christian channel.
Mad about that, sir?
No, I just.
Aren't you?
Go ahead.
That got riled up. But yes, again, because I'm not. I come sometimes, and I've mentioned this. I think I mentioned this a week before our debate. Sometimes I want to know education. Sometimes I can also admit that I want to grow. I want to learn things, and so if you are a fellow Christian brother and everything, without attacking all the time, sometimes it's just okay to try to educate somebody and show them the ways of Christ, not push them away.
I feel like I do a pretty good job of that.
No, what you do.
We talk about all sorts of philosophical and theological concepts and ideas. We've talked about Trinity, preterism, free will, all sorts of things. And we're learning while we're talking.
So my question again, before you went on to that tyrant, what is your thoughts when I ask people about their testimonies? And then John, what is your testimony? I want to listen to this.
I like that. I like hearing about people's lives and how they overcame. That's why I started the channel. I was a homeless drug addict, and I wanted the audience to hold me accountable because I don't like people, and I don't have friends, and I don't do social activities. I don't hang out with nobody. So the audience holds me accountable, and it's not the YouTube that's helped my life. It's God that has saved me. It's Christ. It's following my brother Christ to my Father God that has saved me, and so I love hearing testimonies about stuff people have overcome. I don't have a problem with that.
Lied to me a few months ago when I asked you, "Have you ever prayed for me?" Did you lie to me?
What did I say? No, because then I wouldn't have been lying. I hope I said no.
Said yes, you have prayed for me.
Oh,
you said
what I said is yes. I'm constantly praying for you because I constantly wish you well. I wish everyone well, so I'm always praying for everybody.
That's but you've never specifically have prayed for me.
No, I've never said Jalen's name while I'm kneeling down by my bedside with my hands. I've never done that. No, but I wish you well.
You might be envisioning that right now. So just saying.
Right. When I've had conversations with you, Jalen, like the other week when I was saying, Jalen, I love you. I'm telling you, I love you. I don't hate you.
You don't love me.
But then when I say something that might offend you, I'm praying for you while I'm doing that.
You don't love me. You've got to stop saying that because you've said that a couple of times now. That I know is a and stuff. Now I will say this.
I don't know what your version of love is, but I do love you, like I love my enemy.
You don't, sir.
Just like I love all my enemies.
I love that. Now we're enemies. That is more honest. That's more honest than you saying you love me.
I still love you. I'm not. It's not a lie. I'm not lying.
Sir, you just said to the people that you've never even prayed for me and stuff. Which
I said I always pray for you.
That's your prerogative.
I've never done your kind of prayer for you. I've never knelt down and said, "Dear God, Please help Jalen overcome his gayness.
You criticize the way that I pray and stuff, and you act like I don't just pray here on my own accord and stuff. But again, in a church set,
but are you not getting what I'm saying? I don't pray that way.
Okay, and that's
I
fine,
don't believe
John.
in that sort of prayer. I believe in
But
constant
also
prayer, wishing everyone well,
you,
loving your enemies, love your neighbor, love your enemy, treat your neighbor how you'd like to be treated. And if I roast you a little bit and insult you a little bit, I would hope that you would insult me back for things that I'm doing wrong.
We do ribbons and stuff, but the main thing is, like, if you're claiming that you are a Christian and everything, no matter what, we should be able to have stronger conversations and grow in this Christian community and to try to help each other be closer to God.
I think that's happening.
I
didn't even, honestly, on Monday when I was pissed off, I was saying I'm never going to talk to Jalen again because I'm not going to do that anymore. And then you've been here all night.
Why did you get pissed off at me? What did I do this time?
I was pissed off at everybody because damn Trump is guilty.
Yeah.
But I wasn't really pissed off. It was kind of more of a show. It was just kind of a, let's do a rant. Let's do an angry rant show. And
do you notice how I brought him up as much as I wanted to? I did not bring him up at all and stuff on any of your.
You better not. You better not. I'll ban your ass right now.
I love it, but I don't have to do it. The evidence is there. The actions are spoken. So
whatever.
But I was like, oh, so wait, you was legit mad at me over something? I didn't even. You just knew that I was going to come.
I wasn't really mad at anybody. I just went off. I was just gonna do a pissed off angry rant stream, and so I just roasted everybody.
Oh God, what did I miss? Was I a part of this?
And that's when that Anarchy TV guy showed up in the chat. And I was like, oh man, I wish he would have shown up at a different time because the whole time I was just talking crap about anarchy.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that I missed. There were parts I was asleep. I might go back and rewatch it and stuff. John, take that picture of Michael Jackson down. I'll miss him.
All right. You asked John his testimony.
I want to know his testimony, but I want to listen to it from YouTube because I do have to go to bed, go back to sleep. So, John, the important thing is I want to hear.
Did you ask him this a couple weeks ago? Has he already asked you this before?
No, because he wouldn't let me finish speaking. He wouldn't let me finish speaking. I wanted to ask him so many things. I wanted to defend political things and stuff, and none of y'all would let me finish speaking to the point where I got pissed off and stuff. Which, by the way, I got.
You don't have enough testosterone. You gotta speak up.
I'm speaking up now. I spoke up for myself now. So, fuck you.
I'm just playing. You should have. Oh, he left. Oh. Well. Hold on, I'm gonna match that guy. All right. If you want to tell your testimony,
yeah.
You can.
Well, I'm not one for quote unquote personal testimonies because to me, all glory to God, all glory to Christ, Jesus who saved me. Obviously, I was given the good grace of having parents who believed in Jesus and went to church, and they brought me to the baptismal font, and I was baptized and given the gift of faith and entered in the covenant with God through His Son's death on the cross. And I've struggled my life through a lot of different things in those life. I spent a lot of life studying and learning. Went away from the church that I went to. Always, came back, had my struggles with stuff, and through it all, though, despite all my health issues and all my, I had a, complicated birth. I'm pretty much not here without God, but that's all of us. But I guess mine's more dramatic because, when I was born, I was told I had a hole in my liver, and I needed a new liver, a new heart, and I needed to be on oxygen. And even if I did, I wouldn't live past 3. Obviously, I'm 43, so 40 years have been past that.
Still here.
I've always been a rebel. I'm always a rebel. I needed oxygen. I guess one day I just took it off, and then I used to wear glasses, and then I just said I don't need it anymore, and I fixed my own eyes, and so you know,
I need my glasses.
God works with me because I have a stubborn will, and so I have to learn to submit that to Him, and that's always my difficulty. But the only testimony that matters is that Jesus died for all of our sins on the cross 2,000 years ago, and that's all that matters in this world.
Yeah, Jalen expects that everything is like and even like my testimony would be more like yours. Actually, I was born into a Christian family, and and I went to church as a kid and all that stuff, and got saved and baptized, all that stuff young. And then later I got away from that and I went into like the crazier things.
You went on a soul searching journey of your own.
Yeah, I was a prodigal son. I went out and I ran amok. And then when I got older and I like hit rock bottom and I was like, oh, this is like not the way to live. Then I came back to it. So
I used to do IRL streams in the park, and I remember one time I did that on my YouTube channel, and I went to one of our local parks, and they were having like a drug rehab, like it was an event for helping different things, and they had like a church there, and there was a guy that said, I was on coke and meth, and I was in a park, and I had nothing but a blanket over me, and you know, he said I was, you know, basically laying in my own shit and piss, and everyone was just walking by me or over me, and he said someone just took his hand and said, "Can I help you out? And can I tell you about Jesus while I'm doing it?"
Yeah. See, Jalen,
and I think it's what
Jalen thinks everybody's testimony is like that, and I think those are great stories, and they can work with some people, but that's
sometimes going through hell is one of the best things for you.
Yeah, I don't think everybody needs to, but a lot of people need to. I'm hard-headed, so I needed to suffer. But I think the overcoming needing glasses was the most base thing you said, because I go on rants about that a lot, how optometry is an op, and they give you glasses to make your eyes worse, and now you need bigger and bigger glasses until you're wearing Coke bottle glasses. Maybe sometimes the world is just a little blurry, you know? Maybe you don't need glasses.
True.
Maybe sometimes
that's not true.
And it is true. And vision is subjective. What do you mean? Vision is subjective. How do you know my blue is not your red and my red is not your? You don't know. Maybe the world is a little blurry sometimes.
And sometimes I think the human.
You realize it's not.
I think that sometimes when the human will can determine things, it could be a powerful force to will something into, you know.
Yep.
And so it's one of those. It is mind over matter.
It's spirit over mind.
Right. Well, and that's why I always say it's mind over matter, spirit over mind, and truth over spirit. And it's because, to me, for anything, you could
have the wrong spirit.
Right. Well, and that's why belief in itself is not necessarily good, because we see lots of examples.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because belief doesn't necessarily mean it's good. Oh, I believe that happened. Oh, whatever. It's like, oh, well, why does that matter? You know, like something has to be objectively rudimentary good if it's going to have value. And so, and I think sometimes we can know those things in ourselves. We can have that ability to understand ourselves and say, hey, I'm not gonna, just because you tell me this. And I think I've always been that way for me, because I remember this lady used to tell me, she used to think, I don't know if you've ever heard about the indigo children prophecy thing. Have you heard about that? The indigo children and all that?
Nope.
It's like a very new age spiritualism thing. Apparently there's a new generation of people that are out in earth now, and they're like the indigo children, and they basically see things differently than everybody else around them. And And she always used to say, that's me. I'm an indigo child because I see things so differently. And it's because, you know what? I've always questioned, why the hell do I have to do something? That's why I failed math. It wasn't because I could do math. I did math. I got the answer right. They don't grade you on getting the right answer. They grade you on whether
Showing your work.
You show your work, and if your work is in conformity with what they taught you.
Right.
And that's kind of when I realized, wait a minute. Education, sometimes most of education is nothing else than just brainwashing. And
Yeah.
But I've always fought that. I've always fought like what I was supposed to do. That's probably why, even though you and I disagree on some things, we probably like each other so much because
that's when I started doing
like
bad at math, is because so always I was like, I can do this in my head. This is easy. And I would just write the answer and they'd say, that's not good. You got to show your work. Then you get to a point where with algebra, where showing your work means one piece of paper is 4 problems. And it's like this long chain of things. And I'm like, I don't even want to do this. I don't care. Like, when am I ever going to use this? And sure enough, you'll never use it unless you're going into like engineering or coding. And even then, like, you're never going to use this. Like, and yeah, and then that's when I started like rebelling against school and all that stuff. But
I just had a different type of rebellion than you, because a lot of people I know that when they get in a rebellion, they'll do things like they'll act out, or they'll get into things like drugs. I never did that. Like people are shocked because I'm 43 and I've never done marijuana. I've never done any hard drugs.
That's why I think I'm more authoritarian than a lot of people. I lean more towards authoritarianism because
you see the recklessness with the lawlessness and the
I saw how I rebelled against my parents, and it was like, run away. Friends are the most my friends were the most important thing. If I'm missing one night with my friends, I'm pissed off at my parents, and now I need to sneak out. And it's like that was worthless. None of that helped me. But I'm just trying to hang out with my friends, do drugs, party, drink, all this because I want to have fun. And I see how reckless that was. And if I would have just listened to my parents, followed their rules, followed the structure of the world, even though I don't like education, I'm not a fan of college.
You would have had more benefit and not as many hardships.
Yeah, I could have gone to college and I could have been a dang lawyer or a criminal investigator or something things that I'm good at. I could have put that into, instead of partying and committing crimes and doing drugs, I could have put that into something. And right now my life would be great. I'd be rich. I'd be chilling like a villain. But
yeah, and my way, it's kind of like, my way of rebellion and my way of kind of thing was, as I never wanted to go away from the rules, because for one, for me, the things I like doing, my parents were okay with me doing. My parents let me watch rated R movies. They let me play video games. Like I always joke, like grounding me was like the best thing you could do, because the thing I liked to do the most was actually be in my room, surrounded with, with my books and surrounded with my, and so to me, I always was a rogue and I was always secluded. And that's why I probably am not so authoritarian, because to me, I see the idea of volunteerism. And then, when I look at, I used to adhere to a lot of things, institutions and traditions, and I was very conservative. And then I realized that, the institutions are good, traditions are good, but for the sake of them, they're not. So having something just because it's there doesn't mean it's good. Doesn't mean you should object to not having it, because I think, again, there's a good quote that Chesterton says, which is, don't tear down a fence unless you know why it was put up in the first place. And I think that's a great quote to think about, because, but I like to be left alone. So to me, I'd like to say, hey, okay, I'm not going to bother you, but don't bother me, and it's so,
and that's me now. But back then when I was a kid, it was like, I wanted to be popular. I wanted to be the life of the party.
And I never had that, and probably because, for one, I didn't hit puberty till I was 23, so I didn't have all those pressures of puberty. Yeah.
What the?
Well, that's what happens when you have a pituitary stalk disruption syndrome. So I never had like the needs of being a teen. Like, to me, I'd rather escape in books, and I always was in my own head and my own adventures. And that's what I always say. Like, if you always want a good like a movie like fabric of me, it'd be like the Never-Ending Story meets like I don't know if you've ever seen the Secret Life of Walter Mitty, the remake that Ben Stiller made, where he imagines things in his
but I
head.
don't remember it.
I love that movie. He's always in his head, and it's kind of like that, But like those were kind of me.
He's
Like
he's like a hero, and then
he's the hero in his own head. Then he's imagining something extraordinary, and then it's like and then he goes out and he lives life, and then he finds that that's what he's missing is that he's. So that movie spoke to me very profoundly. It still does, and I love the soundtrack.
Like what we were saying earlier about mind over matter and then spirit over mind is I watch a lot of like I'm really into psychology. I think it's a pseudoscience. I've done a whole
I do
show.
too.
I've done a whole show where I've talked about why psychology is a fake science, but I still am
It is.
interested in it.
Yeah.
And I understand the words that they use. I don't like to use those words, but so I watch a lot of like interrogation videos and crazy like murder stories, and like when these kids do these, like a kid who kills their friend or something, some crazy story or something like that, and then the psychologists are in there and they're analyzing this person and they're trying to fit them into all these boxes, but then they don't fit here, they don't fit here. It's like you're leaving out the most important aspect. I think those people are demon possessed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There are demons, and
oh yeah,
and it's like, so there's,
and they don't necessarily have to be. They don't have to be possessed. They could also be demonically obsessed, and there are differences on those. I don't know if you know that or not. If you've heard that.
Demonically obsessed and demonically possessed.
Yeah. Demonically, there's different ones. Like, so there's obsessed, and then there's oppressed, and then there's possessed. So usually what happens is you're kind of, if you want to call it your tango with a demon, usually starts when you go into some type of new age, like you begin, like you're curious about something that's new agey or something that's demonic. That's where you get obsessed. And then that creates something in that world, creates a gateway or a portal to open up where then demonic entities can come and oppress you. And when they oppress you, they can still do certain things with you. They can say things with you, but they haven't taken
but they don't
full
have power
ownership
over you. Right.
Well, they don't. They have some power, but not complete, and they're not possessing you. They're oppressing you, and and then usually they force possession. You, and then it becomes possession. So there's different aspects of those different things.
Yeah, that's kind of like in. Have you seen the movie Nefarious?
Oh yeah, and I've read the book. I thought the book was really good.
Yeah, and
I like that guy.
Screw Tape Letters from C.S. Lewis, and
yeah.
It's like it's different levels. It's like first you open a door, and then you start getting into things, and then eventually, that makes I have.
And I do think some people are also flames for that too. Like they don't actually intend to do something. Like one of the worst things you could ever do is go to like a place that's quote unquote haunted and then say, connect with me, communicate with me, dead spirits. Like you're asking for an entity to come in and royally fuck with your life.
Right.
And so you have to be careful about those kinds of things, or certain powers. I don't mess with Ouija, but again, how much of that I don't know. They could use it.
We played with them when I was a kid, and I'm going to church and I'm a Christian and stuff.
And you're still playing with it,
And I'm like, this is stupid, but let's play with it. And it could have, it opens a doorway.
Well, and the thing that I think is a good way of pointing that. Did you ever see that movie Stir of Echoes with Kevin Bacon?
Yeah, I can't remember it real good, but I think it was a really good movie.
Yeah, it was. It was because it came out that year. Because you know how
he's
Hollywood
got a shovel at the end, and he's
Yeah, yeah. Because Hollywood, how Hollywood is like they'll do one movie and then they got to do a movie that same year that's somewhat close to it. So
yeah,
kind of got missed by the fact that it came out like a month before Sixth Sense.
Okay.
And that was like, so people were like, oh, they're two the same kind of movies, It was like
Armageddon and Deep Impact.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you see these kinds of things happening. Yeah. So that was the same thing. So it was like Sixth Sense because it was again him seeing a dead person. But what happens there is that they're having a party and the gal has him do a phrase and that opens up his sensory to the undead and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that can happen. So you have to be careful about what words you use. There's a reason why. Like, I don't know if you've ever read all this stuff.
But it doesn't even have to be like, I don't even think it has to be something like that. Like,
no, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you sometimes can trigger it and not know it.
Right.
It doesn't necessarily have to be something that's quote unquote like,
could just be hanging out with the wrong person.
Right. You could be hanging out with the wrong person. Or I do think that that they are attracted to you. So I've always known
it comes from anger too. If you're
especially
if you're angry at your parents, which a lot of kids get angry at their parents.
Anger and depression.
And so when you see like Christian parents, and maybe sometimes they're kind of oppressive, maybe sometimes they're pushing it on the kids a little too much with the religious stuff, and then sometimes these kids turn out to be the biggest freaks, or like a school shooter or something, and they're like, but the parents were so nice and they went to church every week, and it's like, but they get angry at the parents, and so they resent that. And then
and that's where, off the rails. Going back to your point about psychology, and that's the limitation of psychology, and that's why I don't like psychology. That doesn't mean I don't think there's certain psychotherapy or certain principles. Like I think some of the stuff that Jung talks about is interesting and good, but to me, if you address issues of the heart as just issues of behavior or of the head, you're missing a huge component, because the whole heart plot.
You're missing everything.
The heart is like it's like and that it becomes an infected organ, and it's like the heart and the head are interconnected. That's why, to me, I always say that connection between the heart and the brain is your consciousness. Like it's in that, there's like that portal there. That's that kind of kind of think of like this like highway of just information. And so I think when people have that, they have and I think about this too when I think about trauma, because I think trauma, a lot of people who've ever had trauma know, like, it completely rewires your head. Like, it rewires your brain, it rewires your whole thing. And to me, trauma is something that does that. And I think part of what makes trauma so what it is that it is infliction of hurt. And to me, the most people who deal with the worst type of trauma usually tend to be kids who have been sexually abused or have been really physically abused, but especially sexually abused. Because what that does, it just rewires your whole fucking your whole being.
So I had like a conservative dude on Facebook got all pissed off and started cussing me out one time because I said all kids experience trauma.
They do. All kids do. All kids.
He was like, "Oh, you're some liberal psychologist type. Trauma. It's all about trauma." And I was like, "No, listen to what I'm saying. We just define trauma differently. I'm not talking about sexual abuse and physical abuse. I'm not talking about
We're not talking about the most egregious, aggravated types of trauma.
I'm talking about maybe your mom didn't let you go outside and play enough.
Yeah.
And
or
that
I think
was a trauma that you built up an anger to.
Right.
And that anger grew and grew and grew, and you lose your mind over it. Like,
yeah.
And
to
it's
me,
like a little trauma. Trauma is just a something that has a negative effect. I don't even think it has to be negative. I think there can be positive trauma.
Yeah. So to me, the way I look at it is trauma is either a act or an event of abuse or violence or something that traumatically shocks you. But also, you could say that a part of adolescence is enduring trauma, and that and this is why I think it's so
like,
important.
what if your dad wasn't there?
Right. Well, yeah, and I'm not just talking.
Your dad
and I'm
never
not just talking-
physically beat you or did
Right.
anything like that, but he wasn't there.
But they neglected
That's
you,
a
which is
trauma.
still yeah. But even if you had like a family and it was all quote unquote regular, I still think there's things in the world that cause trauma. There's environmental trauma. Like think about kids who were kids during, I don't know how old you are, but like kids who were kids during 9/11 kind of thing. Or, or kids who were kids during COVID or whatever. Like you get these kinds of
Floor, how do you join the stream and then just go to sleep? She's snoring.
There's a Guatemalan dog over here.
Come rescue it.
So I think, and when Jesus says, don't hinder the little children for the kingdom, and we're told that we need to remember the kingdom of God like children. And so to me, I think that's kind of like one of the things about like adulthood is that we lose that innocence, like that we lose that child wonder, and we lose, Chesterton talks about he's one of my favorite writers. That's why I always reference him. Is he talks about like we lose the wonder of fairy tale, and he says, the whole point about fairy tales isn't to tell us that the dragon exists; it's to tell us that dragons can be beaten.
Yeah, it's to tell us to fight the dragon.
And in the world, what ends up happening?
You must go out and find the dragon.
You have to identify with the dragon. You have to be nice to the dragon. Dragon lives matter. Like what did the dragon do to you? And that's why I think about I'm a big literature nerd. I love books. I love reading books. One of my favorite books is Dracula. I love Dracula. And one of the things that has always pained me is that, Hollywood or whatever, or games or whatever, they're always trying to make Dracula like a misunderstood guy and not the fucking blood drinking, thirsty monster, heartless monster that he is. And the reason why he wants to go to London is that London is a place that has accepted modern life, and people have accepted that there's a quote unquote rational reason, and they forego things like tradition of having a cross where he's at, where they all he hates the locals because they all wear a crucifix because they're all come from some Catholic background, and they all know who he is. They're like, and that first part of the book when the lady's in the carriage with him and she's like, don't go out after midnight and
I don't
careful
think I've
of the
ever
wolf.
read Dracula. Maybe I did
at
some point. But
and so even in the movies, you miss all of this stuff where where she's talking about it and she's so worried about him that she gives him a crucifix and it ends up saving his life, really. But but this idea where he comes to London and the whole reason why he wants to go to London is that nobody believes in vampires there. He can blend in society, and you think about that from a perspective of why urban areas are such a huge beacon for serial killers. Like you talked about, you're interested in crime and serial killers and stuff. I've always been that way too. And one of the ones that's interesting to me has always been H.H. Holmes.
H.H. Holmes. I don't know who that
Yeah.
is.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, you got some good stuff to get into. But he was a guy who created. He lived in Chicago, and he built this thing they call it the Murder Castle. Basically, it was like a 4-story building that he made, and he basically made a factory of death. Is basically what he did, but on the outskirts, it all looks great because the first floor, it had a pharmacy that he hoodwinked some lady out of, and he had another a laundry business, and then there was rooms for let and offices, and then people would come and stay at his hotel because they were there for the Chicago World Fair, and he would basically make hallways that would end, and then they would be chutes, and then he would have rooms where he'd gas them, and then he would put them down a chute, put them in a thing of acid base so that he could sell their skeletons, because that's actually how he started into it. So he's actually one of the first serial killers in America, but he's also one of the few serial killers that actually graduated college, because a lot of serial killers don't graduate school. And so he went to the University of Michigan, and he became a doctor. H.H. Holmes.
Holmes.
Yeah, Herman. Yeah, Herman.
I'll look into it.
It.
I've heard of something called like the Murder House, but it was like a YouTube channel where they would bring people and like torture them, but it was like a game.
Yeah, and it's probably a reference to the Murder Castle. But yeah, but he went to school and here's an idea that the monster is formed also by society, because what he did is he was in Michigan medical school at a time when because we were so desperately trying to learn and study medicine. And in order to do that, they always constantly needed a fresh supply of dead bodies. And so because of that need, people were doing all sorts of things like what he started doing. He started doing grave digging, and he would actually like dig up people's graves. And then like he would like melt all their flesh off and put like the skeleton in. And then that wasn't enough because he was always trying to find an angle here. So then what he would do is then he would go and he would.
Well, it's better to have live subjects.
Right. Well, so then he would actually huckster people, and he would get in and he would say, "Hey, I'm going to help fake your death for insurance." And they're like, "Oh yeah, and I'll give you the money." And then like he would end up still
kill them.
And then
and steal their identity and take the insurance money?
Putting their skeleton, taking all their money, and then he kept on doing it. So you see how it got aggravated. And so this is the thing that's interesting to me, because I see a lot of parallelizations with that with like Jeffrey Dahmer and how he talks about, because Jeffrey Dahmer was demonically
possessed. He had to
and possessed. And he talks about it because he actually found Jesus when he was in jail. And he talks about, and you think about it, how the trajectory of how that came, where it was like, okay, so I need to have this sexual fantasy, this sexual fetish sated. So what he would do is he would go and he would pick up black kids, black boys. Yeah, he started a mannequin in his grandma's house. Yeah, he would be a mannequin with his grandma's house, and then when he moved to Milwaukee,
then he starts going to the
gay discos,
whatever.
Yeah, and then he was attracted to black guys, so he would always pick up, and he probably also knew that a lot of them probably came from broken homes, so that they wouldn't be missed right away.
Yeah,
and then he then started picking up black guys.
Do you think he was premeditating it like that? I don't.
No. I think his taste kept on escalating. So then he'd pick up guys, the black guys from the gay clubs, and then he would take them back to his house. He then didn't want to have sex with them like when they were awake. It was like he had to have possession over them. So then what he would do is he would then give them like a sleeping thing, roofie them, have sex with them, but then they'd wake up and figure out what the fuck have you done, And then so then that wouldn't work. And then he actually had one kid where he did actually roofie the kid, and the kid woke up after while he was having sodomy with him, and then the kid actually left his house and escaped.
I don't know how accurate the Netflix documentary is, but that kid had a damn hole drilled in his head.
Well, yeah. There's some other things that
there were pictures victims.
The Netflix was so. Yeah.
But that's crazy that kid.
Well, and then,
in that the kid was already basically lobotomized.
Yeah.
So the reason the kid couldn't ask for help is because he's like.
Yeah. So then that's what he did. Then he progressed to that. So then he progressed to then roofing them, lobotomizing them, and then that wasn't enough. So then what he needed to do is then kill them, have sex with them. That wasn't enough. Then he needed to kill them, have sex with them, and then eat them. And that's what. So it's like, and you see that progression of that kind of thing occurring in that. But he talked about that, and that he was all completely under the possession of Satan with that. I am 100% of that. True.
Yeah.
And no one wants to talk about that because they don't want to talk about
they
don't want to talk about the elephant in the room, which is the fact that he was gay.
Let's look at his psychology. Let's look at his family life. His family wasn't that bad. What his dad showed him taxes.
It wasn't. His family wasn't bad. What had happened though is when he went to go with his grandmother, she was so domineering to him, and she was always yelling at him, and So I wonder if those things, fed into some of those things. Obviously, he had his attractions.
Anger is what turns children
into monsters for sure. Yeah.
Right. And when God says be like children, it's when we're pure, when you're pure and innocent.
Well, and that's why it's so wrong of teaching kids and sexualizing kids at such a young age.
What were some things?
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
What were some things that traumatized y'all as children? Because I heard you talk about the 9/11 thing. I didn't think you were 43. Like, you look a lot younger.
I know.
But yeah, I mean, that was traumatizing thing.
So
yeah.
see, you gotta understand the way I'm saying trauma. How I explained it earlier is that your father lying to you could be a trauma. It doesn't necessarily. When I say trauma, I'm not talking about sexual abuse or physical abuse. I never had none of that. Yeah. But my mom was a little overbearing. My father wasn't there. She married my stepdad, and I felt like he showed more love to my brothers than me, and like I was the black sheep. And I don't hate my parents for that. I've forgiven my parents for that. And those are small things, and they really did their best to raise me. My stepdad was a great man, and my mom did the best she could do. So I don't hold any resentment to them for that. But I did when I was a kid.
You definitely said a few hours ago how basically black people are known for their fathers leaving and coming from broken homes.
No,
a lot of them are.
I was talking about Democrat policies where they took fathers out of the house. And that's the same reason white families without a kid without a father is more likely to do drugs. He's more likely to end up in jail. He's more likely to do all sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the nuclear family is so important. A mother and a father raising a child.
Do you feel like you came from a broken home at times?
I mean, technically it was. It was
It may not have been broken, but it was probably dysfunctional to some degree.
It wasn't bad. I'm not saying they abused me or it was horrible.
Well, dysfunction doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. I think every family has dysfunction in it.
But my biological father was not there, so it was a broken home.
Yeah.
Do you feel, because you were saying you felt like he chose your brothers, your stepfather chose your brothers over you a little bit more. Do you think it was because of the blood connection, or what do you feel?
Yeah, I think that's natural. Like, and that's why, I'm not totally against being a stepdad.
Right.
But I think in general,
but blood is blood. Blood is blood.
In general, you don't want to get with a woman with kids.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it can never work. It doesn't mean I'm totally against it. I'm just saying.
But you can never truly be a father to those type of kids. In very rare situations, they have to have the dad either the dad's far away by the time that they're about the age of 5.
Especially a boy,
they're
going to yearn for their father. They're biological, and it's not really biological. It's a spiritual thing. It's from it's the order of God, but they're going to yearn for their true father, and they know that you're not the real dad. And then that builds resentment, and anger leads to all the crazy stuff.
Especially when mom prefers that they call you dad, which is why I remember I had a friend and he dated this gal and she had like 3 kids from like 2 different guys. And he's like, I'm not your dad. He's like, now, if you need something, I'll help you out, but like, I'm not your dad. And I think that's an important thing to say because I think people say, well, you don't have to be biological to be a dad. And that's true. But in order for that to be true, that has to be something like you both adopted a child that was an infant, or that, there wasn't anything where that child has a memory of that, like it has to be broke, that the connection has to be severed.
Yeah.
Very early age.
I tell this story all the time, like 4 or 5 years ago before I was talking to Floor again. There was a girl she was coming on to me, and we went on a couple dates, and she had 2 kids, and the baby's dad was in jail. And she'd be on Facebook talking crap about him all the time. And I was like, no, I can't do this. I can't do this. Those kids need their father, and I'm not going to impose. And I think it's selfish of you to be trying to find another guy to come in and be daddy to these kids. I think they need to know their father, and I think you need to stop turning them against their father. You need to, you know, it doesn't mean you have to be with him,
right?
Because
that ship has probably sailed for good reason,
right?
Possibly,
right. The guy's a scumbag. You don't need to be with him. I'm not saying be.
But you know, it's funny because people have some weird things. Like there was this gal I didn't really date her, but we kind of hang out but she used to always say, well, you know, because she had a kid, and she always used to tell people, well, you know, I always wanted a husband and a kid, you know, but I guess God wanted me to have the kid first. I'm like, no, that was you, fucking horny as hell, getting with some guy at a bar. like take God out of that equation. Like you did that all yourself, and that wasn't God's desire.
And she was
for you.
fine too. She was hot, but anyway,
no. And I'm sorry. I mean, like if you hook up with a guy at a bar and you get pregnant, you know, what are you supposed to expect? You know, but I think from a cultural aspect about how, especially, and I think this is interesting, and I don't think people talk about this. I think it's because it's a hot potato, but how, especially the reason why I think in fatherhood is so important to especially white people, because it's so enamored in white culture. Whereas you go to other cultures and you can see where there's dominant women that are the mothers, and you would say that, like, you know, one of the things I do say is I do believe like there are authority. Now that I would say that there are probably things you could get away with a white mother, you could never get away with a black mother. She'd just take your tie and just smack you. Like, you're not better than that. You know, like, I mean, that
white women weaker than black women.
What's that?
Are you saying that white women are weaker than black women?
No. I'm saying that because white women have not had to live as systematically as black women have without men, or that there is always there's even a cultural aspect, because there's a lot of probably black women, and there's a lot of white women too that would say, I don't need no man. So, I mean, but the point of what I'm trying to say is that you can see in places like Latinos, and you can see in black culture. I mean, I think the two cultures that you see predominantly where there is a strong need of a male figure tends to be in predominantly mostly white European culture, and also in Asian cultures.
What up, baby?
And there's probably a reason why those two races tend to, from a statistic point of view, have better rates in education, and better rates of jobs and money and all those kinds of things. I do think that is something that's there. How to get to that point and to understand all those reasons why, I can't say, and I really couldn't say to some degree. I think there are things where, and I think it goes back to even before American. If you go back to African cultures, there are a lot of African tribes where the women are the dominant cultural icon.
Baby, she was a solid 8. And if she would have met me 2 years earlier, I would have been knocking boots. Fuck the kids.
It's not gonna need to. And you can see in certain African tribes where men are just seen as just fertility tools.
Yeah, I think he's right. He's right, Jalen. And the reason those cultures are not succeeding and they're not prospering is because that's not the order of God. I think.
Right. Well, and then when they get male figures, the male figures they get are males who tend to be more angry and more predatory and hunting, and also that's the other thing too about a lot of African cultures is that men don't have as much of a home life in those cultures as they do in other places. They are the hunter, so they have to, but you do see that where with like when you saw like the child soldier phenomenon in the late 70s and 80s develop in Africa, of why that became such a huge thing, because you saw a strong male figure in these warlords, and they would come and they would give these young men two things that actually probably helped them to kind of feel a sense of power. They gave them purpose, and they gave them a bunch of fucking drugs. And that sounds harsh to say, but it's factual. It is when you see, especially in Africa and Northern Africa, the rates of, like, for example, like have you ever seen the movie Black Hawk Down, Jalen?
Pretty good movie.
Oh, they just did an anniversary of that.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
don't go into it because I heard it's good, but Josh likes to
No,
spoil
yeah,
it.
yeah,
So
yeah. So no, I'm not gonna go anything. But
Spoil
anyways,
it.
there's
It's a historical story. The damn helicopter crashed and a bunch of damn
right.
Arabs.
But when you
ran
look
out.
at when you look at the footage and you see these guys, and they're like animalistic, right? These and they're just like, and then when they're getting on those soldiers and they're like fucking tearing their clothes off and they're fucking dragging their bodies through the dirt, and you're like, how the fuck can a human being treat another human being like that? It's because they're on the fucking cot. And that's what those warlords did, is they got them on drugs at an early age, and then they completely became animalistic.
Yeah.
And you know what? That happened in urban America. And that happened because of that happened because of the American government's role in drugs. But you know what? You know who was one of the biggest hustlers for drugs in America for the government? A black gangster by the name of Frank Lucas in Harlem. And this black motherfucker was around there wearing like these fur frogs and giving out free TVs.
You don't put that
at the
on
same
that
time,
rug. That's a
even at the same time he is just flooding the Harlem area with dope. And
that's an alpaca rug. You don't put shoes on that rug.
American Gangster is not a hero, though. That's the thing.
No, that's what I'm saying. He's a villain. That's what I'm saying. He's a villain.
He was looked at by a hero by all the people he was feeding, and when he was handing out.
He was looked at as a hero in the black community for a long time because they either didn't know or they didn't care. But at the same time that he's also offering these things, at the same time he's offering these things, he is also destabilizing the area, and he's making black men get on heroin at such an alarming rate. And everyone had a piece of it. The government had a piece of it. The Italian mafia had a piece of it. You don't let a black man grow to prominence in New York like that if he doesn't have backing from someone. And you know what? It's the same thing of almost a lot of these other people who are race hustlers for the Democrat Party. Sorry to say, it's the truth. And that's why they pick and choose who they think are black people, who are accurate black cultural figures, and it's anybody who will not truly rock the boat. People like Al Sharpton and people like Jesse Jackson, they know they own them because those men are so soulless and so fucking greedy, and they've been bought out. And you know what?
Jalen, I got hope for you, Jalen. You're gonna be voting Trump. You're voting Trump this year. I got hope for you, Jalen. We're gonna save you. I'm glad you spent time listening to us instead of listening to some strong black women on TikTok.
And stuff. Y'all love to talk all that stupid bullshit all the time. It's annoying. It's tiresome. It's boring. Y'all need so much more better education than to just bash good actual heroes in my community.
Oh, your community. Well, see, so let's actually talk about great people who are heroes. Who are your heroes in your community? First of all, that's part of the problem right there, right? Isn't it? Is that part of the problem? Because to me, my heroes aren't just white people. They span all of history. They're not just Americans. They don't have to share a collective identity.
My community. So my list was changing as soon as you added the words "in my community." But yes, you can have white heroes, sir. There's nothing wrong with being white.
I'm not talking about white heroes. I'm talking about me having heroes.
I don't
like
have no idols, no heroes. It's just my big brother Jesus. That's like
you got to keep on saying that, don't you?
I do. That's what I call him.
Oh,
big brother.
Wait, John,
what am I supposed to call him? My father Jesus? He's not my father.
No. You can call him what he is. He is
God,
the Messiah. He is God. He is Christ.
God is my God, but the Father is my God.
So Jesus isn't your God. If Jesus isn't your God,
Jesus
then you
is
don't
not my
believe
God.
Jesus. Okay, then you don't. Then you and I don't worship the same God.
Why do you call me good? No man is good. Only God is good.
Antichrist is anyone who denies the divinity of Christ. That's what 1 John tells us.
I believe he's divine, but he's not God.
Okay, well, divinity is godhood.
Right, and there's lots of gods. There's lowercase
Well,
g's. The Bible talks about that.
Well, so now we're talking about something
Jesus
else.
was made less than man. Or
He was made man. He was man.
Less than the
true
angels.
man and true
he
God.
was made less than the angels.
Well, because he took on human form. In that sense, he had distinction separate from what the angels were, but he was never an angel.
When does Jesus ever
He
tell
appeared
us
as
to
an
call
angel.
him Father?
He didn't say to call him Father. That's your hang up.
No, he's my brother.
No, he's not your brother.
He is my brother, and our Father is God.
Okay, never mind.
What do you mean? We have the same Father. As he is one, as my brother Christ is one with God, I am one with God. But I'm not God.
Well, no one's God except for God.
But I'm one with God.
But you don't believe Jesus is God.
But I believe Jesus is one with God, as I am one with God, as I'm commanded to be.
So there's no distinction or separation between you and Jesus then in that case.
We're both sons of God.
Okay, so there's no special distinction or separation then. You're both the same. You could have done the same thing Jesus did if God called you to.
Greater things.
Okay.
That's what Jesus said. That's not what I said. That's what Jesus said.
Okay.
Are you denying what Jesus did?
I'm not denying what Jesus says.
You just asked.
You're playing fast and loose with his word.
You just asked, could I do as great of things as Jesus could do? What Jesus said is that I could do greater things than Jesus could do.
That Jesus never said that.
Jesus never said that you can do greater things you can do than me. Jesus never said that?
No.
Hold on, I gotta Google. I'm not that much of a Bible thumper.
You're
being disingenuous because you know what I'm talking about.
No, I'm asking you to prove to me that the way you're saying something is said in the Bible. I will say that. That's my one thing I do. That's my one rule. If you're going to say that Jesus says something and you're saying it a certain way.
John 14, 12 through 14. Very truly, I tell you, whoever believes in me will do the works I have been doing, and they will do even greater things than these, because I am going to the Father. And I will do whatever you ask in my name, so that the Father may be glorified in the Son. You may ask me for anything in my name, and I will do it.
Mm-hmm. So what he is saying is what? What is he truly saying there?
He's saying that we are both sons of God. We are all sons of God. And you can do greater things than I do.
No. Read the whole chapter. Let's read the whole chapter in context.
All right. Now I got to go to all of the whole chapter of John 14. Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
Do not let your hearts be troubled. You believe in God, believe also in me. My Father's house has many rooms. If that were not so, would I have told you that I'm going to prepare a place for you? And if I go to prepare a place for you, I will come back and take you to be with me, that you may also be where I am. You know the way to the place where I'm going. Thomas said to him, Lord, we do not know where you're going, so how can we know the way? Jesus answered, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. Those are two separate entities. Nobody comes through the Father except through the Son.
And he's not saying that they're not distinct in separation, or in the sense of they're not distinct.
But you're exegeting that out of the text. That's not what it says.
Well, it says no. I'm saying he's saying what he said. What I'm saying though is,
if you really know me, you will know my Father as well. From now on, you do know him and have seen him.
Because I am one with the Father.
Right. You see the Father.
I am one with the Father. Because I am one with the Father.
Right.
But you and I are not one with the Father without Jesus. That's the difference. And that's the point of what he's trying to say here.
Hold on.
I am going to prepare you a way, meaning it's by what I do.
Hold on, I got you.
I got you.
Okay, John 10:30. I and the Father are one. Right?
Yes.
That's what you'll cherry pick to say the Trinity.
No. I'm not just cherry picking that.
But it is cherry picking, because let's read John 10:30 through 38.
What I'm saying is, what you have to understand it in the full context of what the verse is, what he's saying. Because what he is saying is, how can you say, show us the Father? Do you not believe me? I am in the Father,
and the Father is in me, meaning Jesus. That doesn't mean that the Father is in us. No, not because of our sin. And that is the problem. That's the distinction I'm trying to get at here with you, is that what makes you one with God isn't what do you believe makes you one with God? Because you're just a child of God, because you're born, because you're born human? If that's the case, then you believe in salvation outside of Christ. You believe in salvation outside of Jesus.
But you're given a lot of stuff that's been taught to you. I'm reading.
No. I'm going with what the verse is clearly saying.
That's not what the verse is clearly saying.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It is. I'm in John 14.
John 10, 30 through 38.
Do you not believe me? I'm in 14. That's the first one you started us with. Do you not believe that I am in the Father and the Father is in me? The words I say to you, I do not speak on my own authority, but the Father who dwells in me does his work. Believe me that I am the Father. I am in the Father and the Father is in me, or else believe on the account of works themselves. And what he's trying to say there.
Wait, you slipped up there. That's called a Freudian slip.
Okay, what I'm saying is that the works of God are what makes us his children. Not just by being born.
Listen.
Not just by being human.
John 10:30.
Not just being his creation.
John 10:30, I and the Father are one.
Yes.
Again, his Jewish opponents picked up stones to stone him, but Jesus said to them, I have shown you many good works from the Father. For which of these do you stone me? We're not stoning you for any good work, they replied, but for blasphemy, because you, a mere man, claim to be God. Right?
Yes.
They're stoning him because he's claiming to be God. He says, it is not written in your law, I have said it, or Jesus answered them, is it not written in your law, I have said, you are gods, lowercase g. If he called them gods to whom the word of God came, and the scripture cannot be set aside, what about the one whom the Father set apart as his very own and sent into the world? Why then do you accuse me of blasphemy because I said I am God's son? Do not believe me unless I do the works of my Father. But if I do them, even though you do not believe me, believe the works, that you may know and understand that the Father is in me and I am in the Father.
Yes.
And if you keep going, hold on, there's a few more verses because it gets real cool when he says that we can also be one in the Father.
Yes, but what means? But what means? That's what I'm asking you.
Through him.
But what means?
Through the Son. We follow the Son.
Right.
We follow our big brother Jesus to our Father.
But if he's just somebody that just like us, he's just like us, is what you're saying, and we're just like him, and we can do as great of things as Jesus did, even though we cannot be perfect like Jesus was.
No, Jesus said greater.
Well, but why would we be able to do greater things? It is
because we have the internet.
No, because by being in Christ, we have access.
that is why. It's because we have further reach. So Jesus could only walk around and get so many people gathered together.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. That's one way of looking at it.
But now we have technology, we have vehicles,
but I wouldn't look at it that way. That to me is not a way of looking at the Bible because it's not within a historical
context. We can't reach more people. We can't reach more people than Jesus.
You're making an inference that's not necessarily put in the Bible.
No, you're right.
You're interpreting something there. What I'm saying is this. I'm not saying that's not necessarily true or non-true. I'm just saying.
Well, what does that mean to you? What does it mean to you when Jesus says, greater things you will do?
Because what he is saying is that the greater the things you will do because you have me, because I have given you the Father, because I am the door. I am the way. He who knocks. It is those who access God through Christ that get those things and have access to those things. He has made us heirs to God by his work. So we have to be careful about just assuming that Jesus is just, we could do whatever Jesus did, or we can do greater things than Jesus, because then we are denying the divinity of Jesus, and we're denying the special purpose and role in which Jesus is.
But I'm not denying the divinity of Jesus. I'm just defining it.
Well, you are saying some of those things by saying
no. I'm just defining it differently than you.
Well, you say defining it differently.
You say divinity of Jesus means he and the Father are one. I'm saying there's lots of divine forces. The Bible talks about many. Do you know?
Well, yeah, I know the Bible talks about.
Do you know the powers and the principalities? There are angels and demons that hang the stars in the balance and that appoint leadership on earth.
I know, but he's not just saying he's just a little God, because
that's what the Bible said. That's what the
word
said.
I am God because I am with the Father, and the Father is with me because we are the one true God.
Jesus said, did not the scripture tell you that you are
So
gods?
do you think then?
Lowercase g's, just like him.
Do you? Okay, what's the verse that he says, little gods? Give me that verse again.
It was John 10. Hold on. I clicked to a different translation, and now I gotta find it.
Well, and what translation are you using? I'm just curious.
That was NIV. You want me to switch to a different translation?
No.
I'm
just wondering.
I'm not a fan of NIV. It's just the first one that Google brought me to.
Gotcha. Okay. So what I'm saying is this: I know that there are little gods. I don't have that issue. I know that. That's why he says, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me," meaning thou shalt not make any other gods. It has a duplicitous meaning. It has one: don't make other gods, little g gods, over me. Mm-hmm. The God you worship, and also it means do not make things. This is where idols come into play.
You don't see this as tritheism? That you're putting a little God who called himself a lowercase g over the big God. You're putting the Son over the Father or equal to the Father.
No. That's always the argument that is made by people who deny the divinity of Jesus, or people who want to believe that Jesus.
If that's what you want to call it, I think it's a good argument.
Well, you could think it's a good argument. I'm not saying,
but I'm not. I don't think I'm denying the divinity of Jesus. I think Jesus is a deity. He was with God from the beginning.
You just don't think he's God. You just don't think he's God.
He's the Son of God.
But you don't think he is God.
No. God is God the Father.
God the
Father is God the Father.
Well, because you're saying God the Father, that's the whole point. There's God the Father,
right, and then there's God the Son, right? But those aren't
there's
both
God the Spirit. They're all one.
Okay, but now you're getting into some crazy like Masonic stuff about a triangle and
no, I'm not. That's what you're coming.
That's what every pagan. That's what every pagan religion had. And then that's why the Council of Nicaea incorporated that so that it would be more appealing.
Conspiracy theories. Here we go.
Well, I'm a little bit of a conspiracy theorist.
It is.
All right.
So
well, that's the same thing a leftist would say if I called out COVID mandates.
No, I'm not saying that. You're conflating it just to make your point.
You're calling me a conspiracy theorist.
No, I'm saying no. I'm not saying
because I'm saying that there was a conspiracy.
I'm saying you're delving in conspiracy theories. I'm saying you're
I think there was a conspiracy, and I think the Bible warned us about that.
Okay, well, I also think that Jesus warned us, and the Bible warns us about people who deny the divinity of Jesus Christ.
But I'm not. I see Jesus as divine.
But you are putting a lesser inference on his divinity,
which
gives him lesser inference.
Yes,
than anybody else.
There is a higher, right? There is a higher.
So Jesus is the same as Satan, or Jesus is the same as any other god that's fallen, right? That's what you're trying to say then.
Well,
that's what the logical
Jesus
conclusion of what you're trying to say.
So Jesus was above Satan, but he was made lesser than Satan when he was sent to earth. He was made less.
He was made sent to earth.
He was made lesser than the angel.
He wasn't made.
He wasn't sent
right there.
He wasn't sent to
made
earth
or sent. No, he wasn't. He was begotten.
Oh,
he was incarnate. He was incarnate. Think about what John 1 tells us.
Hold on.
And the Word became flesh, and the flesh dwelt among us. The Word of God is God. Christ, therefore, is God. That's the whole point. So when you say you're cherry picking certain these things, you're cherry picking.
I'm not cherry picking. You're straight up
John,
denying.
which is the book that, is the granddaddy book that proves to us the triune God. That proves to us that the true divinity of Jesus Christ as true God, true man. And this is the problem that we had throughout the church, because people wanted to either make him more of a man than less of a God, or they wanted to make him a little lesser God, or they said he's not even in same substance with the Father. But if that's the case, if he's not of the same substance of the Father, then how could he have saved mankind? Because then we are saying that then someone other than God saves humanity. That is the logical conclusion of
John 5:30. I can of myself do nothing. As I hear, I judge, and my judgment is righteous, because I do not seek my own will, but the will of the Father who sent me. And this
But you're speaking.
John
You're looking.
17:3, and this is eternal life, that you may know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. John 4:34, Jesus said to them, my food is to do the will of them who sent me and to finish his work. John 6:40, and this is the will of him who sent me, that everyone who sees the Son and believes in him may have everlasting life. John 17:20 through 23, I do pray that you, Father, what do you mean he wasn't sent?
What I'm saying is what your understanding of sent or your understanding of made.
You don't know my understanding of sent. I just said he was sent.
Yes.
And you said, no, he was not sent.
But based off of what you're saying.
What do you, he was in heaven with the Father from the beginning. And he was sent to earth. He was made lesser than the angels.
And the word became flesh, and the flesh dwelt among us.
Uh-huh.
So God, do you believe Jesus is the word of God? Do you believe Jesus, the Bible's right there? Jesus is the word of God.
Yes.
Okay. So the word of God became flesh, and the flesh dwelt among us. So the authority and power of God.
Now, why does it? Now, why does it separate?
Word.
Why does it separate word and God? Why does it say the word of God?
And the word was God. And
why doesn't it say? Why doesn't it say God is the word? Or it says the word was God, and the word was with God, and so there's a conjunction there.
In the beginning was the word. That's God.
And the word was God.
And the word was with God.
And
the word was
with
God. And was God.
Right.
He was in the beginning.
So God is the word,
God.
and Jesus is the word, and they're there together in the beginning, and they make everything.
He is a function of the power of God. That is the word. That's what it's telling us. And this is why the Trinity, you have to understand the Trinity more in a vocational aspect.
Hebrews 2:9, but we do see Jesus, who was made lower than the angels for a little while.
Yes. Yes, he was, because he took on human flesh.
Right.
But that's not because his vocation was lesser than. It's not, he didn't become lesser God. He took on man's flesh.
He was a God, and he was made lesser than the angels, who are also gods.
Well, but they were lesser gods. Yes,
right. They're lowercase g's.
But here's what I'm trying to say.
Yes, but there's only one. There's only one Almighty God. There's only one Father.
He was made lesser than them because he was made human.
There's not three fathers, man. That's tritheism.
And that's not what I'm saying.
That's the Council of Nicaea fed you a bunch of Masonic crap to join the pagans with the Christians to say, well, they have three. They have Sartaria, Australia, and blah blah blah. They have Zeus, blah blah blah, and blah blah blah. And they have this. Everybody else has a tritheism. We need a tritheism.
No, not everyone else doesn't have a tritheism. Come on.
A lot of the major religions at that time had tritheism.
No, they don't. No, they don't. They didn't.
The Egyptians did. The Greeks did.
The Egyptians
did. The pagans did.
The Greeks had more than three, though.
Yeah, but there was a tritheism of the upper echelon.
Well, there were three that were higher power, yes, but this is the problem that happens, and this is what happens when people.
So in order to gain popularity, they kind of add.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is a conspiracy. I agree.
No, it's a conspiracy that the people think.
Sometimes conspiracies aren't theories. Sometimes they actually happened, and the Bible told us this was going to happen.
It's also people who want to reject the truth that has been established in the Bible. That's what it comes down to. Because they believe something and they want to find a way. Oh, see the reason why we have Christmas on the 25th is because of fucking Saturn, and it's bullshit. It's bullshit. If you don't know the whole reason why, that's fine, but don't say it's because it's fucking Saturn, because that's not true. It may seem that way. It may have the appearance of that way. I'm not saying that they didn't do themselves any favors with how they explain some of the things. That's always the joke. That's the problem. It is a mystery. I don't understand it. I don't completely understand it.
I'm just going.
What I'm trying to tell you though is, if you are lessening the divinity of God, of Jesus as God, then there is no reason to believe in the Messiah. There's no reason to believe in the plan of salvation, because only God can save humanity. Only God could perfect it. Only God couldn't take away our sin.
God couldn't send his son to be an example for us to follow,
That's your problem right there. It's not. He's not. He wasn't sent to be an example. He was sent for the atonement, the blood atonement of our sin. That could only be done by only by doing
of a perfect man.
He wasn't just an example of a perfect man. He was a perfect man who lived the perfect life, who was then killed.
Yeah, right. I didn't
who
say
was
he
then
wasn't.
killed.
I said he
was killed.
Yeah,
but he wasn't just just sent as an example.
And you know
he
what?
was sent as a sacrifice.
Do you think Jesus was guilty when they killed him?
Of course he wasn't.
What did they kill him for?
It doesn't matter why the
don't say it doesn't matter. Answer the question.
It doesn't.
What did they kill him for?
It doesn't matter what they killed him for.
It does matter. It matters perfectly.
It
You just said he was innocent. I agree with you. He was innocent. What did they kill Jesus for?
They killed him. They killed him for a false understanding that they had.
They killed him for claiming to be God, and he was innocent.
Killed him.
You just said he was innocent.
They killed him. Yes.
No, you believe. You believe he was guilty.
No, you're spinning my words here.
I'm not spinning your words. You won't answer the question honestly, because I got you here.
No, it has nothing to do with got you.
It is a gotcha. It is a gotcha.
No, it isn't.
You just said. You just said Jesus was innocent.
If
Jesus
died
was
because
without
of what the Romans,
guilt.
If
they killed Jesus because they thought he was claiming to be God.
Okay.
They killed Jesus because they thought he was claiming to be God. So
they believed
if
he was
guilty, if he was guilty for blaspheming and claiming to be God,
he wasn't guilty of it.
Exactly, I agree. I agree.
It doesn't mean that he wasn't God. It doesn't mean that he wasn't claiming to be God.
Okay.
It means their understanding of his blasphemy.
If he was God and he was claiming to be God and they killed him for claiming to be God, then he was
never
guilty.
corrected them. He never said, I didn't claim to be God.
Yes, he did. I just read it to you.
No.
I just read it to you. It's in John 10. I just read it to you.
No.
Yeah.
You're misappropriating verses where they're at. What I'm trying to tell you.
No, I'm not. I'm just reading it to you.
No. You're reading it out of context.
You're getting a little flustered.
No, I'm not, because you can't let me answer your question. If you don't want me to answer your question, that's fine.
Well, you were dodging. You were dodging the question.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't because the problem is, here's the problem. If Jesus' only reason for being killed is what the Romans and the Jews did, then there's no point in fucking believing in the resurrection. There's no point in fucking having the death as meaning something more than just, well, Jesus was killed because they thought he was fucking God. Oh, guess what? That's all it was. Guess what? That doesn't matter. Then there's no point to our religion. There's no point to believing in Jesus.
It's fine if you think he was guilty.
You don't understand that. If you think Jesus' purpose is based on human needs or human political ideas, then you're missing out on the fact that he's the Messiah, dude. You're missing out on the fact that he came to be a blood atonement. Well,
I do believe that he was
then your understanding of Messiah and mine are two different things. Because to me, it doesn't matter why he was killed. He came to die.
What does Messiah mean? The Savior, right? The one.
Yes. But what did he save us from?
The Christ. He's the one.
What did Jesus save us from? What do you believe he saved us from?
From death.
Okay. How does he do that? By just being innocently killed for blaspheming God.
When you kill a perfect son of God who never did anything wrong for no reason, and he was the only man who lived his life perfectly.
And how could he live his life perfectly if he wasn't God? How could any man, just mere man, live?
By being a son of God. We're commanded to be perfect as God is
but
perfect.
You said we're also son of God, that we can do greater.
You don't think we can be perfect? You don't think we can be perfect?
No, not in this earth. No.
And see, this is where the Trinity leads. This is where the Trinity leads. And I brought this up to so many people. You have this concept that no Christian is perfect. Nobody can be perfect.
Christian is perfect.
Even though Jesus commanded us to be perfect as his Father in heaven is
Father
perfect.
in heaven is perfect. You're claiming Matthew 24. Well, guess what that's telling us, though?
I'm not claiming anything. I'm telling you what the Bible says. We are commanded to be perfect.
Yes. But
you think Jesus was just a mean trickster who set this goal that we could never reach?
No, see, this is you more twisting this thing, and you.
I'm not twisting. This is where the Trinity leads.
No, this isn't where the Trinity is. This is where what happens
the Trinity
when you think
leads is the idea that you can't be perfect as a Christian.
You know what? If you're right, if Trinity believes that, if it leads to you believing that Jesus could only be the one that dies on the cross for you, and that's then I'm guilty of that, because you know what?
I believe
I could have died. If any human could have died in his place,
I believe we can be perfect. I believe
then you have fallen. You have fallen short, because all have fallen short of the glory of God. All have sinned, and the wages of sin is death.
Have
Yes,
past tense.
yes,
past tense.
but we still inherit that sin.
But
that sin doesn't go
but
away.
your sins
because,
are washed away, and you're covered with the blood of Christ.
Okay, well then there's another issue that we're going to obviously disagree with. So.
I don't have an issue with that. You have an issue with that. You have an issue
No.
You to think that Jesus
I have an issue
commanded
with you
us
not believing in the true divinity of Christ. I have an
Jesus
issue
commanded
with you
us to be perfect as his
I have an
Father
issue-
is
I have-
perfect.
I have an issue
But
with
you
you
say that it's
believing-
impossible. That's impossible.
because our sin.
So Jesus is a mean trickster who set these
No,
unattainable
that is-
goals.
Okay, unfortunately, this is probably where our conversation has to come to an end, because we're at an impasse here. Because clearly you are trying to push an angle, and you're not even letting me try to explain.
Go ahead,
at
explain.
least what I'm. No. You're not even letting me try to explain what I'm trying to say. So it's clear your view on something and my view on something are completely different. Now, it seems that we believe in two different Jesuses. It's clear to me that that's the case. That doesn't mean I don't think that you're not on the salvation plan. It doesn't mean that I think you're damned to hell. I don't, because that's not my job. My job is to confess what I believe in, as First Peter says, to give reason for the hope. And if my hope was that I could just do what Jesus did, then there's no point in me believing in Jesus Christ and me having Jesus Christ die in my place. If he is not the blood atonement, if he is not there for that perfect sacrifice that was done for my behalf, because I couldn't do it, because my sin cast me out. And if my belief was that, well, Jesus died for me, he covers my sin, now that makes me perfect, I can now become a little God. Now, I'm sorry, that's not what I believe. I believe that the only way we have access to God is through Jesus Christ and through faith in Jesus Christ alone. That is my only belief.
Your argument's not with me; it's with Jesus.
No, my argument isn't with Jesus. My argument is.
I just told you what he said, and you got upset.
No, I'm not. I'm not upset with it. I'm upset with you picking and choosing, and then not allowing, and then you twisting my words, and then you putting it in the angle that you are. And hey, it's okay. I mean, congratulations. You've done something that a lot of people haven't been able to do on YouTube. You got me a little flustered, because it's not because you have a better point or that you're speaking from truth. It's because you're really good at injecting something and then continuing to hit that point. So, usually people.
I didn't even bring this up. Jalen brought this up.
Well, you're still pushing this thing, and that's the point of what I'm trying to say.
I don't even know how we got back on this.
I don't even. Well, you know what? It comes back down to testimony. So if you want to blame Jalen, we can. Okay, we can blame him.
It's all his fault.
But what I'm trying to say, and I'm not mad. I get a little like animated when I'm debating, and I'm being emphatic, which is, that's just me, who I am. I'm an emphatic person. But what I'm trying to say is that we can't continue to have a conversation when I try to say something and then you're trying to accuse me of something that I'm not even doing or saying.
Y'all want to understand.
I'm not accusing you of anything.
No, you are. You are accusing me of things.
I asked you a question. You answered the question.
I've answered your questions.
Right.
I've tried to.
No,
you
dodged.
You won't let me.
You dodged because you knew where it was going.
No, I didn't dodge. That's your belief.
I asked you, do you think Jesus was innocent? Do you think Jesus was innocent when he was crucified? You said yes. And I said, what did they crucify him for?
It doesn't matter why they crucified him. It doesn't have anything to do with
That's dodging the question.
No, it isn't. It's me understanding that the death of Jesus on the cross is not
to you. It doesn't matter. To you, it doesn't matter. To me, it matters.
Well, because
it matters to me.
It matters to you because it proves a point to you. It proves your theological position. It proves your point.
But it's not. It's not about winning an argument. It's about the truth.
It is for you. Yeah, it is actually.
No, it's not. It's about the truth. It's about what's right and what's wrong. What you're saying. Listen. I'm open-minded. I'm saying
that if Jesus' death was only about what he was accused of, then you're missing the whole purpose of why Jesus died, which was to die for the atonement of humanity's sin.
I believe.
And if you think humans to be perfect,
Jesus was accused of something and crucified for it, and he was innocent.
Question. So
yeah, because they thought he was blaspheming, but he wasn't blaspheming.
They thought he was calling himself God.
Who's a non-believer,
because he was truly God. He was truly God.
So he
to
was
John
guilty.
and Joshua, if somebody was a non-believer listening to this question, what would y'all want them to go away believing? Like, what would you want them to go away like understanding from this conversation that y'all have had that I definitely started?
This isn't a conversation for non-believers. This is a discussion or a debate about the Trinity, which is like deep philosophical, theological, high level
Yeah,
stuff.
this is like meat eating stuff. This isn't for milk.
I would
And
never.
anybody
like,
that stumbles upon this.
Yeah, I would not want some new believer to like, you know, go.
Well, it's like the same thing. It's like when someone comes to Star Wars and they go, "Oh, you know, what's your favorite Star Wars movie?" You're like, "Boba Fett didn't die and Han shot first." It's like that doesn't like why are you fighting? Like, no, you don't understand. Like, we're fighting because we love it, not because we hate each other or because we hate it.
Oh no, that's why I was saying like what, like
I'm just saying to me, what's important is understanding why Jesus' divinity is important and not making light of that point, and not just saying, well, he was here to be a perfect example, because that's what the fucking Mormons believe.
Well,
he believes.
John, you and I both agree that the Trinity is real. The Father, Son, the Holy Spirit. That is something that's very important. I think you give Joshua some very important things for him to learn and stuff, and just the way you've been throwing things out,
I think
that's
any good
very
argument.
important.
Well,
however,
but you're
Joshua
not.
feels like you were dodging the question, so I'm interested to go and figure out why he feels like you were dodging the question.
I wasn't dodging the question by me. It's like someone saying, well, first of all, do you believe in climate change? And why do you not? Why do you believe the Democrats believe in climate change? Well, whether the Democrats believe in climate change or why they believe in climate change and whether there's climate change are two different things. What I'm trying to say is that to just say, well, why was Jesus crucified? We know why he was crucified. It was the purpose of God. It was the intent. It wasn't just some accident. It wasn't just because he was some guy out there going, hey, I want to live a good life now and be a good little God. And oh, these fucking Jews, they don't understand that they're accusing me of something wrong. No. Because those things were lining up with what the prophecy tells us. And it's important to understand Jesus' role with that prophecy, especially what's said in Isaiah. And again, so the whole point is because a lot of people get caught up on, are Christians anti-Semitic because they think the Jews facilitated it and the Romans did it, right? Whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is that each and every one of us put Jesus Christ on that cross. Each and every one of us, by our sins, put Jesus on that cross. And if you don't think your sins put Jesus on that cross, then to me, you don't have the same Jesus that I have. If you don't see the importance of God being the perfect sacrificial lamb, as he shows us and foreshadows in the Old Testament with giving the goat to Abraham in the stead of Isaac, if you don't understand this in the context of the first Passover, when the lamb had to be slaughtered and the blood was put over the doorpost, right? If Jesus is just a guy that gives you good moral lessons, if he's just big brother to you, it's not saying that he's not a brother. We all are brothers in Christ. We all have that. Yes, true. But to have that kind of dispassionate and informal, irreverent attitude towards God because you don't believe he's God in the first place is something that is a problem for me, because I do believe that the scriptures are true, that the historical church has been in consistency. And if you want to start, talking about what this council did or what this thing did or what this thing did, then you might as well not believe the whole damn fucking thing. You might as well just believe something that's whatever you want to believe. And maybe it is fine to believe this offshoot thing or whatever you think. I don't have problems with you believing that. I'm just saying you and I can't really come to a concord if we don't believe in the true Christ, as the same one who had to die. And while, yes, it does say in Matthew 24, you don't fucking think I don't know that verse? Be perfect, because you don't think I haven't heard that from fucking Mormons? I have. Be perfect. You have to be, that's why they think Jesus came to kind of, do a down payment on our perfection, and then we do the rest. That's been a long age fucking false teaching that started with Pelagius. Right? And the whole idea is, God does a little, God does some, we do some. No. The whole point is that you cannot, this is what the whole idea of the injured will and the idea of the fact that in our sin, we could not be perfect. And therefore, Jesus was perfect and died for our sins. And by faith in him, we are perfect. And so therefore, what it means to say, be perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect, is to be one. Now, I do believe, like the Catholics do, there has to probably be some type of sanctification process. I wouldn't call it purgatory because the Catholics have done a really shitty job of explaining purgatory. And then they did a whole disservice to their own theology by selling indulgences so they could build their church. And if you want to agree with me, if that's another example of how these institutions miss out, and when the organization misses the message, and it's all about the organization and not the message, well, there's a prime example. The medieval Catholic Church did a lot of terrible things. So I do believe we do have to have a process of sanctification, but we still have to die. The old Adam still has to die. And in order for us, that's why Paul makes these inferences that we have to die if we die in Christ, we are made anew in him. But that doesn't mean that our old Adam goes away. That doesn't mean that we don't still go on sinning. And if you think you're perfect, and if you think that you don't sin, then, or if you think that by, giving up something or doing something that you could be that way, or that you could be greater than Jesus, then I'm sorry. As good of a guy as you are, Josh, and as an amazing intellect that you have, and witty and smart and very entertaining, I'm sorry, we don't have the same God.
Cool.
Well, on that note, I'm going to leave because that was a lot to hear. So, on that note, y'all have a wonderful evening. I'm not storming out this time. Bye-bye. Oh, he left.
He left. That's all right.
God dang, Joshua, you love to make enemies every week, don't you?
I don't think I made an enemy.
You had him upset and flustered.
I was just reading what Jesus said. I don't know. His beef's not with me; it's with Jesus.
How do you feel that he said that y'all don't have the same Jesus?
I don't care. I've heard that before. I've heard it all before.
Yeah, but it's a difference when it's like somebody like from me, because I'm definitely the opposition. That's why when I asked those questions and I saw where it was going, I just enjoyed these last couple of hours. I was like, I know where this is going. This is going to be fun. But you was trying to hold your own. You came back with some Bible verses and everything. It was a very, very interesting conversation. I hate that he laughed.
That's fine. I think he was planning on going soon anyway. It's getting late.
I definitely was intrigued by that whole conversation, but so be it, because again, y'all dog piled on me a few weeks ago and stuff.
I'll never be popular in the Christian circles.
Why do you say that, Christian?
Because of what we just saw. All I did was just read some Bible verses and ask some questions. So
how? Okay, so let me.
And listen. I was raised Trinitarian. I went to Christian school, Baptist church. I learned about the Trinity my whole life. I've been taught it my whole life. And all my life, since I was a little kid, I thought, this doesn't make any sense. And all I want is somebody to just show me in the text. And for example, I think it was Christ Conquers earlier. He gave a verse in John 1. I forget what it was, but he gave a verse that says the Trinity. It says it. When I saw that verse, I was like, oh, I finally found a verse that proves the Trinity. Then I come to find out that no other translation of the Bible has it that way. And only one specific translation, the King James Version, has it that way. And all these Christians who lose their mind over only the King James is the most accurate version. And then when you look at it, and the Bible says this will happen, it says the translator is the snake, or the I forget the words it uses, but it says deception is in the translation, because once you go to the interlinear and you go to the Hebrew and you go to the original, that's not there. And then you look into the history of it, and I think it's funny it's always funny when somebody calls you a conspiracy theorist, because it's like, no, I'm a conspiracy factist. There are real conspiracies. And the Bible said this would happen. It's a narrow road. It's not, if there's 2.2 billion Christians on earth and 1.8 billion of them believe in the Trinity, something tells me that's not the narrow path. That seems like the broad path, and it leads to destruction, because as we saw, he doesn't believe that we can be perfect. I believe that we can be perfect. I never said I was perfect. So when he started coming with, and that's what they do, they're like, if you think you can be perfect, or if you think you're perfect, blah, blah, blah. I don't think I'm perfect, but I believe that through my brother Christ, as a follower of Christ, my brother, I can make it to my Father, and I can be made perfect. I'm being made perfect every day. So I'm not there yet, and I've never said I was perfect. But then also that gets into a deeper idea of what is sin, and it is me taking a sip of this beer sin. I don't think I'm drunk. I don't think I'm being unreasonable. I don't think that I'm not in control of my faculties right now. I think I'm speaking clearly. I know what I'm talking about. I don't think I'm drunk. Smoking a cigarette, I'm hurting my temple. I get that. But those are habits. Those are fleshy habits you fall into when you're of the world. And over time, I'll overcome them. I'm being made perfect every day. But the action, and this is a tough one for me, because I think this gets into like justifying sin. I think we do need to be, you have to show fruits. You have to show progress. You have to show that you're working on something, because if you think, well, sin isn't the act, sin is just blah, 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 so I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing and I'll be okay. I'll go to heaven. No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I believe that faith without works is dead, and you're going to work to get better. And we are being made perfect, and we can be perfect. We're commanded to be perfect as Christ's Father was perfect. Not as Christ was perfect, but as his Father was perfect. There's no, I'm going to still stand on my laurels that nobody can show me other than that verse in John, which I've given you my argument, and I've shown you the proof on the screen of why that one verse isn't going to work for me. I need a disciple teaching of a three-person God. I need God talking about being three. And if you want to go to the Old Testament, you want to go to Isaiah, you want to go to Psalms, you want to go to anywhere in the Old Testament, it always delineates God from Christ. The Son of Man is not God. The Son of Man is going to be sent. And then when I said Christ was sent, he's like, Christ wasn't sent. Bro, I can show you all throughout the Bible where it says Christ was sent. He was the messenger who was sent. I don't disagree that Christ was divine. I don't disagree that Christ was a deity. I don't disagree that Christ is the Messiah. I don't disagree that the only way to get to the Father is through the Son. What I disagree with is when we start making up our these ideas that have been taught to us through intellectuals, through the world, through high ups, authorities that are going to tell us how we're supposed to believe, and we start jumping to interpretations. Now you're going to say he can say my interpretation is wrong, and I can say his interpretation is wrong. How do we settle this issue? Well, we got to go to the church fathers. We got to go to the history. Well, I don't agree with the church fathers. I think they were snakes. So now you're appealing to authority that I don't agree with. The word is in our hearts. It's written in our hearts. And I don't have a connection to this tritheist, Trinitarian it's confusing to me. And Satan is the author of confusion. God's ways are simple. The Father and the Son. And it's a duality that we see in everyday life. And the Spirit, people get mad at me because I believe the Spirit is the Spirit of God, and it can come down in a form. It can be a person. It can be whatever it wants. God can do whatever he wants with his Spirit. And every person who has the Spirit of God in him, who becomes one with the Father, is not God. Jesus had the Spirit of Father in him, and he was one with God. Jesus was not God. God never calls Jesus God. Jesus never called himself God. In fact, Jesus denied when other people called him God. So all I want is somebody to make sense of this without using a bunch of big words. And it's not like I'm stupid and I don't understand the words. I know the words. I know what you're saying. I understand your argument. But I'm just trying to keep it simple, and I'm just going to what it says. And you can say, well, I'm cherry picking. I'm not the one cherry picking. He brought up a verse, I and the Father are one. That's cherry picking. When I read the whole chapter, that's not what it says. In fact, Jesus denies that. They're going to stone him for that. And he says, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm the Son of God, and you are sons of God. And we can all be gods, lowercase g's, one with the Father. I don't know why that. I do know why it upsets people, because they've been taught this. It's the same way with COVID, when you tell one of these freaks that are wearing a mask and getting 12 vaccination shots and they're hiding in their house, and you tell them, hey, look at this stuff that I saw that they're hiding on the internet, but I found it because I pay attention. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Read this. Check this out. And they say, no, no, no. Fauci said. It's the same thing. You're a conspiracy theorist. It's the same exact thing. And so I understand why it's upsetting, why it upsets me. I'm not upset. I'm fine. I'm chilling like a villain selling penicillin, making a killing on the ceiling. You know?
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
That's
But I love him. He's cool. He's awesome. I hope he comes back. I hope he's not. I hope it's late, and yeah, he was a little flustered. I think he was banging on his desk at one point, but
yeah, he got bad. He called
but
you
he's
basically.
totally welcome here. I'm not mad at him. I think he's awesome, and I want to look into that H.H. Holmes guy he was talking about. And you started all this. It's all your fault, Jalen. You started all
very
this.
much started this. I very much did, sir. I very much was very tired of what y'all did to me a few weeks ago. How y'all wouldn't let me finish talking. I was like, oh, I don't like either one of them. Let's start this argument. I know exactly how to push the buttons and stuff. I came back to try to do more, but then I forgot I have a heart sometimes, and I was like, okay, if a Christian actually was to listen to this, or somebody struggling, what would happen? Like, what would you want them to take away from? Had I not let my heart get in the way, y'all could have still been arguing right now, and I could have been over here just enjoying everything.
Yeah, I mean, I get your question, but also, yeah, I would never. If there's some baby Christian in the audience, I'd be like, don't even listen to this. Get off of here, because yeah, I've been deep in not just Christian theology, but he kept, like, when people find out that I live in Utah and I don't believe in the Trinity, they think that that's something the Mormons did to me. No, I fight against the Mormons. I bring the Mormons into my house and I debate them in my house. When I first got to Utah, I wrote a bunch of Bible verses on a piece of paper and printed them out at the library. And during temple, I should do this on YouTube. It would make a pretty good video, because I did this before I was on YouTube or anything. I took a bunch of pamphlets that I made during what they call Temple Weekend or something, where like all the Mormons come from all over the world, and Salt Lake City downtown is packed, like shoulder to shoulder for 4 blocks. Thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of people come.
That's in August, right?
It's twice a year. And I was out there with papers. I wrote down on a composition notebook a bunch of like a manifesto, basically, with some Bible verses in it. Revelation, the last page of Revelation says if you add or remove anything from the Bible, then your name will be added or removed, blah, 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 all this stuff. And I'm like handing out these flyers on the street. It was so funny. And then later I'm walking around and I see all these crumbled up papers of mine on the road. But no, the Mormons did not convert me. Yeah, but I've studied all the religions and all the theologies and the philosophies and stuff, and I'm still learning about philosophy. I haven't read a lot of Aristotle and Plato and Socrates. I understand the concepts, but I haven't read a lot of that stuff. But I have read a lot of religious books and religious texts and looked into this stuff and for my whole life. And I'm still a Christian. It didn't turn me into an atheist. It didn't make me question my faith. It made me stronger in my faith.
Yeah, people might think I was an agent of chaos for what I did with that argument, but there was still a lot of good points that needed to be recognized and made on both accords. So I don't know. I don't know. How do you feel that it's one thing when I call you a non-believer, but somebody who I feel like you respect a lot more than me also in a sense called you a non-believer, said y'all worship two different Christs. How do you feel about that?
I don't really care. They said Jesus wasn't a believer. They crucified him. Let's go. Let's go.
Did you think I was an agent of chaos tonight?
A little bit. Yeah, you kind of egged that on. You knew where you were going with that.
I was.
And we did go into free will a little bit, baby. That wasn't as interesting. I think he saw the way I look at it, and we didn't really get into a big, deep thing about. We did talk about free will for a little bit, though. My basic go-to argument against free will is that if God knows everything, then how do we have free will? And it's a tough argument to beat. It's Christian determinism, separate from naturalist determinism, which is like evolution. Atheists and stuff don't believe in free will because they think causality and blah 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 blah. But yeah, I believe if God knows, if there's a sandwich on my table and God knows that I'm not going to eat that sandwich, there's nothing I could possibly do to eat that sandwich. Doesn't matter how hungry I get. Doesn't matter what I do to try to eat that sandwich. If God knows that I'm not going to eat that sandwich, ain't no way in hell I'm eating that sandwich.
I don't know why you're making me want to engage in this even more, but
yeah, you're out of your league, buddy. You should just go back and listen and maybe brush up on your.
Please.
What happened? Why did my chat disconnect?
I don't know.
Disconnected. Please wait while we try to reconnect you. What happened?
I don't know. I ain't do none.
Excellent connection. Chat disconnected. Please wait while we try to reconnect you. Successfully connected. Chat disconnected. Successfully connected. What just happened?
Probably some of that faulty ass internet that you got.
Oh my God. I have epic internet.
Everybody was having some. I think I had issues from your end tonight. I know Nessio, poor ass, had issues.
Nessio don't even know what's going on. Nessio's still trying to figure out how to win that chess game with Buff from like 6 hours ago.
Is that what I fell asleep? I didn't know, but your boy, I mean, you saw what he put in the comment section on you. That's your fan base. You saw what he put about the honey.
I didn't see that.
Scroll up.
I don't know. He said, do you know how I can make you sneeze? And I was like, how? And he's like, I could jerk you off. And I was like, what the? Get out of here, dude.
Well, he also said in your comment section, he said that your body part, your lower body part, tastes like honey.
That's weird.
Hey, look at you laughing like.
Because it's weird. It's gross. I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Ban him?
Yes, that's what you usually would do. That's why I'm like, why are you giggling?
When it gets
Oh,
to
man.
a certain extent, I will laugh. I'll giggle when Dean did weird stuff. It's when it gets, and he did that once when he came in, and I said, "Hey, cut that out. Like that's not funny." And he stopped. He didn't do it after that.
That's so weird though. Like,
He's just trying to
why?
troll. But see, the thing is, I don't really like trolls.
You don't like gay jokes like that either. Cause I don't like gay jokes like that for sure. So I'm like,
I'm a white guy. Gay jokes are kind of funny sometimes, but that one was weird. Yeah, but it was kind of funny. But
it was so weird. If that was the only thing, maybe. But he talked about your private part, tasting like honey.
I didn't see that. I probably would have timed him out for that.
In the comment section, if you scroll up, anybody can see it.
He's not wrong though. I've been told.
Ew. Ew. Let's go back to you not knowing the Bible well. Let's go back to that conversation.
I don't know the Bible well.
I don't ever want to hear about your man juice. Unless you're saying that you're having a child, that's the only time I would want to hear about your protein.
It's better to spill seeds in a whore than on the floor. Ooh. Floor.
See, in your case, that has a double entendre.
Yeah,
so
I didn't mean that to be that way.
Oh, God. We said it's better to spread it in a whore than a...
Did you hear, I said she fell asleep during a stream last week, and I was like, well, it's good that she's sleeping because like the Bible says, no man wants a floral-some wife.
Oh my God!
Like a quarrelsome wife, a floral-some. Get it?
You're so much more funnier when unintentionally. Like the whore and the floor, that was funny. But then you think about things and it's like, no, you're not that funny, brother.
I didn't even think about. I just said that off the top of my head.
I just called you brother. Like we. Oh no, I've got to go. Continue on with your show because I think I'm about to go throw up. Good night.
Good night. I'm gonna end soon anyway. All right, no more Discord. Well, anyway, yeah, he got a little flustered. That tends to happen when I talk to people for too long. People are like, "Oh, Josh is cool. I want to be friends with him." It's like until you talk to me for like 3 hours, you're about to find out why you don't like me. It's not that I don't like people. It's that people don't like me. That's why we're losing subscribers lately. Also, probably because I tell people, get the f out if you don't if you don't agree, get the f out, like Lenin. Oh man. No, I like that. That was good. That was actually that was probably the first, and I've been wanting to do like a Trinity debate for a while. And I've been working on it. And I've been working on an opening, and I've been working on rebuttals to every argument, and I got I got a notebook over there, which isn't in front of me, and I have all sorts of the best Trinity arguments and the best rebuttals, and all the verses they use, all the verses I would use, which is crazy because a lot of times the same verses that will be used to prove the Trinity are the same verses I would use to disprove the Trinity. So they'll take a verse that says like I and the Father are one. They'll take that verse and they'll use that. They'll say, well, that proves the Trinity right there. I will take that verse and I'll say, no, that disproves the Trinity, because if you keep reading, he says, I and the Father are one, and then they're going to stone him for calling himself the Father. And he says, why do you say you're going to stone me for saying that I'm the Father when you also can be one with the Father just like it says in the Old Testament. And then they want to go to the Old Testament. Like, I don't know that stuff too, but it's not about being right. It's about finding the truth. And I'm open-minded on this. There are some things that I'm closed-minded on. Like what am I closed-minded on? I don't know. It may seem like I talk like I'm a know-it-all and blah 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 blah. But really, I just go with the best arguments because I think that's the truth. If somebody can show it to me and make me understand it, then I'll believe it's true. Without using a bunch of big words, without using all these church father references and stuff that this guy said in a debate. That's what they were doing during the three councils. It was debates. It was big debates, and the church fathers and other people, philosophers and things like that, were debating. And then at the end, and this is in a biased arena, they would say, "Oh, he won the debate. It's settled. That's the answer." And that's how they came to all these doctrines, because there was arguments in the Christian community over, is Jesus God or is Jesus the Son of God? I think it's pretty clear that he was the Son of God. He's not the Father. The Father and the Son are not the same. And it's not just, which I don't, but even if you took the whole Bible as metaphorical or symbolic, and you don't believe any of it's a true story, but you just look at it as a philosophical, metaphorical book, even in that aspect, it still doesn't make sense to say that the Son is the Father. This shows the duality between man and their children. This is about family. This is about raising your son up, your lineage. When Abraham was going to sacrifice Isaac, Isaac was not Abraham. They're not the same person, but they are one. They are one together. And he said, I'll sacrifice my own son to do my Father's will. God. And I don't know. I just read it as it's presented, and I'm not going to go to a bunch of authorities who I don't believe in and I don't trust to tell me what to believe. And that's what the world does. And even if I'm wrong and there's somebody I respect that can explain it to me so that I understand it, which nobody's ever done in my whole life, not my teachers, not my pastors, not my youth pastors, not my church camp group leaders. Nobody has been able to explain this to me in a way that I understand it where it makes sense. And I'm not a stupid guy, okay? If somebody could simply explain this to me, then I'd say, yeah, that makes sense. You're right. But it's not about me being right. It's about I'm saying what I see to be true. And I could be wrong. But you're gonna have to show me where I'm wrong. You're gonna have to prove it to me. Prove to me where I got it wrong. And it never happens. It doesn't happen. It's not because I'm cocky. It's not because I'm conceited. I'm a know-it-all and I think I'm right. It's because you don't have good arguments. Anybody. And I was watching documentaries about anarchy because I thought that anarchist guy was going to maybe potentially jump in the Discord tonight. And so I wanted to be ready. I wanted to brush up on my knowledge. You know, it's been a while since I've read or watched anything relating to anarchy. So I wanted to make sure I knew my stuff. And he never showed up. But while I was watching these documentaries, they were saying a lot of things. And I was like, yeah, I get that. That's kind of based. I get the homesteading thing. I get it. You just want to have your land and your house. You don't need the government. You don't need police telling you what to do. And you have your family and you are raising your crops and you're raising your livestock and life just works out. I'm totally okay with that. The problem is when you're making societal prescriptions based off of your individual views. Now, I do that. I know I do that. I know I do that because I think my societal prescriptions are the best choice. Even if, you know, I'm a theocrat. I don't like authority, but I still believe we need authority. It's the better way. Even though I don't like it, even though I spent a majority of my life rebelling against authority. I don't believe in the Trinity because I don't like the authorities that tell me this is what you're going to believe. But at the same time, I see that rendering your will to God and having a king that's led by God leading the people is the best way. I think it's the best option. There's things I wouldn't be allowed to vote in my my civilization wouldn't have voting, but you know, there's a lot of things that I do in my daily life that wouldn't be allowed in my ideal society. If my ideal society had voting, I wouldn't be allowed to vote. And I'm okay with that. You know? If I say alcohol should be illegal, should be banned. If you get caught making it and selling it, you should go to jail. I drink alcohol. I got a beer right here. Our prescriptions for society, like, yeah, I would like to homestead and not have any government interference and just homestead and own the land. But guess what? There's other people too. And if you're trying to make a prescription for society and how a government should be ran, that's not the answer. That's not going to work because there's going to be somebody who says, I want your land. And if you're doing William Goodwin's anarchy, which is that they believe in property rights as long as you earn your property rights. Well, how do you earn your property rights? By taking it from somebody else. So what happens if the guy next door, 3 acres away, says, I want your land and I'm going to earn it. Here's how I'm going to earn it. By killing you and your family and taking your property. And no government's going to tell me otherwise because I'm free. Judges, what we talked about earlier tonight. In the days when Israel had no king, the men did what was right in their own eyes. What did that lead to? It led to rape and dismemberment and kidnapping and war and famine and destruction and death and everything evil. I don't know. So when I argue with people, I'm not mad at John. I like him a lot. I think he's really cool. But I'm not gonna back down from my beliefs. I'm not gonna we gotta stand for something. If you're looking for a fart sniffing session where we have panels where we all just sit around and agree with each other and talk about how bad the Democrats are and COVID was rough and and all this crap and just agree with each other, you're in the wrong place. Because that's not what you're going to get here. I don't care about what we agree about. I care about what we disagree about and finding an answer. Because we can't both be right if we disagree on something. That goes against the law of non-contradiction, which is a law of logic. And we could both be wrong. We could both be wrong on our analysis, on our opinions. I don't even believe in opinions. If you're looking for somebody who's going to be soft about everything they say and preface everything with, in my opinion, in my opinion, this and this and this. But that's just my opinion. Don't get mad at me about it. That's just my opinion. You're not going to get that here. I don't believe in opinions. Well, I believe in preferences, and it's my opinion that Eminem is the best rapper, or Lil Wayne. And if you disagree with that opinion, that's fine. We just have different opinions. We have different taste in music. We have different preferences. I get that. Okay. But on opinions like truth claims, it's not an opinion. You're either right or you're wrong. And if I'm wrong, you're going to have to show me why I'm wrong. And if you're wrong, I'm going to show you why you're wrong. And that's just how it is. If you don't like it, get the fuck out of here. What's up, Master Jim? Oh, noes, but no trespassing sign. But my no trespassing sign. Right. Yeah. I had a no trespassing sign. I got more shells in this 2-round shotgun. Jimbo, very problematic. Very problematic. Josh, you told me I was dumb because I didn't think Eminem was the greatest rapper. That is dumb. It's the dumbest thing you could ever say. No, I'm just kidding. You're not dumb for that. We just have a different taste in music. That's an opinion. That's a valid opinion. I still think it's dumb. It's a dumb opinion. It's not a very good opinion, but whatever. Some people like kale. I have no idea why they would eat it. Whatever. That's like your opinion, man. Like, I can't argue with a preference. And so that's not even an opinion. That's a preference. People will say, like, in my opinion, Jesus never existed. And it's like, that's not an opinion, bro. You're just an idiot. You're just wrong. If your opinion is true, then it's not an opinion. It's just true. And if your opinion is false, it's not an opinion. You're just an idiot. No, I'm kidding. You're just wrong. You know? But I hope that I hope John isn't mad at me and he comes back sometimes, because we had some pretty cool conversations. Jalen was being a shit stirrer, trying to get us arguing about the Trinity and stuff. Oh, but what I was saying earlier is that's the first like real like Trinity debate that I've ever done. And I've been prepping for it. And I didn't have my notebook in front of me. Now, granted, I would still like to do one with a moderator and with timed responses and have it be more formal, just to put it down on the internet, just to like to really show my prowess. No, but to like to really organize my thoughts, write it down, put it on paper, study it, and then speak it well. That was more like a blood sports, just going at it. But I think we covered all the bases. Not all of them. We could have went more into the Old Testament. He touched on Isaiah a little at the end, and I was like, I'm not going to go into all that. I'd have to get my notebook out for that because I don't know the Old Testament arguments as well as the New Testament ones. I'm like, I'm not going to go get my note. I'll just let that slide. But yeah, that was pretty good. I think I did well. I think I handled it pretty well. And I think I won the debate. If that was a debate, I think I won. But see, Jalen was asking, what if like a new Christian came in and saw this? How would it help them? It won't. It won't help them. But what if somebody who's been a Christian for a while, what if someone who was raised in a Unitarian family, and all their life they've been raised to believe the Trinity is not real. They get older, They read a few books. They go on the internet, and they start seeing everybody's talking about this Trinity. And if you don't believe in this Trinity, you're a heretic. And they're like, I don't want to be a heretic, so I want to understand this, and then they stumble onto that discussion. What are they going to take away from it? That's the question. Or what if somebody was raised Trinitarian their whole life, like myself, and then they find out, oh, there's a whole group of people that doesn't believe in this? What is this? Let me look into this. And then you start looking into it. And then you start going back and you read your Bible again. And then you're like, worst case scenario, it brought you back to the Bible. It gets you back into the Word. Well, Jesus is the Word, but you know what I mean. The Scripture gets you back into the Scripture. I was using even the Word. It's in the Word, but it gets you back into the Scripture, and it gets you back sharpening your sword, tightening up your doctrine, and then you start reading it, and you start saying, "Wait a second, all these things that used to confuse me when I was a kid, and they were telling me about the Trinity. If I look at it from the other perspective, that it's not a Trinity, that it's a Father and a Son, and the Father's Spirit it can be in everyone, or everybody who accepts it. When I look at it from that perspective, all of this makes more sense. Everything makes more sense. All these things that used to confuse me, and I used to think, well, I'm just not smart enough to understand this. It's not because I wasn't smart enough. It's not because I didn't go to college for 10 years. It's not because I didn't go to seminary school. It's not because I didn't go to philosophy college. It's because it doesn't make sense. And when you look at it, you take off those glasses and you just read it with your eyes. Then I started to really understand. And then my life started changing. It wasn't just a mind change. It was a spirit change. Everything changed. The way I look at the world. And then I start sounding like a crazy person because everything I say, everybody's like, what are you talking about? It's because I don't think the way you think anymore. I don't talk the way you talk anymore. And I seem like a crazy person. Maybe I am a crazy person. I don't know. Maybe we're all wrong, and I don't know. The world's just going to blow up. Maybe it's simulation theory. And we're freaking in a simulation, and the AI is going to rise up and make the next integration of the dang simulation. I don't know. But I do know. I jokingly say I don't know, but I do know. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. Anyway, what else is going on in the world? How you doing, Jim? Long time no see. Glad you made it over here. We tried to be like Christ, so check me, bro. Check me, bro. Bro, check me, bro. Holy Ghost was sent to us because the Son gave us a comforter when he went to be with the Father. I need to get a new comforter. I'm gonna order. I think I get paid today. Wonder if I got paid yet. First thing I'm doing is ordering a bed and a mattress. I'm not really concerned with all the other furniture. I just need a bed. I need a bed and a nice mattress. Not just because my mattress sucks and it's like 20 years old spring mattress and my back is hurting. I want to get a nice gel comfy mattress, but also because I got to fit an extra person in that piece and I ain't trying to be crowded. What you talking about? I'm getting a damn king size. And I got a dog. He doesn't sleep in my bed because he'll lay in my bed. When I lay down, he'll lay in the bed with me for a little while and I'll pet him. Once I stop petting him and I like stretch out my legs and stuff, he dips. He's like, oh, I ain't dealing with this. He gets out of the bed. But if I had a bigger bed, he could sleep at the foot of the bed. And we could fit my lady and my concubine. Sorry, Floor. Floor's sleeping. She didn't hear that. Update us on your bed purchase. Don't worry, it's not expensive. It's a damn cheap Amazon bed. It's not an expensive bed. I was like looking at rooms to go and stuff for beds. I was like, yeah, I could get this one. It's $600 for the bed without a mattress. And I was thinking about doing that, trying to budget and all that stuff. And I went on Amazon and I found a freaking, and that was a queen size for $600 without a mattress. I go on Amazon, I can get a king size with storage compartments and lights. It lights up. When you play music, it like bumps to the sound of the music. Sexy time is going to be great. It's going to be like a damn rave club in my bed. But king size for $150. It's like, let's go. Check Walmart. They have some decent cheap beds. I hate Walmart. Hey, somebody named Gothix Jr. Was it Gothix Jr.? Was in the chat the other night. And I was like, are you from Gothix channel? Who are you? What's up? It was like Gothix Jr. or something like that. So I don't know if they came from there or what. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. I got a queen for like $250 on sale at Wally World. Yeah, the Amazon ones are like $150, $175 for a king size, and it lights up. Gothic Jr. is awesome. Oh, you know who that is? Let's say the Fallen State. Oh, it's a new Fallen State. I watched the Fallen State from this past weekend. It was kind of boring. That guy was in stem cell research. He didn't believe in abortion, which got me thinking. I guess I'm okay with stem cell research if abortion is legal. If abortion is legal and we're going to be doing it anyway. People are going to do it anyway. You might as well use those stem cells for something important. But I wonder if abortion was made illegal everywhere, all over the world, would that guy's research end? I know there's other ways to get stem cells, but I feel like it would dry up quite a bit. And also, it kind of, I don't know what the word for this would be, but like, if we're doing stem cell research to find a cure for cancer, it kind of like justifies, I don't believe it justifies it, but to people, it justifies abortion. Because let's say you tell the abortion advocates, we're going to end abortion. And then all the stem cell researchers are like, well, now we're never going to find the cure for cancer because we're ending abortion. We're not going to have access to as many stem cells to research. And it's like, oh, so your research is actually encouraging, inadvertently encouraging abortion. Because without the abortions, you wouldn't be able to do research. So you're benefiting profit-wise off of that. I don't know. How long have you been up? Since 5:30 p.m. So 13 hours. I work at night. I work from 10 p.m. till 7 a.m. So this is about the time when I'd be getting off work, which means the stream's going to end here in a little bit. I just don't. If I slept at night on the weekends, I would screw up my sleep schedule every weekend. So basically, this is not late for me. I'm not doing cocaine or meth to stay up. I haven't been up for 56 hours. I woke up at 5 p.m. and started streaming. Those have been a long stream. It's been a long night, but we're coming to the end. "13 hours. Wow. What do you mean? That's like average. I think the average person sleeps. What? If you sleep 6 hours a night, say you sleep 8 hours a night, that means you're awake for 16 hours. So, yeah, I'll probably be going to bed in about 3 hours. That's average. Nothing special about that. The only difference is it's at night instead of day. Messes up your circadian rhythm. It does. It messes up everything. I feel weaker. I feel more tired all the time. I feel more pale because I don't get as much sunlight. I'm sick right now, and I never get sick. But like my immune system is not as strong. Yeah, it kind of sucks, but we gotta make that money. We gotta make that money, boy. I approve of spaying or neutering our pets. I'm not anti. Yeah, I am. I guess I am. Yeah. I guess if it's a cat, if you got a dang cat, maybe cut its dang balls off so it doesn't pee on everything. But my dog has his nuts. He's 11 years old. He's still got the nuts. He's like an 11-year-old virgin, which in dog years means he's like a 77-year-old virgin. This guy goes crazy. He smells pee on the ground and he starts spazzing out and his jaw starts shaking. Then he starts snot's coming out of his nose. He's drooling. He's it's like, calm down, bro. Damn. Need to get this boy a nut. Welcome to my life, Josh. What, night work? Working at night? Or are you talking about cutting animals' balls off? What are you referring to, baby? Vitamin D and sun, biatch. I know, I never get out in the sun. I still do some lawn work sometimes when I get off work, and then I'll get a little bit of sun, a couple hours, but a couple hours a couple times a week. But it's not enough. I like go to bed when the sun's coming up and I wake up when the sun's going down like a damn vampire. Did you see MGT and Fauci? MGT. You mean MTG? Marjorie Green and Fauci? MGT. You mean MTG? Fauci. No. I heard something's going on with Fauci in the news recently. I don't care. That battle's over. We lost that battle. And the sad thing is, we lost that battle, and like nothing's changed. It's just got worse. It's like people are just okay with losing. I'm not okay with losing. I know I lose a lot, but I'm still competitive. I ain't trying to lose. Nobody beat me in chess tonight. I know that. That was fun playing chess. Nobody was watching during the chess part. I thought people might like that because we're talking and also there's like some entertainment on the screen, but nobody was really watching. Also, probably because it's a weekday instead of a weekend. We have not lost yet. I hope you're right. It's optimistic. Yeah. Well, as a Christian, as like a conservative American, I think we have lost. I think it's over. I think just give up that fight. But and that's why I I'm done with I'm done with the Constitution and like my rights and all that stuff. I'm done with that. That's a losing battle. Like it's time to sell our garments and buy a sword. We'll never lose that battle. We can't lose. We can't lose the battle as Christians. We can't lose. We will always prevail. Because even if they take our bodies, it doesn't matter. Who cares? Like we can't lose that fight. That's a winning battle. But we also need to stop being soft Christians. Not we as in you guys, but like Christians in general. We got to end this soft Christianity crap and start being soldiers. But um, but like the conservative constitutional conservative, bro. Constitution's gonna lock up the greatest president in history right before an election, potentially. I hope that doesn't happen. That shouldn't happen, but I don't trust anything anymore. I'm not black pilled. I'm white pilled. I'm Christian pilled. I'm done with. It doesn't mean I hate government. I'm not an anarchist, but the only government that's going to work is where we have a strong leader who's a son of God, and greater works will he do. Oh no, but this Constitution. That's what I was hearing. Bill Lockwood on JLP. He was talking about the Constitution and the founding fathers were Christian and blah 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 blah. Well, I mean, they believed in a God. I don't know if they were Christians, but all of them, some of them were based. Some of them were kind of weird, but and that's what I was asking John about earlier. I don't think he really. I forget what we were talking about, but I said, do you think when Moses came down, was it Mount Olive? I forget the name of the mountain. Mount Sinai. Sinai. I forget the name of the mountain. When Moses came down from that mountain with the 10 Commandments, and they were worshiping a golden calf, Moses didn't say, well, you have the freedom to practice your religion. No. Moses melted the cow down, put it in water, and made them drink it. And what's crazy about that, and this is deep when you think about it, they didn't have the 10 Commandments yet, right? Because he left them and went up on the mountain and he got the 10 Commandments. And then he came down with the 10 Commandments. They haven't even seen the 10 Commandments yet. And Moses still expected them to know better, right? Because it's not about the 10 Commandments. The word is written in our heart. It's objective morality. The commandments, we know what is right and what is wrong. And they knew they were wrong for that. And Moses knew they were wrong for that. And God knew they were wrong for that. Didn't matter if he had it on the tablets or not. He came down from the mountain. They've not even read the laws yet. And he punished them for breaking the law that they hadn't even seen yet. They were just expected to know the law. And that's deep. That's deep. There wasn't no freedom of religion. They were not moat worthy. We're not worthy. We're not worthy. We're not worthy. She spoke about this beagle sand flea research. What are you talking about? MGT. That why I uploaded? Are you talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene? Who is MGT? Spoke about beagle sand flea research. Oh, when Fauci was freaking killing beagles. Samson wrote about that in one of his rap songs. He says, I don't have any hate for any people. I just know something. You could kill a beagle. You could get away with killing a beagle or something like that. Yeah. Named Fauci was crazy. They should have not started to worship the Egyptian gods. All right, guys, I'm going to go. It's late. JLP starting in a little while. I'm going to make some. I don't even know if I'm that hungry. I guess I'm hungry. I got to pee. But maybe I'll be in that chat for a little while. Maybe not. I don't really like to go into the chats anymore because it's a bunch of mess, bunch of gossipy McGossersons talking trash. But good seeing you, Master Jim. Bibby, thanks for hanging out. Bibby, you always get here so late. Hit the like button, guys. Hit up the Cashapp, Dreadedconservative on Cashapp. Subscribe. Make sure you're subscribed. We're losing subscribers. I think because I went on an angry rant and called everybody out and told people, get the fuck out if you don't want to hear what I got to say. But we're almost to 5,000, and then I got to cut these locks off. It's going to be crazy. But I'm going to head out, guys. God bless. Have a good one.